everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto, the Uchiha Calabash brothers are reshaping the ninja world, chapter 67 to 100, changes in the panel, summary. Following this battle, the moniker of the Blood Ninja completely resounded throughout the entire ninja world. Dotai and Niyujito used their own blood, and lives to forge a high platform of renown for Uchiha Mo. A Jinchuriki was a strategic-level weapon of a country, so the dissemination efficiency of any battle report concerning tailed beasts was always the highest. Naturally, this time would be no exception. Some believed that Konoha had produced another extraordinary genius who could slay the two-tails Jinchuriki at such a young age, while others thought Yujito was too young and entirely incapable of unleashing the full power of the tailed beast, thus holding it in disdain. After the news was transmitted back to the village, Uchiha Mo received high praise for his two heroic performances on the battlefield, and his slaying of Yujito directly contributed to the victory of this battle. Because of this, Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi personally promised to give him a generous reward once the war ended. Upon learning of this, the Uchiha clan became even prouder of it, and Mo's already high momentum reached a new height. Moreover, driven by a certain force, starting from an unknown time, they began to firmly believe that Uchiha Mo was now the #1 expert within the clan. However, Uchiha Mo didn't care at all about these matters that gradually fermented with the passage of time. As soon as he returned to the camp and left the Jonin meeting, he went straight to the open space previously used as a training ground. Mo sat cross-legged on the grass and shifted his attention to that illusory panel. Seeing that the appearance of the familiar panel had drastically changed, Mo let out a soft hum of confusion before carefully observing the contents. 1. A red, 41.91%. Unlocked abilities, supernatural strength, endless vitality. Third stage, reach 60% and unlock the orange Calabash child's third stage ability to unlock the ability, Hatred for the Heavens Without Handles, Sage Power Remnant. 2. Orange, 50.77%. Unlocked abilities, Clairvoyance, Clairaudience, Peeping Heaven. Fourth stage, reach 75% and unlock the red and Calabash child's third stage abilities to unlock the ability, Omnipresent Mind Observation, Sage Eye Remnant. 3. A yellow, 41.91% plus 28.32%. Unlocked abilities, Invulnerability. Second stage, both items reach 30% to unlock the ability, Diamond Body. 4. A green, 56.03% plus 55.39%. Unlocked abilities, Fierce Fire, Violent Thunder. Third stage, both items reach 50% and unlock the yellow and orange Calabash children's second stage abilities to unlock the ability, Heavenly Fire. 5. A cyan, 10.85%. Unlocked abilities, none. First stage, reach 20% to unlock the ability, Water Control. 6. A blue, 50.77% plus 25.87%. Unlocked abilities, Invisibility. Second stage, both items reach 30% to unlock the ability, Traceless. 7. A purple, 0.21%. Unlocked abilities, none. First stage, reach 50% to unlock the ability of Universe in the sleeve. Ultimate task, raise the world safety and stability of this realm to over 90%, and transform it into a world suitable for human habitation. Reward, fuse the 7-colored lotus, obtain longevity and the ability to shuttle through worlds. Current world stability, 15.27%. As the 3 items, Release, Fire Release, and Lightning Release, surpassed 50%, the appearance of the entire panel went from its original crude state to become more advanced and concise, and it also looked much clearer. Not only that, but the 2 newly appeared abilities replacing Endless Vitality and Peeping Heaven also caught Mo's special attention. Hatred for the Heavens Without Handles, Sage Power, Remnant, Omnipresent Mind Observation, Sage Eye Remnant. These few words were different from the rest. They were entirely purple, making them look even more advanced and greatly differing from the locked abilities previously displayed on the panel. Mo immediately shifted his attention inside the parentheses and frowned in confusion. Taken as a whole, they should be auxiliary abilities, and the specially marked remnant was also very easy to understand. But Sage Power. Did it refer to the power of sage techniques? Or perhaps the Six Paths Power? But if it were the Six Paths Power, it should include both the Sage Eye and Sage Body, so why would the Sage Eye be displayed separately afterwards? However, if it were the power of sage techniques, then this ability should, in any case, be provided by the fourth or fifth Calabash child. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Mo came to a conclusion, which was to temporarily give up thinking. Judging from Mo's own experience, the panel would adapt the abilities it granted to a certain extent with the power system of the ninja world. Almost all the abilities he had used so far did not escape the essence of the chakra system. No matter how unfathomable they looked, the essence that actually brought about this power was still chakra. However, he would not simply assume that this so-called sage power and sage eye would be things within his conventional understanding, because fundamentally speaking, the tier of these abilities of his surpassed conventional ninjutsu. The so-called Six Paths Power was essentially just the power possessed by the Six Paths Sage. Perhaps their manifestations might be somewhat similar, but their roots would never be the same. The basis for making this judgment was that the panel had never directly granted the power possessed by the ninja world's own system. Having figured this out, Mo shifted his gaze once more to the two newly appeared abilities on the panel: Hatred for the Heavens Without Handles and Omnipresent Mind Observation. Hatred for the heavens without handles, hatred for the earth without rings. This is probably the final ability stage regarding power for the Red Calabash child, and its unlocking method binds Yin release in addition to Yang release proficiency, but I have already completed it in advance. As for Omnipresent Mind Observation, Mo whispered inwardly, his brows furrowing even deeper. Judging solely from the literal text, one could only tell that it was another sensory ability. As for anything more, it was not clear. Forget it, thinking about these things has no meaning. Shaking his head, Mo continued to move his gaze downward until it reached the very bottom of the panel, where a line of blood-red small text had clearly appeared. Current world stability, 15.27%. Mo could be certain that before the panel underwent changes, there was definitely no such line of information here. It appeared along with the changes in the panel. It seems that as my strength has grown stronger, under the panel's standards, I now have the ability to influence this world, which is why this numerical value is displayed. 15.27%. Although there was no standard for Mo to compare it with, Mo believed that this data would definitely not be considered normal. After all, the blood-like color on it had already proven some things. Glancing at it briefly, Mo paid it no further mind. The ultimate task was still some distance away for him at present, and his top priority remained rapidly improving his strength. Although proficiency began to suffer from a more severe secondary attenuation after entering 50%, it had not yet reached a bottleneck period where it could no longer increase, and there were still quite a few strong individuals in the ninja world. When the time came that all the powers on the panel were completely unlocked, he would naturally possess the ability to arbitrarily mold this world at will. The next goal. Mo's gaze quickly shifted, and he soon determined two directions: wind release and earth release. Wind release was just a step away from unlocking the sixth Calabash child's second stage, Traceless, and earth release was much the same. Furthermore, after earth release met the criteria to unlock Diamond Body, Heavenly Fire, which had long since reached the proficiency standard, would also instantly unlock simultaneously. However, although the next goal had been clarified, Iwagakure and Sunagakure hadn't made any moves yet after all, while the war between Kumogakure and Konoha had completely heated up. After Yujito was killed by him, it could be foreseen that Kumogakure would either directly quiet down or go completely mad next. And based on Mo's understanding of these cloud ninjas, they would probably choose the latter, so Mo naturally wouldn't easily give up this side. Chapter 68, New Ability Test, Old Man Madara. After sorting through the changes on his stat panel, Uchiha Mo stood up, preparing to test his two new abilities. First was the Stage 2 ability from First Brother ability, Endless Vitality. Mo drew Futsunomitama from his waist, and as chakra surged, a rich blood-red hue accompanied by a muffled burning sound dyed the blade. Thanks to the blessing of the invulnerability ability, without Mo deliberately controlling it, ordinary physical attacks no longer had much effect on him. And since Mo happened to want to test the limit of endless vitality, using Blood Blade was naturally more appropriate. Hiss! White smoke rose accompanied by the scent of cooked meat. With a blank expression, Mo raised his hand and moved Futsunomitama away, revealing a long, gruesome wound that had abruptly appeared on his previously fair and smooth forearm. The wound was straight, but it did not bleed, because faint blood-colored flames were burning at the edges, scorching the wound black. Soon, white smoke rose from the wound again. Mo could clearly feel that a large amount of warm chakra was rapidly transforming within his body, rushing swiftly toward the wound. Then the white smoke became thicker, and the wound immediately began to change. Mo's eyes narrowed as three pitch-black tomo appeared spinning, and he stared intently at the wound. First, the charred flesh quickly fell off, and then granulation tissue emerged from the edges of the wound, rapidly fusing together. As the final puff of white smoke dissipated, the healing was completely finished. The original wound had completely disappeared, leaving no trace whatsoever, and even the newly regenerated flesh was identical to the original. 3 breaths. Mo dismissed the chakra on the blade, resheathed Futsunomitama, and calmly uttered those 2 words. Although the sharpness of Blood Blade was inferior to the Chidori blade, the damage it could inflict was greater. Moreover, due to the blessing of its burning property, it actually had a certain suppressing effect on regenerative abilities. Judging from the recovery speed, Mo roughly estimated that the healing speed of endless vitality would not be worse than Tsunade's creation rebirth, but compared to Hashirama's sage body, there was still a huge gap. The most important point was that, based on the healing process just now, Mo found that the healing ability of endless vitality did not need to be actively activated like Tsunade's, but was a passive effect, which was more similar to a sage body. In addition, Mo could also actively use chakra to enhance the healing speed and effect of endless vitality. As long as he had enough chakra, he could even achieve limb regeneration. However, Mo roughly estimated that although his current chakra reserves were not small, wanting to casually achieve this effect in battle was probably still not possible. Affiliated with the power of yang release, then it should still be able to continue improving. Mo made a speculation and immediately shifted his attention to another ability. Peeping Heaven. This was the first stage 3 ability Mo obtained. In his view, probably only starting from this stage would he truly begin to touch the core abilities of the 7-colored lotus. Chakra surged into his brain, Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, he concentrated his attention, and his oracles trembled slightly. In an instant, his field of vision leaped into the camp station by Kumogakure. That damned Uchiha brat. To be this strong. Even Yujito also. The dark-skinned stalwart man smashed the stone table in front of him with a punch, looking angry and speaking excitedly. But when he mentioned Yujito, he suddenly paused, as if feeling that complaining about a companion under such circumstances was truly inappropriate. However, after a moment of silence, he still let out a long sigh and said with utter puzzlement. Why wouldn't she use complete tailed beast transformation even when dying? Clearly, with our existence, there's no need to worry too much about a complete rampage. As the words fell, the dark-skinned stalwart man wearing sunglasses beside him jumped around and replied in a strange tone. The Two Tails doesn't want a tailed beast transformation, the chick can only wait for death. Baka, Yuru. What? Doesn't want to. What does it mean not wanting a tailed beast transformation? However, after Killer Bee finished explaining, AI not only wasn't enlightened, but became even more confused. B. Hearing this, Killer Bee continued to reply in a strange tone. The Uchiha brat is very bad news, the Two Tails is afraid of being caught, oh yeah. Afraid. An existence like a tailed beast would be afraid of a brat. The honeybee buzzes, the Eight Tails calls, Lord Killer Bee doesn't know. Yo. Mo silently withdrew his gaze. He had originally wanted to test his ability, but after activating clairvoyance, he subconsciously placed his attention inside the Kumogakure camp. However, this accident allowed Uchiha Emo to gain some extra information. So Yujito didn't release the Two Tails because the Two Tails itself wasn't willing to come out. He muttered to himself, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Although Killer Bee claimed not to know, Emo already had a few guesses. Pondering to himself for a moment, Emo gathered his mind and placed his attention back on testing his abilities. Narrowing his eyes slightly once more, Emo thought to his heart's content, and his field of vision instantly traversed an unknown distance, returning to Konoha. Shifting his gaze, he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi smoking a dry pipe in his office and stealthily pulling out a crystal ball. With a thought, the scene shifted again, and he saw Shisui training in the forest of Naka River, fiercely swinging the ninja blade in his hand while muttering something. Emo slightly increased his attention, and those fragmented words instantly became clear, entering his ears as if they were right beside him. That hateful Ni-san broke his promise, I won't cook for you ever again. Mo's brows lowered slightly, and he immediately shifted the scene again. Uchiha Setsuna was holding a black book and flipping through it. The book as a whole looked somewhat yellowish, but it was quite well preserved. Both the front and back covers were pitch black. The covers looked like they had been cleaned by Setsuna, but a trace of dust still remained on them as if carved into the cover. I see, I never expected that my Uchiha clan would have such deep secrets. The little old man muttered to himself while flipping through the book. Emo withdrew his gaze, having a general understanding in his heart of the new ability provided by Second Brother ability. This ability was clearly the core ability of Second Brother ability, and experiencing it, both visually and audibly, left Emo exceptionally satisfied. At this thought, Emo instantly made a plan. He was going to do something he had long wanted to do, but hadn't had time for yet. Emo raised his head slightly, glanced at the sun, then identified the direction of the land of grass, and abruptly activated clairvoyance once again. His line of sight shuttled continuously until a straight bridge came into view, at which point Emo suddenly stopped. Immediately after, his line of sight slowly moved downward, beginning a search underground. Before long, a massive underground cavern appeared within Mo's field of vision. The cave was pitch dark inside, surrounded by smooth walls, clearly not formed naturally. Besides that, sitting deep inside the cave was a white-haired, withered-looking old man with long hair, and standing tall behind the old man was a gruesome monster. That monster had a texture like wood, with several closed eyes on its head. It was precisely the ghetto statue. And what Uchiha Emo was peeping at right now was Uchiha Madara, who had been hidden deep beneath the Canopy Bridge for decades. Emo stared for a moment, and seeing that Uchiha Madara was just dozing off, he prepared to withdraw his line of sight. But at the very moment he thought of this, Uchiha Madara, sitting on the wooden chair, suddenly opened his scarlet left eye and abruptly raised his head, looking right toward Uchiha Mo's line of sight. Chapter 69, Palpitations in the Eyes, Keki Toda. Toby, you are not allowed to stare at me while I'm sleeping next time. Eh? The white creature with a spiral-shaped head scratched its head in confusion, wanting to explain something, but Uchiha Madara had already closed his eyes and lowered his head again. Therefore it could only turn its head, and ask the white Zetsu beside it. Did I just stare at Madara? White Zetsu immediately responded, you don't even have eyes on your face, how would I know? Besides, Madara is so old. I heard that humans tend to get dementia when they get old. Maybe Madara has senile dementia. Hearing this, Toby touched his chin and nodded. So that's how it is. Then can people still shit when they get old? I don't think Madara has ever taken a shit. Emo slowly closed his eyes and withdrew his gaze. When Madara turned his head just now, he didn't dodge directly, but instead shifted the focus of his vision, landing it on the ghetto statue, and continued to monitor the situation inside the sinkhole with his peripheral vision. Uchiha Madara truly lived up to his name as a legendary ninja. Even though he was so old that walking took effort, he still possessed such powerful perception, or rather, intuition. Emo had previously observed many people using clairvoyance, Orochimaru, Danzo, Killer Bee, Hiruzen Sarutobi. But Uchiha Madara was the first person to detect his gaze. Old fellow. Mo frowned and let out a cold snort. His aura concealment when using clairvoyance was even more perfect than usual, but since even Uchiha Madara could detect it, subsequent experiments in the Pure Land and the Three Sage regions would have to be temporarily postponed, at least until his concealment ability reached the level of Waitsetsu. What a hassle! Uchiha Madara was one of the rare ninjas in the ninja world who possessed all 7 chakra natures, and he was also the existence that could bring Mo the greatest improvement in the ninja world currently. Most importantly, beneath the 6 paths, there was no existence whose fire release and yin-yang release levels were stronger than Madara's. Mo had once thought of forcing Nagato to summon the Gedo statue in advance to pull the tubes out of Madara, but considering later that this method obviously wouldn't yield proficiency, he naturally gave up on it. Furthermore, there was another difficulty in killing Madara now. Madara must arrange the Eye of the Moon plan before he could die. It wasn't that Mo worried about the plot collapsing and causing his advantage to disappear, but judging by the decay efficiency of the panel, there were probably 2 more layers of decay ahead. And along with this decay, the panel's requirements for proficiency providers were becoming increasingly harsh. Taking lightning release, which had long reached 50%, as an example, with the current lightning release proficiency, Mo's proficiency simply wouldn't increase unless he killed a lightning release proficient ninja who possessed at least Jonin level. Faced with this situation, Mo could not give up Otsutsuki Kagaya, the progenitor of chakra. Even if conditions permitted, Mo would proactively help Kagaya resurrect, increase the number of Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, and incidentally test whether the infinite Tsukuyomi could bring the ninja world to the standards of the final mission. The more he thought about the problems, the more there were. Mo let out an annoyed breath, rubbed his temples, and stopped thinking about it. But at the very moment Mo relaxed his mind, his eyes suddenly stained with a scarlet color, and then the 3 tomo spun rapidly. The black tomo quickly blurred into lines within the scarlet eyeballs and began to rapidly extend outward. Seeing that a new pattern was about to form, Mo instantly woke up. He felt the crazily rising ocular power within his body, and an extremely gloomy aura began to spread inside him. Whoosh! Mo immediately drew the Futsunomitama from his waist, using the gleaming blade to observe the changes in his eyes while mobilizing the chakra in his body to coordinate with the enhancement of his ocular power. The tomo spun, and just as an octagonal symmetrical pattern was about to completely form, the next moment, the pattern suddenly dissipated, turning back into 3 tomo, and its rotation speed was instantly cut in half. The rise of ocular power also stopped here, as if everything was just a farce. Mo stared at the reflection on the blade in some astonishment. After a moment, he finally reacted and sheathed the Futsunomitama back into its scabbard. Yin release proficiency, 52.13%. Yang release proficiency, 41.91%. What Mo could be certain of was that his ocular power level had definitely reached the strength of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his Yang release power was also sufficient to support the fusion of ocular power. His performance just now was definitely the normal manifestation of awakening the Mangekyo. But at the very last moment, all of this suddenly and inexplicably stopped. After pondering for a moment, Mo, having no clue, shook his head and stood up. Since my ocular power is enough, it's time to try certain things again. As he spoke, he stretched his muscles and bones. Then he used clairvoyance to inspect his surroundings. After confirming that no one was around, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. A short while later. Exclamation point. Mo suddenly opened his scarlet eyes, condensed fire release chakra in his body, raised his left hand, and at the same time, another extremely gloomy chakra instantly became active. The 2 completely different chakras quickly intersected within his body, and under Mo's control, they quickly entangled and fused together. Blaze release. Boom. With a low shout, pitch-black flames suddenly ignited in the palm of Mo's left hand. The black flames danced slowly, burning very quietly, completely unlike ordinary flames which were explosive, but the faint lethal aura they emitted was far superior to ordinary ones. Under the blessing of the fire control ability, the black flames were exceptionally obedient. The Tomo in Mo's eyes spun slowly as he stared expressionlessly at the black flames in his hand. Next, he was going to blend and integrate the chakra nature transformation of lightning release into the blaze release, thereby forming a Kekii Tota fused from fire release, In release, and lightning release. Mo had prepared for this training for a full year and a half. Theoretically speaking, what he lacked back then was only ocular power, or rather, the level of In release. And now, accompanied by his In release proficiency breaking through 50%, he could completely begin action. After observing for a while and confirming that the blaze release had completely stabilized, Mo extinguished the black flames in his hand, and then slowly mobilized the lightning release chakra. According to the proportion and the degree of lightning release nature transformation he had long probed, he tentatively brought the chakra into contact with the blaze release chakra. This time, the two were not clearly separated. The moment blue and black made contact, they violently entangled with each other. Along with Mo's continuous chakra output, the speed at which the two intersected became faster and faster, and the degree of entanglement deepened. Immediately afterward, a third, completely different chakra aura, distinct from fire release, lightning release, and In release, was born inside Mo's body. Scorching yet gloomy, explosive yet quiet. Mo didn't know how to describe this contradictory and eerie state, but he knew he had succeeded. And this Kekii Tota was exceptionally powerful. It wasn't just that the jutsu itself was powerful. In release, fire release, and lightning release were inherently the three chakra attributes with the highest quality in Mo's body, which made the fused Kekii Tota equally powerful. In release proficiency plus 1.54%. Fire release proficiency plus 0.93%. Lightning release proficiency plus 0.96%. Heh. Mo let out a soft laugh. The preparations of a year and a half finally succeeded today, and even he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Darkness release, crimson blaze. Boom, rumble. A muffled sound was like a suddenly blazing flame, or like rumbling thunder above the nine heavens. And accompanying this strange sound, the change occurred across Mo's entire arm. A pitch-black, ink-like substance was seen winding down from Mo's shoulder, flowing across his entire arm, until it reached and converged on Mo's palm, vibrating wildly in the shape of lightning. As it flowed, accompanied by crackling sounds like an electric arc, it trembled from time to time. It didn't look like lightning nor did it look like fire, but rather resembled burning lightning, or flames presented in the form of lightning. Chapter 70, Darkness Release. The air faintly rippled from the high temperature, and the powerful chakra aura made people's hearts surge. Mo stared at his palm with a focused expression, and he could feel a palpitating aura from it. Now was the time to inspect the results. As for how to inspect it, it was very simple for Mo. With a flick of his wrist, he dissipated his chakra, made a cross shape with his fingers, and instantly divided half of his own chakra outward. Shadow clone technique. Bang. Smoke burst out, and a shadow clone appeared accordingly. After a shadow clone died, it would transmit its tactile sensations and memories back to the main body, so it naturally became the best tool for Mo's experiments. The two Mo's looked at each other, and the shadow clone, already aware of its mission, nodded and took the initiative to walk directly in front of Mo Crimson Blaze. The black fire lightning appeared once again, and Mo mercilessly slammed his right hand fiercely toward the shadow clone. Pfft. Boom. Blood splattered and Mo's right arm instantly pierced through the entire chest of the shadow clone. The wound resembled that of a sharp weapon, but it also presented a texture like a melting candle. Then, white flames ignited on it, and Mo shifted his gaze, preparing to observe further. Bang. The shadow clone reached its limit, burst into smoke and dissipated. The memories were transmitted back to Mo's head, and he frowned, dissolving the chakra in his hands. Mo stood in place and slowly recalled the feeling just now. The offensive nature of this power was not like traditional lightning release or fire release, but rather like lightning equipped with high temperature or fire possessing sharpness. Just like its appearance. The piercing power was above lightning release, Chidori, and the paralysis effect was even stronger. The damage of the flames was also much higher than ordinary fire release, and the nature of that white flame seemed somewhat similar to blaze release. The flames of blaze release never went out, whereas that white flame was able to violently complete the entire combustion process in an instant, quickly dealing all the damage. Summarizing it, the conclusion drawn was that the new Kekii Toda not only inherited the advantages of lightning and fire simultaneously, but because of Een release, their respective traits had been optimized to a certain extent. Mo nodded with satisfaction, obviously feeling that his efforts had not been in vain. Under the blessing of these characteristics, any damage he caused would become exceptionally tricky. Lightning's piercing bonus could make fire's explosions easier to erupt inside the enemy's body, and moves like Scatter Fire Needle and Crimson Ray Spear could all benefit from this effect. Moreover, the burning and melting of fire could strengthen lightning's cutting and piercing damage, making the ninja blade attachment of Crimson Blaze even more lethal. Most importantly, with darkness release, he would no longer need to frequently switch between Chidori and Crimson Blaze to deal with different types of enemies in the future. Furthermore, fire control and lightning manipulation would allow him to command darkness releases, chakra-shaped transformation as smoothly as moving his own arm. After getting a rough understanding of his new abilities, Mo began experimenting with various ninjutsu of his own in the open space. To let Crimson Blaze fully unleash the power of darkness release, some adjustments still needed to be made to the places that were previously too biased towards fire release in the details. And he also needed to create a new ninjutsu that could completely unleash all the lethality of darkness release and be a finishing blow. Half a year slowly passed, and the time came to the 48th year of Konoha. Kumogakure indeed launched an even more frenzied offensive after Niyujito's death. From a surface perspective, the combination of Uchiha Mo and Minato Namikaze could completely suppress Kumogakure's high-end combat power from the front. However, Konoha, which theoretically held an absolute advantage at present, had not created much of an advantage. The reason for all this was none other than the fact that for some reason, shortly after that battle, Narashikaku suddenly ordered Mo and the two squads under his command not to approach the frontline battlefield on the grounds that Mo was currently Konoha's most important genius, and could not be lost. He only allowed Mo to bring the two squads to fight in the rear. Of course, although Mo did not know why this was, he was not some obedient, well-behaved child. After killing Yujito, the only ones on the entire Kumogakure front line worth bothering about were Killer B and the future fourth Raikage, A. Of course Mo couldn't avoid the front line, but for some reason, Killer B and A were very guarded against him. As long as Mo appeared around their battlefield, this pair of dark-skinned brothers would quickly retreat, not giving him a chance to strike at all. Helplessly, although Mo had never stopped trying over the past half-year, and even Minato Namikaze secretly tried to make the two stay upon seeing this, their determination to retreat was unusually firm, completely denying Mo the chance to make a move. Now half a year had passed, and Iwagakure had already declared war on Konoha. Although it was still in the probing stage, there really was no opportunity to be found on Kumogakure's side for the time being. Jonin walked around to avoid Mo, and killing Chunin and Genin yielded no benefits, so Mo took the initiative to apply to return to the village. In fact, anyone who had normally fought on the front line for more than 3 months needed to be recalled for rotation, but they all needed to actively fill out an application, and this was Mo's first time submitting an application. The application was quickly approved, and Team 7 was also requested to return together. Thus, Mo led his 6 team members onto the road back to the village. "We're finally going back. I feel like if I don't rest for a while, my body is going to fall apart." Kurina Yuhi stretched, humming softly and comfortably, while casting her gaze onto Mo. "Huh? Isn't it because you can't drink wine?" Abito scratched his head and asked in confusion. As the words fell, the space fell silent for a fraction of a second, and then Kurina Yuhi angrily turned her head, glaring at Abito. "It's not. Abito, if you talk nonsense again, I'll cut out your tongue." "Eh?" Abito trembled all over and hurriedly hid behind Rin Noera, muttering quietly. "Why so fierce? Didn't I tell the truth?" Kurina Yuhi let out a cold snort, turned her head back, and ignored him further. Rin Noera looked at Obito and comforted him gently. Alright, Obito, Kurenai is just trying to scare you, she won't really cut it out. Come out. On the other side, Asuma whispered a few words with Gecko Hayate, and then suddenly smiled and spoke loudly. We've worked hard for so long. After returning to the village, I'll treat everyone to barbecue. How about it? Are you coming? Yay. This lord won't. I'll go. Rin, you're going too. Then. Asuma, count me in too. Asuma turned his head to look at Kakashi, raising his chin slightly. Kakashi, what about you? Kakashi had one hand in his pocket, and was holding a book in the other, reading with his head lowered. Hearing Asuma's voice, he raised his head to glance at him, then turned his head back and said in a muffled voice. Sure. Asuma smiled and nodded, then turned to look in the direction of Uchiha Mo. After brewing for a moment and just as he was about to speak, Mo suddenly turned back to glance at him and said indifferently. Not going. Ah. Al. All right. Cough. Spee. Cough cough. Speaking of which, Teacher Mo seems to have any. Cough. Never attended any of our gatherings. Cough cough. Gecko Hayate leaned over to Asuma's side and muttered quietly, but because of his physical condition, it was really difficult for him to control his volume while speaking, so everyone heard this sentence. Emma was still walking at the very front without even turning his head, as if he hadn't heard this sentence at all. Kurenai Yuhi pursed her tender pink lips and explained. Maybe Mo doesn't really like this kind of occasion. Konoha, Uchiha clan compound. Setsuna placed the black-covered ancient book in his hand onto the table, and let out a long sigh. Making me find this ancient book at this time is simply divine will. Sure enough, the child Mo is that special person. Chapter 71, Sandame's Reward, Setsuna's Visit. Mo, you've worked hard. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi smoked a dry tobacco pipe, sitting behind the desk with a kind smile. Mo nodded at the old man without speaking, while Asuma immediately chimed in. Oh. Hokage-sama, we killed quite a few enemies this time. Mo-sensei has made such a huge contribution, and you did say there would be a reward. You wouldn't go back on your word, right? Having gone through more trials than in the original work, Asuma's mentality had matured quite a bit, and he even knew how to read the atmosphere when speaking now. Hiruzen Sarutobi laughed upon hearing this and replied. Ha ha ha. Naturally, this old man wouldn't go back on my word. In fact, I've already prepared it. With that, the third Hokage opened a drawer on the right side of the desk, took out a small scroll, and handed it towards Uchiha Mo, this is the catalogue of the village's forbidden techniques. Although your contributions are still a bit lacking, this old man believes your subsequent performance will surely make up for it. So think about which one you want to choose first, and tell this old man your answer before your next operation. Hearing this, Mo was somewhat surprised, stepped forward to take the scroll, glanced at it, and then put it into his ninja tool pouch. Although it was just a glance, Mo was certain that aside from immoral techniques like Edo Tensei, techniques such as multiple shadow clone, flying thunder god technique, and mutually multiplying explosive tags were all listed. In fact, Mo could roughly guess that the order on the Kumogakure battlefield half a year ago was mostly likely issued by Sandame. As for the purpose, it was very simple, fame. The most indispensable thing to become Hokage was fame, and Uchiha Mo's performance on the battlefield had even faintly surpassed Minato, clearly initially possessing the foundation to vie for the position of Hokage. Most importantly, Mo was not even 12 years old yet. That was why there was such an order to let his reputation cool down for a bit. Clearly, Sandame really didn't want any possibility of the Uchiha and the position of Hokage intersecting, even if it meant temporarily making concessions on the Kumogakure battlefield for this. Viewed this way, Sandame should be a smiling tiger full of malice and prejudice against the Uchiha. Therefore, Mo didn't actually expect to truly get this reward. However, whether judging from the previous invitation, or the uninhibited display regarding the reward at this moment, Sandaime seemed to genuinely appreciate and value Uchiha Mo, even if he was purely an Uchiha. This is a contradictory old man. This was Uchiha Mo's view. Weakness and toughness, timidity and bravery, prejudice and fairness, these contradictory and opposing things actually appeared on the same person at the same time. Perhaps it was because he wasn't old enough yet, and still retained some of the demeanor of a shinobi hero, or perhaps he was just putting on an act, being an insidious and cunning politician. But Uchiha Mo didn't care about any of this. After completing his reporting, he left the squad and embarked alone on the road back to the Uchiha clan's territory. More than half a year had passed. Mo stood on the streets of Konoha, looking out at the clan's territory. The Uchiha were still the same as before. Is that Mo? It really is. Mo is back. Mo, you're back. The brothers of the military police force prepared a drinking party tonight. Are you coming? Several men with the Uchiha clan crest embroidered on their shoulders immediately swarmed over after seeing Mo's figure. They all looked to be members of the Uchiha military police force. Kanzuya. What are you talking about? Mo is still a minor, how can he drink alcohol? Bah. What's the big deal? That brat Tekka is even a year younger than Mo. At worst, we'll just tell Yukumi, it'll be fine. Mo turned his head to glance at the crowd and replied in a flat tone. No, I still have things to do. With that, Mo turned and walked toward the gate of the clan's territory. Uchiha Shoshao was still the same as before, selling pancakes near the entrance of the clan's territory. In fact, the breakfasts of most children in the clan were undertaken by him. Even Mo hadn't patronized this Uchiha pancake shop less when he got up to train in the morning a few years ago. Therefore, most of the children in the clan knew this kind middle-aged uncle, and he often gave discounts to the children within the clan. At this moment, seeing Mo walk into the entrance, the man immediately picked up a pancake and waved his hand as if to say something. Mo glanced out of the corner of his eye, and upon seeing this scene, directly vanished from the spot with a swish. Uchiha Shoshao stood there in stunned silence, and only scratched his head after a long while. Am I that scary? On the other side, Mo had already returned to his own doorstep, but what first caught his eye was a spirited little old man. He wore a light white robe, draped with a black haori over his shoulders, and the Uchiha crest was patterned at the collar of the haori. His body was upright and his face, without deliberately making an expression, looked stern yet revealed a hint of majesty. However, the moment the little old man saw Uchiha Mo, the wrinkles on his face melted away like snow, revealing a kindly smile. Mo. Uchiha Mo walked up to him and nodded. Great Elder, is something the matter? Setsuna nodded and took out a black-covered book from behind him. There is indeed something. Mo glanced at it and immediately recognized it as the ancient book Setsuna was reading that day. Let's go inside to talk. With that, Mo stepped into the courtyard and knocked on the door. A short while later, the door opened with a click, and 7-year-old little Bean Shursui stood behind the door. Looking up to see his own older brother standing at the entrance, he instantly broke into a smile. Brother. You're back. Mo handed his ninja sword and ninja tool pouch at his waist to Shursui, and stepped into the house. Put the things away. The Great Elder is here too, go brew a cup of tea. Expressionless, Mo changed his shoes, walked over to the table in the living room and sat down. Setsuna followed closely behind and chimed in. No need to go through all that trouble, little Shursui can just pour me a cup of plain water. Okay. Shursui responded. Setsuna turned back, placed the black book on the table, and pushed it in front of Mo. Mo did not lower his head to look at the book, but instead looked at Setsuna with puzzlement. Setsuna took the water cup from Shursui's hands and took a gentle sip. No rush, was everything going smoothly on the battlefield? Mo withdrew his gaze and replied flatly, not bad, Kumogakure's strength is mediocre. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Setsuna gave a hearty laugh. After all, it's you. After saying that, he chuckled and shook his head, then continued. It's just that this battle of yours has made many young people in the clan even more agitated. Quite a few of them now feel that you might be able to succeed Hiruzen Sarutobi to become the fourth Hokage, improving the situation within the clan. What do you think? Setsuna smiled and looked into Mo's eyes. Children always like to deceive themselves with some naive fantasies. Mo still remained expressionless. Setsuna withdrew his gaze, with not much surprise on his face. All right, I will control the related public opinion a bit. Take a look at this book, and remember to use your Sharingan to look at it. Chapter 72, The Fated Savior, Yin-Yang Release and 6 Paths Forbidden Techniques. Mo lowered his head to glance at the black cover of the ancient book, picked it up, and didn't open it immediately. What is this? It fell off the bookshelf when I was looking for documents before. It looked unfamiliar, so I brought it home. After opening it, there was nothing inside except a bunch of incomprehensible runes. Once I suddenly thought that maybe I could try using the Sharingan. Anyway, you'll know once you look at it. If it's you, you'll definitely be able to see more content. Setsuna said, taking a sip of water, with a mysterious smile on his face. Mo looked away expressionless. Hearing halfway through, he roughly understood what was going on. Therefore, he didn't have much expectation left for the so-called ancient book in his hand. Swish! As the pages turned, Mo's eyes instantly took on a scarlet hue. In the primordial era, there was no concept of chakra in the world, and humans kept killing each other. Suddenly one year, the god tree descended upon the earth, and was worshipped by humans for generations. Swish! Mo turned the pages extremely fast. As he expected, this content was the stone tablet inscription tampered with by Black Zetsu to bewitch Uchiha Madara. But when it reached a certain page, the content changed. The goddess of Rabbit, pitying the suffering of the common people, in order to seek stability, divided her own power and wisdom before death. The powerful chakra and pupil power were directly bestowed upon her eldest grandson, Indra, while her wisdom turned into Indra's guide. Just like that, the 6 Paths sage's incomprehension made it impossible for Indra to complete his mission, but he still refused to give up, and could only engrave the method of saving the world on the stone tablet before he was on the verge of death. Uchiha Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression unchanged, but his mind spun rapidly. Almost instantly, he completely figured out Black Zetsu's scheme. Obviously, Black Zetsu had completely regarded Mo as Indra, and even pinned the Eye of the Moon plan on Mo. Continuing to flip through the book, Mo found that the content about the deception part had ended, and the content of the second half. Mo's eyes suddenly constricted, and his gaze firmly landed on the 3 large characters on the open page, Yin-Yang Release. Yin-Yang Release. Neither Yin Release nor Yang Release, but a complete Yin-Yang Release. One of the highest grade powers in the entire Hokage system. Nagato and Obito could use Yin-Yang Release to create chakra black rods, Madara could use Yin-Yang Release to create his own avatars of will, Naruto could use Yin-Yang Release to create new eyes for Kakashi and prolong the lives of Might Guy and Obito, and the 6 Paths Sage could even use Yin-Yang Release, creation of all things technique to divide the 10 tails into 9. Reference material, P.S. The only function of the power of Yang is to activate 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei. Uchiha Mo's mind settled. He looked at the remaining thickness and continued flipping backward, but when there were about 50 pages left, the content changed again. 6 Paths Forbidden Techniques. The so-called 6 Paths Forbidden Techniques were mostly jutsu reliant on the power of the Rinnegan. Not only did they possess powerful might, but they were also conducive to rapidly mastering the power of the Rinnegan. Techniques like the Outer Path, Samsara Tensei Technique, Chibaku Tensei, and Super Shinra Tensei were all considered basic 6 Paths Forbidden Techniques. Moving higher up, the 6 Paths, 10 Tails Coffin Seal, and Infinite Tsukuyomi that must be used to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and even the 6 Paths, Chibaku Tensei which required 2 people to activate, all belong to the category of 6 Paths Forbidden Techniques. In the original work, Obito also obtained these abilities from Madara's hands. And different from Yin-Yang release, which could be used to a certain extent as long as one's own Yin-Yang release level was strong enough, 6 paths forbidden techniques had to rely on the power of the Rinnegan to be successfully activated. Therefore, the existence of the Rinnegan was so important to Black Zetsu, Madara, and Obito. Because to successfully become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, one must possess the Rinnegan. Besides this, mastering 6 paths forbidden techniques was also conducive to enhancing the outer path power of the Rinnegan, which was the host's own strength. Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression revealing a hint of hesitation. Is this to make me believe the contents of the ancient book? However, when he turned another page, the subsequent content suddenly turned into completely incomprehensible garbled text, and not a single bit of content could be seen anymore. It's over. How much content can you see? Setsuna, sitting opposite, suddenly spoke up upon seeing this. Mo closed the book, his pair of scarlet pupils turning back into clean black, and he raised his head to reply. About a quarter of it is invisible. Setsuna nodded, as expected of you. When I saw that Indra's chakra would constantly reincarnate in his descendants, in other words, the Uchiha clan, I already used my full strength. Saying this, Setsuna pointed at the black ancient book on the table. In that case, this book will stay with you. Although this old man anticipated in advance that the fate of the Uchiha wouldn't be so simple, I didn't expect it to be like this. Forget it, at least this shows that you are indeed that special person. Mo looked at Setsuna, who was completely convinced and didn't reply. Obviously, due to the difference in the content seen, Setsuna still regarded him as an Indra Chakra reincarnation similar to Madara. However, Mo wasn't planning to argue either. Originally, he had no interest in playing role-play with Black Zetsu, but now he changed his mind. A trace of a smile appeared on Setsuna's face as he stood up. With this old man can completely rest assured. If you have any demands regarding the clan in the future, just tell this old man directly. Also, regarding the matter you mentioned before, I think it's about time to start building momentum. Mo nodded. Seeing this, Setsuna turned around with peace of mind and walked towards the entrance. Seeing this, Shursui spoke up to ask him to stay. Great Elder, are you leaving just like this? That's right. You and Mo haven't seen each other for a long time, right? I'm returning him to you, little Shursui. Setsuna joked with a chuckle, and then opened the door and left. Click. The door closed again, and Mo turned his head to look at Shursui. Shursui, it's time to cook. Humph. I don't want to. Shursui walked over to sit opposite Mo, turning his head away as if sulking. An older brother who doesn't keep his promises doesn't deserve to enjoy the delicious food made by his younger brother. Hee hee. Uchiha Mo stared at the sulking Shursui, and suddenly let out a light chuckle, then raised his right hand to cover Shursui's head, and rubbed it twice. Next time I take action, I'll bring you along. Really? Shursui turned his head back and asked somewhat suspiciously. Mo nodded, really. As his voice fell, Shursui revealed a smile. All right then, I'll trust Ni-san one more time. Saying this, he got up, broke free from Mo's big hand, and quickly ran into the kitchen. Before long, he brought out a table full of dishes with excellent appearance. Obviously, even if Mo didn't make this promise, Shursui had actually already prepared lunch long ago. No one spoke at the dining table, and the two brothers quickly finished their lunch. Shursui was about to get up to clean up the dining table when Mo suddenly spoke up to stop him. Shursui, that letter and scroll I had the crow give you some time ago, did you read them? Chapter 73, Yin-Yang Release. Undercurrents surge in the dark. Time slowly passed. During these days, Uchiha Mo rested and regrouped in the village, waiting for the opportunity for his next move. At this point, the Third Shinobi World War was about to usher in its climactic stage. Nowadays, Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village were fighting tooth and nail in the land of hot springs, while the battlefield between Kumogakure and the land of wind on the other side was intensifying due to Raza making a move. In addition, Iwagakure and Konoha had begun continuous probing at the border, showing faint signs of a full-scale outbreak. To avoid losing the initiative, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi had dispatched most of the effective combat power and Jonin reserved in the village to the Iwagakure front. At this time, apart from the combat power permanently stationed in the village by various major clans, only Orochimaru and a few Jonin, who had just retreated from the front line, could still be called high-end combat power. On the other side, Hidden Mist, upon discovering earlier that Tsunagakure was steadily retreating under Kumogakure's offensive, also wanted a piece of the pie. They set out by sea and invaded Tsunagakure, but as soon as the battle began, Hidden Mist encountered a fierce counterattack, and the leader Pakura became famous as a result. The situation in the ninja world was becoming increasingly tense and anxious, but this was exactly what Uchiha Emo wanted. Russell. Emo sat in the study, intently flipping through the black ancient book, his crimson three-tomo Sharingan spinning slowly. Yin-Yang Release, a special ability containing the power of creation. It seemed as unattainable as the stars in the sky, but after researching for this period of time, Emo already had a set of his own understandings. Although in terms of level, Yin-Yang Release surpassed the Kekii Toda, second only to the bloodline snare formed by the fusion of 7 attributes. But if Yin Release and Yang Release were regarded as other ordinary 5-element attributes, then Yin-Yang Release could be understood as a special bloodline limit formed by the fusion of Yin Release Chakra and Yang Release Chakra. The characteristic of this special bloodline limit of Yin-Yang Release was creation. The boundary of this power depended on the caster's own level of Yin-Yang Release, and the way they utilized Yin-Yang Release, and its application could also be understood as Yin-Yang Release secret techniques. According to the records of this ancient book, there were mainly 2 ways to acquire Yin-Yang Release. One was to activate it through the power of the Rinnegan, Nagato, Madara, and Obito all activated Yin-Yang Release based on this method. The second was that ninjas with profound attainments in Yin Release and Yang Release could acquire the power of Yin-Yang Release through specific methods. The way Madara drove Yin-Yang Release after losing the Rinnegan, and Naruto driven by the power bestowed by the Six Paths Sage were similar to this. This specific method and how to drive and exert the power of Yin-Yang Release were the key points regarding Yin-Yang Release in this book. Although Mo did not know what level the Yin-Yang Release secret technique given by Black Zetsu to Madara was, Mo dared to assert that the one in his hands, solely in terms of the method of controlling Yin-Yang Release, was definitely more complete and advanced than the one in Madara's hands. Before becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the limit of Madara's utilization of Yin-Yang Release was relying on White Zetsu to create an avatar that inherited his own will. However, the method recorded in the book in Mo's hands could theoretically create a life out of thin air completely. Even with sufficient level, it was not impossible to condense truth-seeking orbs through one's own cultivation. Although it was still far from the feat of the Six Paths Sage dividing the 10 tails into 9, it was not much worse compared to Uzumaki Naruto, who possessed the Sage mode. But before that, the difficulty in front of Mo was acquiring the power of Yin-Yang Release. The level of his 2 release jutsus had undoubtedly reached a quite high degree, but when facing this situation, it could only be barely enough. If the proficiency of Yang Release reaches 50%, it should be possible to start trying steadily. Just as he was pondering, the study door suddenly opened with a creak. Shursui stepped in, closed the door, and then placed a cup of tea on the table in front of Mo. "Ni-san, it's time to eat. Stop reading." Mo glanced at Shursui, nodded, closed the black book, and then picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. "Speaking of which, has Ni-san chosen which forbidden jutsu to take?" A smile appeared on Shursui's face, as he asked with some curiosity. Uchiha Mo put the teacup back on the tabletop, turned around and walked toward the door, replying, "I choose the Flying Thunder God technique." Konoha had quite a lot of forbidden jutsus, and their types covered many aspects, but Mo almost had no hesitation at all. It was not that the Flying Thunder God technique had anything special, in fact, not a single one of these forbidden jutsus was what Mo truly wanted himself. In his view, none of these jutsu suited his own combat style, and choosing the Flying Thunder God was just to increase the channels for acquiring proficiency. In the ninjutsu system of Naruto, ninjas proficient in space-time abilities were simply too rare. Aside from Obito, Tobirama, and Minato, only those with the Rinnegan and the Otsutsuki clan possessed related abilities. Judging from Mo's current understanding of proficiency, this proficiency was likely to be the hardest to improve in the future. Therefore, choosing the Flying Thunder God technique was also born from his idea of making up for some gaps through his own cultivation. Somewhere within the land of fire to the west of Konoha. Rest in place, recover your energy, and make a move tomorrow. This time, we must make Konoha pay the price. An old female voice sounded, carrying a certain firm determination. Yes. The surroundings immediately gave a neat response and then fell into silence. Land of grass, beneath the Canopy Bridge. Lord Madara, these are the movements of the ninja world recently. The white-haired, withered old man nodded. The timing is almost right. Konoha is about to fight on multiple fronts, and its military strength will inevitably be diluted by then. You go figure out the movements of Iwagakure's Umbu, and prepare to transmit some intelligence to them when I need it. Take a few more white Zetsu over to Hidden Mist as well, scout for intelligence first, and do not act arbitrarily. As for Obito, add another white Zetsu there, and try not to let this idiot contact Uchiha Mo anymore. With the intensity of the upcoming war, that brat Hiruzen Sarutobi won't let Uchiha Mo play house games with a few kids anymore, but try to avoid the two of them meeting in the village. Understood. The white Zetsu, whose body was covered in tree branches, buried half its body in the mud and nodded. Has Obito already been selected? But according to your words, Madara, isn't Uchiha Mo's talent even better? Tobi, the white Zetsu with a swirl-shaped head, touched its chin, and tilted its head in confusion. Uchiha Madara glanced at it and responded calmly. Idiot, I never said Uchiha Mo was a candidate. There has only been Obito as a candidate from beginning to end. Uchiha Mo is too much like me, a person like this can never be controlled by others. The reason I paid attention to him earlier was simply because I worried he would grow too fast, and Nagato would be unable to keep him in check after my death. Fortunately, Nagato is truly the individual I carefully selected, successfully dispelling this concern for me. As Madara spoke, as if thinking of some scenario, his toothless mouth suddenly raised into a slightly terrifying arc. Obito is different. From the bottom of his heart, he is filled with kindness and love for this world. When this trait appears on an Uchiha, it can very easily transform into the deepest hatred. But even so, Obito himself will not become difficult to control because of hatred. He cannot escape the savior's phantom dream I wove myself. A person like this is the most suitable candidate. Chapter 74, Crazy Sunagakure Ninja. Naive Fugaku and Uchiha. Jonin Uchiha Mo. Sunagakure's elite forces somehow bypassed the border defense lines and entered the Land of Fire, and are now rapidly approaching from the west of the village. It is an emergency. Please hurry over to the village gates and assemble. Lord Orochimaru has already gathered the remaining ninja in the village, and is waiting at the gates. It is an emergency. Please set off immediately. An Umbu ninja hurriedly burst into Uchiha Mo's home, and after speaking, quickly vanished using body flicker. This? Shursui turned his head toward his older brother with some doubt. Uchiha Mo slightly raised his eyes, expressionlessly turned around, picked up the Futsunomitama placed on the weapon rack, and hung it around his waist. It is finally here. The Battle of Kikyoko Pass. This was a battle with very few descriptions in the Third Shinobi World War, yet it posed arguably the greatest threat to Konoha. Kikyoko Pass was a strategic pass to the west of Konoha. With a ninja's pace, a round trip took only half a day. Therefore, this battle was often referred to as the Konoha Protection War. Yakushi Kabuto and Yamato officially entered Konoha right after this battle ended, and in the original timeline, Danzo and Orochimaru also used this battle to obtain a large number of orphans for experiments. Since the original work depicted it far too little, Uchiha was not very clear about the cause of this battle. He only knew that it happened around the 48th year of Konoha, which was after Konoha officially went to war with Kumogakure and Tsunagakure. Therefore, when he applied to return to the village this time, he actually had this idea in mind, but Uchiha did not expect to wait for it so easily. Uchiha glanced at the panel, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. Blue, 52.13% plus 25.87%. Unlocked ability, invisibility. Second stage, ability unlocked when both items reach 30%, traceless. Let's go, Shursui, come with me. As the words fell, Shursui suddenly became excited. Is that okay? Can I finally fight side by side with my brother? Uchiha turned back to look at Shursui and raised an eyebrow. Remember the fastest novel site on the net 101 Kenshu net for entertainment, 101kks.com super smooth. Don't want to go? Then I'll leave first. You are not allowed to run. I'm going. Shursui immediately gave a loud response, and then quickly ran into his own room. After just 3 breaths, a fully prepared Shursui appeared at the door with a smile. Let's go. I can't wait to give Ni-san a big surprise. A small arc curved the corners of Uchiha-mo's mouth as he lifted his foot and walked out of the house, with Shursui hurriedly stepping up to follow. The two brothers soon arrived near the main gate of Konoha. However, what first drew Uchiha-mo's attention was not Orochimaru, but a group of figures with the Uchiha clan crest printed on their shoulder sleeves, and wearing the uniform of the Uchiha military police force. Uchiha-mo's footsteps paused slightly. His handsome face remained expressionless, but the black in his eyes seemed to become even deeper. Ni-san. Shursui instantly saw that his older brother was a little angry, and immediately called out with worry. Uchiha raised his hand to rub Shursui's head, then quickly walked out of the gate. The sound of footsteps attracted the attention of some people, who immediately turned around and greeted them warmly upon seeing who had come. You came too. With you taking action, it looks like Tsunagakure is going to be in big trouble this time, hee. Ha 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 ha. Let these ignorant sandworms know just how powerful our Uchiha are. Uchiha nodded, not intentionally responding, but instead quickly walked over to the leading man. Since Orochimaru's side was still waiting for personnel to assemble and assign tasks, the team still needed some time to prepare, and no one paid attention to the situation on the other side. Fugaku looked at Uchiha and nodded in a signaling manner. Who told Uchiha to come? Uchiha slightly furrowed his brow. He clearly remembered that the protagonist of this battle should have been Orochimaru, which was also the pillar of his full confidence during the competition for the 4th Hokage. Accumulated achievements plus such a battle saving Konoha from fire and water, in terms of achievements, Orochimaru was indeed much higher than Minato. Uchiha Fugaku immediately responded, crossing his arms and saying in a steady voice. The internal defense of the village is empty right now, and it is bound to be difficult to withstand Tsunagakure's offensive. Right now is the best time to make contributions. Sandaime just talked to me, and I think this is an opportunity for the Uchiha. Talked. Uchiha stared into Fugaku's eyes and asked. Did he ask the Uchiha to take action? This, he said, the village is very dangerous now, and the Uchiha and the village are one. Did he promise the Uchiha benefits? Sandaime said, as long as there is an opportunity, the future of the Uchiha and Konoha will definitely get better and better. As the words fell, the air fell silent for a moment. Uchiha stared into Fugaku's eyes, a faint scarlet color flashing in his eyes. Take the Uchiha back. Perhaps Sandaime really wanted to find an opportunity to improve relations with the Uchiha, but the Uchiha's stake was too small, and Uchiha did not want to gamble with him. Since he had already thought of a way out long ago, Uchiha had no intention of wasting effort playing mind games with the Konoha higher-ups. Even if Sandaime did not advocate harming the Uchiha, in Uchiha-mo's view, this timid old man would never give the Uchiha, this sharp double-edged sword, the treatment they deserved. M.O. Fugaku showed a troubled expression, and wanted to say something more. But Uchiha M.O. had already lost his patience, his eyes suddenly turned scarlet, 3 tomo spun out, and surging pupil power gathered in his brain as he prepared to strike. Pat. At that moment, a hand suddenly rested on Uchiha Mo's shoulder. Uchiha M.O. expressionlessly turned his head, and a long-faced man with short black hair was standing behind him with a smile. It was Uchiha Yahweh. In the generation above Uchiha M.O., Yahweh was considered a typical Uchiha genius. Now only 18 years old, he already held a high position in the Uchiha military police force. In fact, Uchiha M.O. had long noticed that this person was standing behind him, but after all, he was just an ordinary jonin, so he didn't pay too much attention. He just didn't expect that he would dare to intervene in his conversation with Fugaku. M.O., don't be so nervous. The clansmen stay in the village every day and their bodies are almost rusting. It's time to let us get some fresh air, Yahweh said with a smile. As the words fell, a response also came from the Uchiha team. That's right. They are just a bunch of sandworms and pose no threat to the Uchiha at all. M.O., you don't have to worry. M.O., are you worried that someone among us will surpass your battle record after going to the battlefield? Don't worry, even if someone can do it, you are still our Uchiha's #1 genius. Ha 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 ha. Kainai, you guy, aren't you too confident? Surpass Mo's battle record. You really dare to say that? Everyone spoke one after another, and the atmosphere on the scene instantly became lively. As ninjas, many people heard the conversation between Fugaku and Uchiha M.O. But the Uchiha were after all the Uchiha. When emotionality, extremism, paranoia, xenophobia, and arrogance, several traits are gathered in one body, it is hard to expect such an ethnic group to have a high political cognition. Therefore, they only thought that Uchiha M.O. was worried about the decline of the clan's combat power. Even Fugaku, who realized what Uchiha M.O. meant, still felt in his heart that M.O. was thinking too much, leaning more toward what he himself believed. Looking at the still naive clansman, Uchiha Mo's eyes changed back to clean black, and he expressionlessly stepped back to Shirsue's side. Chapter 75, Battle of Kikyo Pass. Chiyo's welcome gift. Set out. At Orochimaru's command, the entire massive force instantly began moving rapidly toward the west. The Uchiha clan was also among the ranks, and the two brothers Uchiha M.O. and Uchiha Shirsue were positioned at the very front of the formation. Shirsue's face carried a hint of excitement. This was his first time participating in a war in the true sense, and he was even fighting side by side with his own elder brother, which made Shirsue's fighting spirit exceptionally high. Orochimaru glanced back at M.O., the corners of his mouth curling up as he said in a hoarse voice. M.O.-kun, Tsunagakure has numerous puppet masters, and the force attacking this time also includes a puppet corps. This battle will rely heavily on your swordsmanship. Traditional puppet masters were limited by chakra strings, and combined with the fact that the insides of puppets were almost entirely mechanical structures, they were very easily destroyed by ninja blades. Therefore, experts skilled in swordsmanship could be said to be the natural enemies of traditional puppet masters. Orochimaru himself could also be considered a swordsmanship expert, so his understanding of this counterrelationship was very thorough. However, for some reason, before his defection, he had never displayed his talent in this aspect. Uchiha M.O. still advanced silently with a poker face, ignoring Orochimaru's attempt at conversation. On the other side, in the Land of Fire, a large number of figures continuously shuttled through the woods, and at the very front of the procession were two aged figures. One of them had light purple short hair, while the other had his head wrapped in beige sandproof bandages. Just as Orochimaru had said, the invading Tsunagakure elite was precisely the puppet corps led by Chiyo and Ebizo. Most Kumogakure ninjas were skilled in swordsmanship, which was unfavorable for puppet masters to play their role. Coupled with the fact that wind release had a counter effect on lightning release, on the other battlefield, most of the ninjas mobilized by Tsunagakure to participate in the battle were ninjutsu-type ninjas, leaving the puppet masters naturally free. Elder sister, the intelligence obtained previously said that the blood ninja brat has returned to the village. This fellow's swordsmanship seems very strong. If we encounter him later, I will deal with him. Ebizo turned his head, a pair of hollow-like eyes falling on Chio by his side. Skilled in swordsmanship. Looks like it will be a very annoying brat. Chio said, frowning, evidently recalling some unpleasant memories. In that case, you just hold back that brat, and I will be responsible for holding back Orochimaru. According to the intelligence obtained, the ninja forces remaining within Konoha are not much. As long as the puppet corps destroys Konoha's army, no matter how strong Orochimaru and the blood ninja brat are by then, it will be of no use. Chio nodded and gave her conclusion. Hearing this, Ebizo raised another question. Remembering the intelligence he had inexplicably obtained, he said somewhat hesitantly. Although the action has already begun, this intelligence. Elder sister, I'm worried that the Sunagakure ninjas are being used by others. Ebizo was not only Chio's younger brother, but also a well-known wise man within Sunagakure. At this point, it doesn't matter even if we are being used. The damage Sunagakure suffered at the hands of Kumogakure must be reclaimed from Konoha. Otherwise, the village's interests in this war will definitely suffer. Chio's tone was firm, and she gave her response instantly, obviously having thought this issue through long ago. Ebizo nodded upon hearing this and said no more, the procession advancing silently. Soon, a large mountain standing across the ground appeared in everyone's field of vision. The mountain's elevation was not very high, but it was very long, lying on the ground like a centipede. It's Kikyo Pass. Everyone accelerate. Crossing this mountain will lead straight to Konoha's headquarters. Chio shouted loudly, then took the lead to accelerate. Seeing this, the people behind followed suit. However, when they rushed to the mountainside, a dark mass of figures had already crossed the peak line and charged downward toward the Sunagakure forces. Damn it! Konoha's reaction is actually this fast. Chio cursed inwardly, quickly drawing a scroll from her waist, and then swishing it open to float in the air, bringing her hands together to gather chakra. In the blink of an eye, 10 white figures successively crawled straight out from the scroll, floating in front of Chio, and a powerful chakra aura rippled outward accordingly. Ebizo's figure shook. Is she actually going to use the 10 Chikamatsu puppets directly? Heh. Chio chuckled lightly and quickly flicked her 10 fingers. For the welcome gift to the Konoha allies, naturally we must use the best gift to entertain them. As she spoke, 3 of the 10 white figures quickly flew to the front of the Sunagakure puppet corps, forming a triangle formation stacked together. Then, the mouths of these 3 puppets quickly split open, revealing red characters inside. Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. Seeing this, the puppet corps quickly retreated along a line from the puppets' standing positions, their movements crisp and neat. Puppet technique, 3 treasures vacuum destruction. Chio shouted loudly, and the 3 puppets instantly raised their hands to form hand seals, after which a terrifying suction force erupted from the gaps in the middle of the triangle formation. Whoa! What is this? Didn't they say the enemy are puppet masters? Why is there such a strong wind release ninja? The ninjas remaining inside Konoha varied in quality, and under Chio's sudden attack, they instantly lost their composure. One by one, they could only try their best to grab the surrounding rocks to barely avoid being sucked away. However, under this kind of offensive, they probably wouldn't be able to last long, and collapse was only a matter of time. At a critical moment, a not-so-tall figure suddenly leaped over the peak. Without caring at all about his body being tossed by the strong suction force, he rapidly flipped his hands in front of him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Accompanied by a low shout, he abruptly spat out a massive fireball. Then, under the suction force of the wind release, the fireball's speed surged drastically, and its scale expanded nearly twofold in an instant. Not good. Chio's expression changed drastically, and she pulled her right hand back, attempting to control the puppets to stop the chakra output, but it was obviously too late. Boom. The massive fireball instantly blasted a large crater on the surface, and the 3 white puppets were violently blown away as a result. Ah! We're saved. Scared me to death. I thought we were going to meet our doom before even seeing the enemy. Clack! That figure landed steadily and turned back to reveal an excited smile. Along with a series of swish-swish sounds, young men with black hair, and the Uchiha clan crest tattooed on their shoulders appeared behind Shisui. Not bad at all, Shisui. You haven't shamed the name of the Uchiha clan. As expected of Mo's younger brother, Shisui. This kind of fire release power is not even inferior to mine. Hee hee. Shisui scratched the back of his head, the smile on his face becoming even brighter. Swish. Uchiha Mo's figure suddenly appeared beside Shisui. He crossed his arms and looked down expressionlessly at Chiyo below, who was gathering her mutilated puppets. Ni-san. Shisui called out excitedly. Mo turned his head to glance at him and responded indifferently. Not bad. Chapter 76, Kill. Traceless unlocked. Shisui nodded with satisfaction and opened his mouth to speak, but Mo immediately spoke again, saying, "Pay attention to the battlefield situation yourself." As his voice fell, Uchiha Mo drew the long sword at his waist and swooped down toward the Sunagakure forces below. Fire release, crimson blaze of flame thunder blade. Chakra was rapidly injected into Futsuno Matama by Mo, and a dense black light instantly dyed the gleaming blade. This was precisely the move that Uchiha Mo had modified from Fire Release, Crimson Blaze, Blood Blade, based on the adaptability of Darkness Release. As for its power and effects. Swish! Mo hadn't advanced far before a puppet draped in a black robe rapidly rushed toward him with 2 steel blades spinning in its hands. Uchiha style, sword leap flame. Flipping his wrist, Mo slashed through the air, and a dense black streak instantly burst forth. Pfft! The puppet quickly raised its double blades to block in front of itself, but in an instant, the black streak cut through the 2 steel blades effortlessly like a hot knife through tofu, and then glided unobstructed across the puppet's main body. Crack! Whoosh! The puppet was split into 2 smooth halves, losing its momentum and falling toward the ground. However, before it could hit the ground, 2 white flames suddenly blazed up, instantly burning the puppet into ashes, and even melting the steel blades into molten iron. This. What kind of swordsmanship is this? The Sunagakure ninja controlling the puppet wore a look of terror, frantically rummaging through his ninja tool pouch, trying to take out a spare puppet from the ceiling scroll. The pinnacle of orthodox puppeteers was someone like Chiyo, who could use 10 fingers to control 10 powerful puppets, but obviously, for most puppeteers, being able to control a single puppet as smoothly as an extension of their own arm was already considered entering the fold. However, Mo was not going to give him that opportunity. A streak of black light flashed by, and the puppeteer fell to the ground, his head severed from his body, and began to burn violently, reducing to a pile of ashes in no time. Yet Mo didn't even look back, his figure shifting as he continued charging toward Chiyo's direction. Wind style, great breakthrough. A strong gale suddenly struck from his side, looking as though it was about to smash solidly into Uchiha Mo, but he suddenly bent his knees, tapped his toes, flipped up, and gracefully dodged it. What a fast reaction! Ebizo was startled inwardly, vaguely raising his vigilance. He closely stared at the steadily landing Uchiha Mo, watching him slowly raise his head to look over before abruptly lowering his line of sight to focus on Mo's torso. Uchiha brat, your opponent is this old man. Mo's expression was calm as he shook his blade and turned his head to scan the surroundings. On the battlefield, the armies of Konoha and Sunagakure had completely engaged in close combat, with Shisui following Uchiha's team searching for enemies everywhere, while Chiyo took the initiative to seek out Orochimaru. Old fogey, since you're in such a rush to hold your funeral, I'll kindly send you off. Mo turned his head back, his pair of clean dark eyes instantly turning into a crimson color, with 3 pitch-black tomo lying within the blood red, slowly spinning. As his voice fell, Uchiha Mo's figure instantly sprinted wildly toward Ebizo. The fire on this fellow's blade is weird, we can't let him get close. Ebizo had witnessed the puppeteer's death the entire way, and thus was extremely wary of Uchiha Mo's darkness release. Making up his mind, Ebizo rapidly retreated while quickly starting to form hand signs. Wind release, dust whirlwind. After finishing the hand signs, Ebizo stopped his steps, crouched down, pressed both hands on the ground, and chakra surged in wildly. In a split second, a fierce wind sweeping up sand and dust rushed out from the ground where Ebizo's two palms touched, sweeping straight toward Uchiha Mo. The speed of the sandstorm was extremely fast, reaching Mo's surroundings in practically a breath, and then the sand and dust circled around to form a violent sandstorm. Yet Uchiha Mo didn't even look, simply bending his legs and leaping fiercely. Under the blessing of the overwhelming force, Mo's body flew high into the air at extreme speed, brushing past the rising top of the sandstorm and flying out. Humph. Naive brat, you're still too green after all. Ebizo sneered, suddenly raising both hands, and then revealing the palms that had been covered by the sand and dust. Above them, there were impressively two shuriken wrapped in wind release chakra spinning rapidly. Wind release, shuriken. Ebizo fiercely hurled the two shuriken toward Uchiha Mo, who had nowhere to leverage force in midair, and then his hands began to form hand signs rapidly once more, that pair of aged hands actually faintly leaving afterimages in the air. In almost merely half a breath. Wind release, vacuum wave. The shuriken had barely traveled halfway when Ebizo clapped his hands together, puffed out his chest, and fiercely spat a sharp, narrow gale toward Uchiha Mo. There was wind release, shuriken in front and vacuum wave in the back, and Uchiha Mo was in midair unable to leverage force. Even if he used his ninja sword or ninjutsu to neutralize the offensive of wind release, shuriken head-on, the ensuing opening would inevitably face the vacuum wave. And this was the fatal move Ebizo had prepared. It seemed like an extremely dangerous situation, but Mo suddenly curved the corners of his mouth. You actually want to show off combat skills in front of me? I'll let you witness the art of the Uchiha. The tomo in his eyes spun slowly, staring at the wind release, shuriken that had reached his chest, and he suddenly put away the darkness release chakra on Futsunomitama, the black light instantly dissipating along with it. Clang! The next moment, the shuriken had reached his body, and the sharp wind release chakra collided with the blade, bursting out a series of dense sparks. Immediately after, the second wind release, shuriken positioned in front of the vacuum wave slashed fiercely toward Uchiha Mo's legs. Mo's eyeballs rolled, and he suddenly retracted his legs. While spitting out wind blades, Ebizo stared closely at Uchiha Mo in midair, and seeing this action of his, a trace of mockery instantly rose in his heart. Heavy art of the Uchiha. Ignorant brat, even if you dodge the second shuriken, you will definitely die facing the subsequent vacuum wave. The cutting power of vacuum wave was extremely strong. Danzo had once used this move to directly break open Sasuke's second stage Susanoo. Even though Ebizo's mastery of wind release couldn't compare to Danzo's, he had absolute confidence in instantly severing a ninja's fragile physical body. However, the next moment, Ebizo abruptly widened his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. Just as that shuriken was passing the soles of Uchiha Mo's feet, he suddenly and precisely tapped his toes toward the core position of the shuriken. In Ebizo's shocked gaze, that shuriken actually stopped just like that. It was the chakra adhesion technique. Uchiha Mo condensed chakra on his toes, and actually directly utilized the chakra adhesion technique to stop the wind release, shuriken at the soles of his feet. Following closely, Futsunomitama suddenly blazed with a dense black light. Pfft! Mo's reverse-gripped long sword slashed upward, cutting the shuriken into two halves. White flames ignited on the split shuriken, turning them into molten iron in an instant. Dense black flames ignited without warning on the wind blades around the shuriken at Mo's feet, and then burned increasingly fiercely with the momentum of the wind. Returning it to you. Mo flicked his right foot upward, taking advantage of the momentum to fling it toward Ebizo. Scorch release, shuriken. The shuriken collided with the vacuum wave and instantly cut it open. Then, under the blowing of the fierce wind, the black flames burned even more violently. Ebizo's expression changed drastically, hurriedly stopping his chakra output and dodging backward. The chakra adhesion technique can actually be used like this. Mo merely sneered, the corners of his mouth hooking into a mocking arc, as his hands rapidly formed a few signs. Ninja art, shuriken shadow clone technique. As his voice fell, that shuriken instantly split into 2, then 4. In just a split second, the all-inclusive scorch release, shuriken blasted down toward Ebizo like a torrential rain of pear blossom needles. Splat! An arm was severed and black flames stained his body, but before Ebizo could emit a miserable scream, even more shuriken descended right after. Splat! 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 Wind release proficiency plus 4.21% / unlocked new ability, Traceless. Step. Mo landed steadily, stood up, glanced at Ebizo who was about to turn into ashes, and spoke expressionlessly. Slaughtered one first. Feasibility reference for chakra-attached shuriken stacked with shadow clone. Chapter 77, Shursui's Change, Battling Chiyo. Shadow clone shuriken technique was originally an A-rank ninjutsu created by the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, but for some reason, the ninjutsu scroll given to Uchiha Mo by Setsuna clearly recorded this technique. During his previous training, Uchiha Mo had also successfully learned this technique. However, as his combat style gradually took shape, the role of ninja tools gradually diminished. However, after cooperating with Ebizo's wind style, shuriken, to unleash the blaze release version of the scorching release shuriken, Uchiha Mo developed some new ideas about this technique. Yet, after all, this was on the battlefield. Uchiha Mo could only temporarily put the matter behind him. After scanning the battle situation, he turned and rushed toward Chiyo's position. Shursui, thank you so much. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd be disabled for the rest of my life. Uchiha Kanzuya let out a long sigh of relief, speaking with a somewhat embarrassed tone of gratitude. Shursui had no heart to respond. He gripped his kodachi tightly and leaped up swiftly, dodging a downward slash from the heavy puppet's giant blade, and then swung out a streak of flames to cut off the chakra strings behind the puppet. Immediately afterward, the puppet began to lose strength and fall. Shursui smoothly landed on the puppet's shoulder, fiercely plunging his blade into the back of its neck, and unleashed lightning release chakra at the edge of the blade, completely destroying the puppet's internal structure. The puppet twitched twice and was directly scrapped. Only then did Shursui steady himself, turn back and laugh. It's good that you're all right, brother Kanzuya. Kanzuya had just been besieged by 2 puppets, and in a moment of carelessness, he was almost cleaved to death by this heavy puppet. At the critical moment, Shursui used the body flicker technique to rescue Kanzuya, preventing him from being directly injured. As his voice fell, Shursui used the body flicker technique to rush toward the Sunagekure ninja, who was attempting to pull out another puppet. Kanzuya looked at Shursui's back, feeling momentarily dazed. The same genius. This pair of brothers and that. They are really too similar. Shursui was only 7 years old now, yet the strength he displayed was already comparable to a special jonin. More importantly, Shursui's combat intuition was exceptionally acute. On Mount Kikyo at this moment, there were hardly a few people who could surpass him in battle achievements. Shursui thus wandered around the battlefield, ensuring his own safety while also providing assistance to many clansmen, greatly reducing the Uchiha clan's losses. Even though Uchiha Mo did not intentionally guide him, Shursui still inevitably developed a huge difference from his original self. After all, the education that had the greatest impact on a child was a role model. Under the inadvertent influence of his role model, Uchiha Mo, Shursui became much more concerned about the clan, cared about his clansmen, and understood the Uchiha clan than in the original timeline. Even though he still felt that the thoughts of many clansmen were too extreme and arrogant, these seemed to count for nothing compared to his own elder brother. And since an elder brother who seemed so cold was actually a warm person, how cold could these clansmen really be? Thank you, Shursui. You really saved my life, thank you so much, Shursui. Hee Shursui, my little girl is also this year. Shui is really not a bit worse than Mo back then. After receiving gratitude from many clansmen, Shui became even more firm in his thoughts. The Uchiha clan was a clan filled with love, but ultimate love was too soft and required the protection of an outer shell. Therefore, the clansmen were merely somewhat guarded against outsiders. It was others who did not understand the Uchiha, not that the Uchiha themselves had a problem. On the other side, Fugaku was also killing enemies frantically, striving to earn more achievements for the Uchiha clan. However, although the current Fugaku still held some redundant expectations toward Konoha and the Sandaime, he wouldn't be foolish enough to bring the entire clan's power onto the battlefield to risk his life with the Sunagekyo ninja. Excluding the elders whose combat power was basically never dispatched, the Uchiha clan had a total of 24 jonin on the active roster. It seemed small, but in reality, it was already a terrifying number. At least in the current ninja world, no other ninja clan could compare to this power. Furthermore, every single one of these 24 people possessed the three-tomo Sharingan. The myth of the Sharingan in one-on-one combat was forged by generation after generation of Uchiha jonin. Besides this, there were 6 special jonin in the Uchiha clan. These were Uchihas who could skillfully use two-tomo. Whether they could become true jonin depended solely on whether they could unlock the three-tomo Sharingan. For this operation, Fugaku brought a total of 4 jonin and 3 special jonin, while the rest were chunin. However, if Fugaku himself and Uchiha Mo were added, the number of jonin reached 6. Originally, the remaining military forces within Konoha should have been at a massive disadvantage against Sunagekyo's elite puppet troupe, but due to the intervention of the Uchiha's extra power, this gap was forcibly leveled out. The battle situation gradually became deadlocked, until Uchiha Mo intervened in the battle on the other side. Younger brother Chiyo forced Orochimaru back and let out a sorrowful cry. Hee. Orochimaru emitted a sinister laugh with his hoarse voice. Don't rush, Chiyo. You'll be able to go down and accompany him very soon. In terms of sheer strength, Orochimaru was undoubtedly much stronger than the current Chiyo. However, due to the characteristics of puppet masters, it was difficult for normal ninjas to pose a fatal threat to them. Therefore, in the original timeline, Chiyo was able to stubbornly live from the Second Ninja World War until she gave up her own life. Coupled with the fact that Sunagekyo ninjas excelled at poison, the poison on Chiyo's puppets was also exceptionally fierce, causing many powerhouses to suffer losses at her hands. But powerhouses like Uchiha Mo who excelled at swordsmanship were different. During the Second Ninja World War, Tsukumo Hatake relied on his exquisite swordsmanship to turn himself into the bane of puppet masters. Damn it! Chiyo furrowed her brow. Despite her inner sorrow, she now had to rethink the battle situation. Ebizo was dead. If she was besieged by the Blood Ninja Brat and Orochimaru, she would probably be defeated before long. By then, even if the puppet troupe had the upper hand, it would be of no avail. Furthermore, due to the Uchiha clan's unexpected participation, the main army's advantage on the front lines was no longer so obvious. It seemed the Sunagekyo ninja could only retreat now. Should they retreat? Orochimaru. Get lost to the side, don't get in the way here. Right at this moment, accompanied by a low shout, Uchiha Mo, dressed in a black high-collared robe with a cold expression and holding Futsunomitama, swooped down past Orochimaru at high speed and charged straight toward Chiyo. Mo-kun is still as impatient as ever. Orochimaru chuckled in a low voice and actually let go and retreated to the side. However, he didn't join the battlefield on the other side either, choosing instead to just stand by and watch. Damn Uchiha brat. I want you to pay for my brother's life with your life. Seeing this, Chiyo no longer dwelled on the battle situation and spoke angrily, filled with hatred. Following that, her fingers flicked, and a white puppet suddenly pulled out something resembling a stone from somewhere unknown, violently hurling it toward Uchiha Mo. Chapter 78, Retreat and Pursuit. That rock moved at an extremely fast speed, arriving right in front of Uchiha Mo almost in an instant. Immediately afterward, the rock rapidly began to expand, changing its appearance in a split second. Sealing method, Lion's Roar. A massive puppet lion head opened its fanged jaw wide, viciously snapping toward Uchiha Mo. This was a sealing jutsu. Its fangs could not only deal massive piercing damage, but once bitten by the lion head, the target's chakra would be completely sealed away in an instant. On the original timeline, Sasori had suffered losses from this very move. Insignificant trick. Uchiha Mo continued charging forward while raising his right hand to his chest, pointing the tip of the Futsunomatama he held in a reverse grip directly at the lion-headed puppet. Crimson blaze, darkness flash spear. Scree. Amidst a resounding eagle screech, the dense black light coating the Futsunomatama surged wildly in an instant. Slash. The black spear radiance abruptly pierced through the lion puppet's mouth, and Uchiha Mo gripped the hilt tightly with his right hand, violently pulling outward. Splat. The lion-headed puppet was instantly cleaved open, its internal precision puppet mechanisms instantly rendered useless, while white flames suddenly ignited from the severed edge, and then abruptly flared up. Whoosh! The flames exploded, incinerating the puppet completely in an instant. Uchiha Mo flicked his long blade, switching from a reverse grip to a standard grip, and without slowing down, aimed straight for Chiyo. Chiyo furrowed her brow gravely and flicked her hands, sending 7 intact white puppets and 3 damaged puppets swarming toward Uchiha Mo simultaneously. At the same time, Chiyo spread her hands wide, and a dozen or so kunai strung together by chakra threads floated up in front of her. Manipulating attack blades. With a loud shout, the threads detached and the kunai shot out explosively. Concurrently, Chiyo glanced at Orochimaru, her index and middle fingers twitching slightly as for puppets originally heading toward Uchiha Mo instantly changed direction and sprinted toward Orochimaru. Immediately afterward, while extending the length of her chakra threads, Chiyo abruptly retreated and shouted. Sen Shinobi. Retreat. After calmly giving the order, she controlled her distance while moving closer toward the direction of the main puppet force. Although Ebizo's death deeply grieved Chiyo, from the very beginning, she had never intended to fight Uchiha Mo to the death. The anger she displayed was merely to deceive the enemy. Chiyo had lived in the ninja world for many years and participated in the first 2 world wars. Because of this, she understood even more rationally that it was already difficult for the current Sen Shinobi to gain any advantage in front of Konoha. Perhaps she had hesitated at first, faintly feeling that she could take a risk, but after completing the first contact with Uchiha Mo, Chiyo instantly changed her mind. Under these circumstances, even if they achieved a Pyrrhic victory, their remaining forces would find it difficult to form an effective threat outside Konoha village according to the original plan, thus allowing them to negotiate interests with the third Hokage. In that case, preserving their strength was the best choice, even though this choice made this operation look so anticlimactic and even absurd. Damn it. I never expected the Uchiha could reach such an extent. They didn't stay behind in the village, but instead came to intercept us with a bunch of grunts. Chiyo cursed inwardly while glancing back, noticing that the battle lines between the San Shinobi and Konoha were slowly separating, which finally made her breathe a sigh of relief. On the other side, Uchiha Mo used the Futsunomatama to deal with the incoming kunai as 8 white puppets swarmed forward instantly. Uchiha Mo looked up at a Minotaur guard puppet right in front of him. Its fists seemed to be coated with a certain special chakra, carrying extremely strong impact force. Simultaneously, the dual-blade-wielding female puppet, and the blue-faced puppet capable of spitting steel cables to pierce and bind enemies also proactively charged over from the flanks. Uchiha Mo's eyes shifted, dodging a heavy straight punch from the Minotaur puppet by turning sideways. Seizing the opportunity, his right hand rested on the puppet's arm, using the palm's force to spin in midair, dodging the broadsword slashing from his side while simultaneously arriving above the Minotaur puppet. Swish! With a flick of his arm, the Futsunomatama slashed toward the chakra threads behind the Minotaur puppet, but the blue-faced puppet standing ready nearby seized the timing and abruptly spat out a steel cable. Clang! The steel cable collided head-on with Uchiha Mo's blade edge, sending sparks flying. The steel cable was instantly bounced away, and Uchiha Mo's arm was jolted slightly upward. Right at that moment, a fierce gale suddenly attacked from his side profile again. It was the other broadsword in the female puppet's hand. Humph. Uchiha Mo let out a cold snort, his right hand bracing against the puppet's arm, twisting as his body turned, letting the broadsword stab past empty space, grazing his face. Uchiha Mo then smoothly flipped his body, falling downward, and slammed his heel fiercely into the female puppet's head. Bang! Under the powerful force, the female puppet instantly crashed headfirst into the ground, her entire head abruptly bursting into fragments. Unfortunately, as the pinnacle of traditional puppets, the 10 puppets of Monzaemon suffered little impact on their combat capability, even if incomplete, as long as their core areas remained undamaged. Just like the 3 treasures insects blown away by Shirsue's fire release earlier, they still possessed a certain degree of combat capability because the core in their mouths was undamaged. The female puppet twitched, wanting to get up and continue fighting, but right at that moment, a wisp of white flame suddenly lit up from the severed edge of her neck, and then flared up instantly. Whoosh! Even without release control abilities, backed by his fire manipulation and lightning manipulation capabilities, Uchiha Mo still managed to execute darkness release, crimson blaze with his foot. Although the power was not comparable to using his accustomed hands, the characteristics of darkness release perfectly made up for this shortcoming. At the same time, a dense black light instantly ignited on the dazzling blade of the Futsunomatama. Chiyo was battle-hardened and extremely familiar with the weaknesses of puppet masters, so she guarded her own chakra threads tightly. The reason the puppets did not swarm forward simultaneously right now was because their positioning had to account for each other's rear. Uchiha Mo suddenly bent over sharply, and the next moment, the Minotaur puppet's heavy punch brushed past his clothes, missing him once again. However, just as he prepared to stand up and counterattack, those several puppets maintained their formations and began retreating rapidly. Frowning slightly, Uchiha Mo stood up and looked. The chakra threads in Chiyo's hands had been extended 100 meters away. Although with her strength, extending them a bit further was not impossible, obviously, the longer such things were stretched, the easier they were to sever, especially amidst a chaotic battlefield. You want to leave without leaving your lives behind. Uchiha Mo lifted his ninja blade, tapped the ground with both feet, and pursued Chiyo at high speed. On the other side, Orochimaru stared at the retreating sand shinobi and simultaneously gave the order, pursue. If they retreated directly without forcing the sand shinobi out of the Land of Fire's territory, this battle would be completely worthless. Orochimaru certainly understood such a principle. And in the original timeline, the Battle of Kikyo Pass produced many war orphans. These orphans were highly likely caused by the sand shinobi destroying and plundering villages within the Land of Fire during their retreat. Chapter 79, Chasing and Biting. Across the flat plains, the sand ninja fled frantically ahead, while closely behind them, the Konoha ninja bit at their heels relentlessly. Mo frowned slightly as he watched Chiyo move further and further away within the sand ninja army. He held Futsunomatama in a reverse grip between 2 fingers, then raised his hands in front of his chest to form a cross seal. Shadow clone technique. Bang! Smoke burst open, and a shadow clone appeared beside Mo. Without any verbal communication, the two simultaneously slowed their pace. The shadow clone turned its feet slightly, stopping right behind Mo's main body, and crossed its arms in front of its chest. Immediately after, Mo leaped up, bending his legs slightly in midair. Bang! Mo slammed his feet down onto the crossed arms of the shadow clone, and pushed off violently. With a loud explosion and under tremendous force, his body soared like a cannonball high into the sky above the sand ninja. Having completed its mission, the shadow clone burst into white smoke and dissipated, while Mo stared down at the sand ninja below and gripped Futsunomatama in his hand. Holding his breath and focusing his mind, chakra surged, and a thick black light instantly dyed the glittering blade. Boom! Mo violently slammed down into the center of the sand ninja troops, sending crowds and dust billowing into the air together. With a solemn expression, Mo fiercely swung the Futsunomatama in his hand. Fire release, crimson blaze, severing air wave. The pitch-black flame disk flashed with explosive electric arcs, instantly bursting open with Mo at its center. Splat! The dust was instantly blown away by the strong chakra, and the pitch-black disc exploded. A large number of sand ninja and puppets were instantly cut in half at the waist by it, and their blood was evaporated by the high temperature before it even began to splash. Amidst the noisy and miserable screams, white flames suddenly ignited from the severed ends of these sand ninja and puppets. Following closely. Whoosh! Within a radius of nearly 10 meters centered around M.O., a raging inferno suddenly ignited. The white flames instantly surged to several meters high, and then completed the entire burning process and extinguished in an instant. The screams stopped abruptly, leaving only ashes all over the ground. M.O. slowly put away his blade and stood up. Standing in the open space amidst the sand ninja, he let out a breath, his sharp eyes falling upon the surrounding crowd. The sand ninja froze in their steps, one after another retreating slowly, panic showing on their pale faces. Too terrifying. Blood ninja. What kind of fire release is this? White flames burning people into ashes in an instant. Meanwhile, the crowd was fired up with enthusiasm. Seeing this scene, the Uchiha members laughed loudly and shouted. Well done, M.O. Did you see that? This is the strongest genius of our Uchiha clan. M.O. Hold them back. We will be right there to help you and keep all these sandworms here. M.O. quietly stared at the sand ninja in front of him, remaining silent without showing the slightest expression toward the enemy's fear or his clansman's praise. Sigh. Amidst an aged sigh, Chiyo slowly emerged from the crowd. Staring at the youth before her, her expression grew solemn. First heavy puppet unit, stay behind with me to cover the rear. Everyone else, continue retreating. The aged flower of the sand ninja understood that without paying a greater price, it would likely be difficult to leave today. To preserve the village's living forces as much as possible, she had to stay behind to cover the rear herself. Chiyo's prestige among the sand ninja was extremely high. Therefore, once her voice fell, the originally panicked sand ninja troops completed their adjustments in an instant. A group of ninjas with similar painted patterns on their faces quickly broke away from the troops and came to the very rear, while the rest of the sand ninja continued to flee rapidly into the distance. Uchiha M.O. stared at Chiyo in front of him, paying no attention to the fleeing sand ninja at all. On the other side, due to Mo's actions, the Uchiha clan members accelerated and arrived at the very front of the formation. Fugaku glanced back at Orochimaru, then shouted his order. Uchiha, stay behind to help M.O. Orochimaru then spoke, everyone else, follow me and continue the pursuit. Yes. Times N. After the two orders were completed, the Konoha forces began to separate in an orderly manner. The Uchiha clan followed Fugaku's pace to actively meet the sand ninja's rearguard unit, while Orochimaru led the remaining ninjas to bypass from the other side, continuing to pursue in the direction of the main sand ninja force. Whoosh! Amidst the dull explosive burning sound, Futsunomitama was once again soaked in rich black light. Konoha really is lucky, geniuses are as numerous as the sand in the desert. Chiyo once again took out the summoning scroll of the 10 puppets of Munzaemon. No, now it should be the 9 puppets of Munzaemon scroll. Looking at the indifferent youth in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh at Konoha's good fortune. Good fortune. M.O. sneered sarcastically, his figure vanishing from the spot with a whoosh. When he appeared again, M.O. had already arrived in front of Chiyo. He gripped his ninja blade and slashed fiercely toward Chiyo's head. With the blade whistling down, Chiyo violently raised her right hand, and then a blue chakra shield was instantly generated from her right hand, protecting Chiyo tightly behind it. Puppet technique, mechanical light shield seal. Chiyo's right hand had been modified into a puppet, so she could use this defensive jutsu exclusive to puppets. At the same time, Chiyo's left hand trembled, and a puppet wearing a light blue single-eyed mask suddenly emerged from above the shield. It opened the mechanism in its mouth facing Uchiha M.O., revealing the black muzzle inside, and then quickly began to gather energy. Hum. Screech. Futsunomitama slashed against the shield, stirring up a harsh screech. The blue chakra light shield began to tremble continuously, but it was never broken. Meanwhile, the chakra cannon in the puppet's mouth had finished gathering energy, and several other white puppets crawled out of the summoning scroll one after another. Mo frowned, suddenly raising his left hand to aim at the puppet that had condensed a thick white light in the air, and then instantly burst out with blinding lightning. Screech! The black light was incomparably swift, piercing through the puppet's head from the muzzle almost the exact instant before the mouth cannon was about to fire. Whoosh! With no time to think more, a strong wind suddenly came from beside him. Mo instantly retracted his move, stepped on his toes, and leaped backward. The next moment, a pair of black fists fiercely smashed a shallow pit into the spot where Mo had just been standing. Whoosh! Having lost another puppet, Chio looked at the youth not far ahead with a gloomy expression. The puppets destroyed by his moves were instantly burned to ashes, and even if Chio wanted to repair them later, it would be of no avail. That meant 2 of the peak puppets manufactured by the puppet master ancestor Monzaemon had thus completely vanished. I already knew this brat's moves were weird, but I didn't expect him to be able to launch such an attack without relying on a ninja blade. What a tricky ability. Mo landed and stood steady, looking at Chio. A hint of impatience had already appeared on his calm face. Enough, old hag, I'm already starting to get tired of this game. Chapter 80, The Withered Flower of Shinobi. Uchiha's Illusory Dream. As the words fell, Uchiha Mo formed a cross seal in front of him once again. Immediately after. Bang! 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 3 shadow clones appeared behind Uchiha Mo amidst the exploding smoke. Chio had clearly meticulously studied how to deal with experts skilled in swordsmanship. The positions of the puppets she controlled were extremely sophisticated. While they appeared scattered, the chakra threads behind each puppet were actually within each other's defensive zones. Although 2 of Chio's puppets had been destroyed relying on the powerful traits of darkness release and exquisite swordsmanship, dragging out the stalemate meant it was uncertain how long they would fight. Uchiha Mo hated this kind of battle, so even if it meant using shadow clones, which were rarely used in direct combat, he wanted to resolve the fight quickly. Oh no. Chio slightly frowned. She could rely on her superb puppet control techniques to have multiple puppets look after one another, thereby circumventing a swordsmanship expert's counter to puppet masters, but if the number of opponents increased, this move would clearly fall short. Charge! At the order, all 4 Uchiha Mo raised their straight swords and rushed forward. Chio's fingers trembled as she braced herself to send out 8 puppets. At the same time, her index finger extended a chakra thread with a slight flick, pulling out another summoning scroll from her ninja tool pouch. Bang! The scroll unfolded, and an orange-haired male puppet and a brown-haired female puppet were abruptly summoned out. Although 2 puppets of the Chikamatsu 10 puppets had been destroyed, it freed up 2 of Chio's fingers. On the other side, the Jutengard puppet and the blue-faced steel cable puppet proactively approached Uchiha Mo's true body. Uchiha Mo charged forward to close the distance. The Juten puppet did not dodge or parry, violently thrusting its hands toward Uchiha Mo. Its hands rapidly deformed and extended in midair, and in a mere blink, the original arms transformed into a white metal bone-like cage, tightly enveloping Uchiha Mo inside. Immediately after, the puppet opened its mouth toward the cage inside, revealing 4 cannon barrels within. At the same time, the blue-faced puppet instantly spat out a massive amount of steel cables from Uchiha Mo's side. Carrying a fierce whistling wind, these cables rapidly entered through the gaps of the cage, winding towards Uchiha Mo's body. Crimson blaze, severing wave. Uchiha Mo calmly spat out a few words, and then the dark sword chi disc instantly exploded. Splat! Splat! Debris flew all over the sky. The Juten puppet was instantly shredded, and white flames ignited on its body while fiercely spreading along the severed steel cables of the blue-faced puppet. Uchiha Mo flipped his blade back into a reverse grip, and continued charging forward. However, before he could take 2 steps, a strange mechanical sound of rotating gears suddenly rang out, and immediately after, several steel wires abruptly tightened less than half a meter in front of Uchiha Mo. Puppet performance, one mind, one body. Uchiha Mo only then noticed that two puppets had appeared on both sides of him at some unknown time. Because they had drawn their threads very long while letting them droop on the ground, Uchiha Mo, who had been completely focused on the battle right in front of him, had failed to notice them. Until Uchiha Mo began charging forward, his vision obscured by puppet debris, at this very moment, did they suddenly reveal their murderous intent. Those steel wires gleamed with a cold light, looking extremely sharp, and had already reached a hair's breadth in front of Uchiha Mo's neck. He could even vaguely see the white airflow being sliced apart around the threads. Uchiha Mo abruptly widened his eyes, his expression showing a trace of panic. Whew! Chiyo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, to be able to strangle this brat today. Even if I die here, this old woman won't consider it a loss. The next moment. Clang! Snap! 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 The scene of blood flying everywhere that she had imagined did not happen. The steel wires pressed tightly against Uchiha Mo's skin, but could not advance even an inch. Instead, the places where the two puppets' palms connected to the steel wires were instantly snapped due to the immense force. Ha! With a light chuckle, the panicked look on Uchiha Mo's face instantly vanished completely. He slid his right foot back, gripped the hilt of the blade that had been sheathed at some unknown point, lowered his body, and drew the sharp straight sword. Crimson blaze, dark slash. Dark lightning arrived in an instant. Accompanied by a thunder-like roar, a head with a stunned expression abruptly flew up. Bang! The aged body collapsed to the ground with a muffled thud. Uchiha Mo spun the blade in a flourish to shake off the blood, then slowly returned Futsunomitama back into its scabbard. Wind release proficiency plus 5.13%. Yang release proficiency plus 5.17%. If it were an ordinary Sharingan, Chiyo's scheme might really have worked, but how could Uchiha Mo, who possessed clairvoyance, be affected by this kind of visual obstruction? Right from the beginning, whatever scheme Chiyo was plotting, Uchiha Mo saw it crystal clear. He glanced at the panel, feeling somewhat surprised. Wind release proficiency was a bit less than he had imagined, while Yang release proficiency was much more than he had anticipated. Thinking carefully, Uchiha Mo suddenly realized. Although Chiyo was Sunagekyu's top combat power, her primary means were still puppets after all, so it was excusable that wind release wasn't as formidable as he had imagined. As for Yang release, Chiyo was actually a medical ninja with considerable attainment. Although she used poison much more frequently, Chiyo's medical ninjutsu could indeed be ranked in the top tier right below Tsunade. Uchiha Mo even deduced that if Chiyo weren't so old now, this value could probably have increased quite a bit more. On the other side, after Chiyo's death, her puppets also quickly collapsed powerlessly to the ground due to losing their controller. Uchiha Mo's shadow clones likewise dissipated one after another, leaving only one to collect the puppets and the spoils of war from Chiyo's body. Uchiha Mo had deliberately controlled the leakage of the flames precisely to avoid destroying the spoils of war. And as the peak creations of the puppet master Grandmaster Monzaemon, these remaining puppets would surely fetch a huge profit from Sunagekyu's hands. Of course, these exchanges of benefits naturally couldn't be completed while Uchiha Mo was still in Konoha. The battle on the other side had also fully erupted. Sunagekyu's heavy puppet troop stayed behind with a mortal conviction, truly causing a certain degree of casualties to the Uchiha. Even though the losses were all Chunin, this completely ignited the clansmen's fury. Under the furious rage of Fugaku and the Jonin, the Sunin ninja were practically on the verge of collapse. Uchiha Mo's shadow clone handed the gathered spoils of war to the true body before dissipating. Uchiha Mo put the sealing scroll into his ninja tool pouch and swiftly turned around to join the battle on the other side. Several minutes later, the Uchiha stood atop the ruins almost littered with Sunin ninja corpses and puppet fragments, the atmosphere quiet for a moment. Let's head back. Uchiha Mo glanced at his somewhat dejected clansman and calmly uttered a sentence. In this battle, the Uchiha lost over a dozen Chunin, but 2 special Jonin also opened their 3-tomo Sharingan because of this battle. Presumably, they would become official Jonin in a few days. Upon hearing this, Fugaku nodded, swept his gaze across the clansmen, and spoke to encourage them. People dying on the battlefield is a common occurrence, I believe everyone understands this. Moreover, these clansmen will not die in vain, they are all contributors to the Uchiha's continued progress. As the words fell, the clansmen also snapped out of it one after another, their downcast emotions gradually recovering. After all, who goes to the battlefield without dying? They all understood this, it was just that the battle had only just ended, and the Uchiha always found it hard to let go of emotional fluctuations. Just like that, the group embarked on the road back to Konoha. I never expected that even Chiyo would die at your hands. Yeah, that old hag's reputation and strength are not low at all. You've rendered a great service again. Chiyo's value in Sunagakure is comparable to a Jinchuriki, and Ebizo also died at your hands, coupled with your previous achievements. I feel that once you're a bit older, you could run for the 4th Hokage. What do you mean once he's older? Can do it right now. That's right. The only ones posing a threat to Mo are the Sannin, and among the Sannin, only Orochimaru has that ambition. How about we? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Didn't our Uchiha render a great service this time? Wouldn't it be fine to use this condition to make Sandaime give us a Hokage nomination? By then, with Mo's achievements. P.S. Saw this while scrolling through videos today, thought it was quite funny, sharing it with everyone. Chapter 81 Flying Thunder God, the Absolute in the shadows. After the Uchiha party returned to the village, the troops led by Orochimaru had not yet returned, but the two of them received a summons from 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi in advance. Coming together outside the door of the Hokage office, Fugaku took the initiative to step forward and knock on the door. Judging from his pace and actions, although this man was expressionless, his heart held some hard-to-conceal excitement. Mo secretly shook his head. At present, the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha had not yet reached the intense level of the nine-tailed incident, and Fugaku at this time was also much younger, having a rather superficial understanding of the essence of the situation between Konoha and the Uchiha. Restraining his thoughts, Uchiha Mo followed Fugaku and stepped into the Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke, looked at the two of them, and nodded. I roughly understand the situation. You did very well, not only successfully protecting the village, but also teaching Sunagakure a painful lesson. Speaking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi paused, turned his gaze to Mo, took a puff of his pipe, and continued. Especially you, Mo. I have already heard from the recon squad that the deaths of Ebizo and Chiyo are an immeasurable loss for Sunagakure. You did exceptionally well. With that, Hiruzen Sarutobi showed a hint of a smile, then leaned back slightly and took out a scroll from the drawer beside him. This is the Flying Thunder God technique I promised you. Read it right here. Memorize all the contents and then destroy the scroll. You are also not allowed to pass it on to outsiders, this is the rule of the village. Mo nodded, took the scroll, his eyes turning scarlet, and opened it to scan through it at lightning speed. Although the Flying Thunder God technique did not suit Mo's combat style, and had a significant sense of detachment from his combat system, if used solely as a means to improve his own proficiency and increase functionality, it was still clearly an extremely good choice. On the other side, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his gaze to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku. Sandaime-sama. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, took down the finished pipe, and said while cleaning out the ashes. This time, thanks to the Uchiha, the village suffered no losses. Hearing this, Fugaku felt a sudden surge of excitement, forcing a joyful smile onto his rigid face. For a moment, several thoughts surged in his mind. Is it an advisor? Or perhaps the administrative department or intelligence department? If all else fails, the medical department or education department would also be acceptable. At the very worst, if the path for clansmen to join the Umbu is completely opened, that wouldn't be unacceptable either. Precisely during wartime, stricter control is also needed within the village, so I have decided to add another battalion to the establishment of the Uchiha military police force, on top of the original 3 battalions. As he spoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi relight the newly packed pipe, and put it into his mouth. Fugaku's smile instantly froze. This Hokage-sama. The current scale of the Uchiha military police force is just right for the Uchiha. I think what the Uchiha needs. Oh? Does that mean it's not needed? Remember our 101 reading network. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly raised his head, a pair of murky eyes flashing with sharp light behind the smoke, staring straight at Fugaku. Fugaku was momentarily speechless. Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips curled into a smile, and without waiting for Fugaku's reply, he turned his head to look at Uchiha Mo. Mo, what do you think? Hearing this, Mo slowly raised his head. Meeting each other's eyes, he replied in a calm tone. I don't think this is a question worth answering. In the Hidden Mist Village. Bang, bang, bang. Mizukage-sama. Urgent intelligence from the Umbu. Sandei Mizukage sat upright behind the desk, lowered his head to process the documents on the desk, and replied in a low voice. Enter. Creak. The office door opened, and a strong-bodied Umbu member walked quickly into the room, then knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and said in a deep voice. Mizukage-sama. Today, a spy recently planted by Sunagakure was captured within the village. According to the intelligence provided by this spy, the defenses within Konoha village are extremely empty right now. The day before yesterday, Sunagakure already dispatched an elite puppet unit to launch a surprise attack on Konoha, and they should be in a fierce battle right now. Mizukage's hand holding the official document paused slightly. Is the news reliable? I stake my life on it, it is 100% reliable. Sandei Mizukage put down the file, and tapped his single hand on the desk one tap at a time. Tap, 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 tap. After a long while, Sandei Mizukage suddenly raised his head, as if having made up his mind, and said. Go call Yuanshire and the elders over. Yes. As the words fell, that Umbu member quickly stood up and strode out of the Mizukage office. Deep underground, a white creature took in everything that happened. The front line where Sunagakure and Kumogakure were engaged in battle. Hee. Black Zetsu was deeply hidden within the tree roots, but those orange-yellow pupils were wide open, staring intently at the exaggeratedly built dark-skinned strongman above. There was a gift he had carefully prepared for someone. That man held a scroll, his eyes rapidly scanning across it. Sunagakure actually raided Konoha. It seems Chiyo still has some grit. Even the Hidden Mist intends to join the fun. Muttering to himself, the man suddenly widened his eyes. Konoha village's defenses are empty, and the contingency plan to deal with potential Hidden Mist aggression is to withdraw some excess forces from the Iwagakure front line, and dispatch Uchiha Mo and the Uchiha clan to deal with it. Uchiha Mo. Third Raikage gritted his teeth, and squeezed out this name from his mouth. Although he had never met this person, this name was not unfamiliar to his ears. It was this guy who killed Dotai and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki on the Kumogakure front line, along with countless elites, which was why Kumogakure had fallen into such a passive situation in the war with Konoha. If it weren't for the fact that the war on Third Raikage's side could not do without him, he would have truly wished to immediately use the heavenly transfer technique to teleport himself over and kill this Uchiha brat on the spot. Crack! A crack appeared on the scroll, making a crisp, strange sound, and Third Raikage immediately came to his senses. He quickly relaxed the force in his hands, while an idea formed in his mind. This might not necessarily be an opportunity. Although Raza's combat power is not that great, he can pester me endlessly, which is truly annoying. It's hard to achieve results on the Sunagakure battlefield. Why not concentrate forces to first cooperate with Iwagakure and Hidden Mist to deal with Konoha? It just so happens I can find an opportunity to avenge Dotai. Third Raikage frowned. The more he thought about it, the more feasible his idea seemed. After conceptualizing it in his mind for a moment, Third Raikage suddenly stood up and shouted. Someone come. Stomp, 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 stomp. After a flurry of dense footsteps, a pale-skinned, slightly skinny young man lifted the flap of the commander's tent. "Boss, what's wrong? Send word back to the village, have the spies in Konoha keep a constant eye on the movements of the Uchiha clan, and report back immediately if there is any unusual activity. At the same time, have the main army change its route, head north into the territory of the Land of Earth, and prepare to rendezvous with the eastern front of the Land of Hot Springs. Finally, be ready at all times with the heavenly transfer technique in the near period. If there's no time to lose, I will take action first. Hee thanks to Madara's plan, as long as I use a little trickery. Hee. Indra, we will be reunited soon, just like 1,000 years ago. No. I can't get cocky too early. To avoid a situation like last time, I must change my hiding methods. I can't let Indra discover me again. Chapter 82, Fluctuation Instability, Uchiha Clan Meeting, 3K. Damn it. This time we lost more than a dozen clansmen, who had awakened the Sharingan. Konoha can't treat Uchiha like this. Could it be that the lives we clansmen gave for the village have no meaning at all? The military police force originally belonged to the Uchiha. What's the use even if its scale is expanded? There are only so many of us clansmen. I heard before this operation, Mo once advised Captain Fugaku to lead the clansmen back. 3 days had already passed since the Battle of Kikyo Pass, and during these 3 days, public opinion within the Uchiha intensified by the day. And as insiders exposed the conversation between Uchiha Mo and Fugaku before the battle, many clansmen belatedly realized something. Just like that, while the anger directed at Konoha gradually fermented within the clan, a massive wave of extreme dissatisfaction towards Fugaku also emerged internally. Coupled with the fact that the Uchiha was inherently a clan that deeply admired strength. And now, relying on his age of less than 12, Mo had achieved the most extravagant military record in the entire ninja world during the Third Shinobi World War. His powerful display of slaying Ebizo and Chiyo that day was spread by word of mouth among the clansmen. Afterwards, under Setsuna's secret instigation and promotion, Mo's already high prestige skyrocketed rapidly within the Uchiha. In a mere 3 days, a large amount of talk regarding the position of clan head should be held by the capable appeared within the Uchiha clan. Fugaku had not slept well these past few days. His heart was both tormented and conflicted. On one hand, he was extremely furious at the widespread evaluation within the clan calling him weak, and only knowing how to fawn on Konoha's higher-ups. On the other hand, he felt that Mo truly seemed more suitable than him to become the leader of the Uchiha. Interwoven with these contradictory and anxious thoughts, in a mere 3 days, at only 30 years old, a few strands of white hair had unexpectedly appeared among his locks. But Uchiha Mo was quite the opposite. Towards this change that he had long anticipated, his heart was completely untroubled. These past few days, he had been holed up at home studying the Inyang release secret arts and the newly acquired Flying Thunder God technique, quietly waiting for public opinion to ferment. Moreover, despite how loudly the Uchiha were shouting now, Mo understood that if he abruptly spoke of breaking away from Konoha at this moment, not even half of the people within the clan would support him. Even with their dissatisfaction, the Uchiha had after all lived here for decades, and had long grown accustomed to this lifestyle. To lead the clansmen to completely break free from Konoha's shackles, one must produce concrete things with genuine feasibility and a visible future. Mo had also considered that, relying on his current achievements, once Minato ascended to the position of the 4th Hokage, and the Nine-Tailed incident was resolved, he and the Uchiha could naturally live safely and comfortably in Konoha. But unfortunately, Mo rolled his eyes, his gaze falling to the very end of the panel. Current world stability, 15.26%. 15.26, a decrease of 0.01. This was a change that occurred after the Battle of Kikyo Pass. Mo pondered hard for a long time, yet failed to think of the reason for this change. After all, the clues were far too scarce. However, he could clearly sort out a general direction. Whatever caused this change certainly wouldn't be Chiyo's death or changes to the original plot, otherwise this number should currently be even lower. What was more likely to cause this change was Sunagakure undergoing some kind of upheaval due to this battle. thereby sending a shockwave to the stability of the world. Today, Mo's strength had completely stepped into the Kage level, and his power was already sufficient to impact the current ninja world landscape. He should also start preparing for the subsequent final mission. And this was also one of the reasons why Mo did not refuse Black Zetsu from approaching him. 90% stability and safety. This requirement was obviously extremely harsh. The closest data Mo could think of might only be that place from his past life. And even under those circumstances, it might not necessarily reach 90% stability, so Mo had to prepare some extreme plans. Coupled with the need to max out proficiency as much as possible, the first plan Mo could think of was the infinite Tsukuyomi. Considering that the mission specifically mentioned the condition, suitable for human habitation, Mo could not place all his hopes on this jutsu, but it was at least a direction. However, whether the final method relied on the infinite Tsukuyomi, or bound everyone around it, or reclaimed all chakra to reconstruct human social order, or some other plan. This all destined Mo's identity to be the absolute enemy of the inherent upper class of the ninja world. It was impossible for him to truly belong to any ninja village. They were in absolute opposition in terms of class and interests. While the seven-colored lotus brought Mo powerful potential, it also completely bound him to the opposite side of the vested interests of the ninja world's original class. Mo had no other choice. Trying his best to avoid unnecessary bonds was precisely to allow his future self to be more decisive. His future was destined to make an enemy of the entire ninja world. Of course, although he would break away from Konoha sooner or later, this did not mean Mo could accept the Uchiha and himself working in vain for the village. His past achievements and the Uchiha's contribution this time did not receive their due reward. Mo would reclaim it himself sooner or later. Knock, knock, knock. The study door was abruptly knocked on, and immediately following, Shirsue's voice sounded from behind the door. Ni-san. The clan meeting is about to start. Elder Setsuna sent someone to call you. Mo closed the black ancient tome, placed it into the desk drawer, locked it, and then picked up his blade from the shelf on the side, before slowly walking over to the door. Click. The door opened and Mo lowered his head to look at Shirsue at the doorway, slowly speaking. You're coming with me too. Shirsue tilted his head in some confusion. Am I going too? But the clan meeting. Before Shirsue finished speaking, Mo patted Shirsue on the head and stepped outside. Let's go. Ah. Oh. Shirsue belatedly nodded, quickly stepping to follow behind his own elder brother. When the two arrived at the Naka shrine where the clan meeting was being held, the clansmen attending the meeting had almost all arrived. As the shrine's doors opened, amidst the shadows, pair after pair of scarlet eyes successively shifted their gaze to look at the two figures, one tall and one short, at the doorway. Tap. Mo's expression was calm as he took a step forward from the intentionally left open aisle in front of the door, with Shirsue closely following behind. Mo, you're here. Setsuna stood on the high platform at the very front of the shrine, slowly opening his eyes. As Setsuna spoke, greetings from the clansmen rang out around them one after another. Among them, there were many friendly voices not only toward Mo but also toward Shirsue. During the Battle of Kikyo Pass, Shirsue had saved the lives of quite a few clansmen on the battlefield, which caused many clansmen to re-examine this, Mo's younger brother. Shirsue responded with smiles all around, and following Uchiha Mo, he quickly arrived at the high platform, standing beside Uchiha Setsuna. Since Mo has already arrived, then this clan meeting will officially begin. Setsuna said in a deep voice. As his voice fell, the clansmen below spoke up one after another with righteous indignation. Konoha is far too unfair to the Uchiha. We should take back the power that rightfully belongs to us. Right. Overthrow Konoha. We were originally the founding elders of Konoha. The position of Hokage should have a place for the Uchiha. Fugaku is weak and incompetent, and is no longer fit to hold the position of clan head. The Uchiha should be led by the strongest, and Mo is the hope for our future. For a time, public anger boiled over, and the entire venue became noisy. Setsuna frowned, heavily striking the floor twice with the staff in his hand. Thump, thump. Quiet. As those two words fell, the surroundings instantly quieted down once more, making Setsuna's status within the clan evident. Only then did Setsuna continue speaking. Matters must be handled one by one. First of all, the first matter. Saying this, Setsuna looked at Fugaku on the right, whose expression was somewhat stiff. Fugaku has served as clan head for all these years, although he truly hasn't made any major contributions, he can still be considered diligent. However, this time, Setsuna straightened his gaze and continued. Fugaku, the clansmen trusted you immensely. That was why they followed you onto the battlefield without a clear order from the village, and even more than a dozen clansmen sacrificed their lives for this, yet the Uchiha did not gain any reward whatsoever in return. Paying the price without compensation. This is a serious dereliction of duty on your part. Do you admit it? As his voice fell, Fugaku's complexion turned somewhat ugly. Several elders in the rear, who supported Fugaku, immediately spoke up upon hearing this. Great Elder, Fugaku indeed did not do well this time, but... However, before the elder who spoke first could finish his words, Fugaku directly interrupted him. Enough, Uncle Sakushin. Sigh. Uchiha Sakushin's voice paused, he looked at Fugaku, let out a sigh, and spoke no further. As for Fugaku, he let out a long breath, and his expression gradually calmed down. Great Elder, this is indeed my dereliction of duty, and I will not shirk responsibility. It was due to my naivety and weakness that led to the meaningless sacrifice of the clansmen. As soon as these words came out, the entire venue instantly grew even quieter. As for Fugaku, he seemed as though he had finally unloaded some burden, his entire body abruptly relaxing a lot. Uchiha Setsuna nodded. Good, at least you dare to take responsibility, and have not disgraced the name of Uchiha. We will discuss the disposal of Fugaku later. Now let's talk about the second matter. Saying this, Setsuna slowly turned his head, glanced at Uchiha Mo, and then pulled him in front of himself. Uchiha Mo, presuming none of you are strangers to him. He is the strongest genius of the Uchiha clan, and also our pride. His performance in the Third Shinobi World War surpassed the entire ninja world. Furthermore, in the Battle of Kikyo Pass, it was also Mo who saw through the Hokage's hypocrisy, and advised Fugaku's actions in advance. However, as Setsuna spoke, he paused for a moment, a pair of scarlet eyes sweeping across the crowd below. Within the crowd, dozens of figures instantly lowered their heads in shame. Great Elder, we were far too naive, and didn't heed Mo's intentions. Uchiha Kanai's tone was filled with remorse. He glanced sideways at the expressionless Mo, then shamefully averted his gaze. That's right. It was us who failed to understand Mo's well-intentioned efforts. Kanzuya pursed his lips, equally filled with extreme regret. You bunch of stupid pigs. You still have the nerve to say that. Clearly Mo already told you, yet you still cluelessly spoke some pretty words. What's the use of regretting now? Can the lives of the clansmen come back? Can the lost face of the Uchiha come back? Really? If I had been present at the time, I definitely would have understood Mo's meaning. I truly can't believe that people with your level of intelligence could actually awaken the Sharingan. Chapter 83, Fighting Fugaku, Patriarch. Thump, thump, thump. All right. Now is not the time to settle scores. Setsuna frowned and spoke sternly. As his voice fell, the venue slowly quieted down. In any case, Uchiha Mo made the name of the Uchiha resound throughout the ninja world once again, and saw through Konoha's hypocrisy. He has made a massive contribution to the Uchiha. At the same time, Uchiha Mo's younger brother, Shisui, also saved the lives of many clansmen on the battlefield at that time. If not for Shisui, the Uchiha's losses would have definitely been even greater. Hee. Shisui stood beside Uchiha Mo, and hearing this, he couldn't help grinning with a somewhat smug expression. Setsuna ignored him and continued speaking. Most importantly is Uchiha Mo's strength. He slew the two-tails Jinchuriki, Chiyo, and Ebizo, clearly making him currently the Uchiha's strongest expert, and according to Uchiha tradition, the leader can only be served by the strongest. Having said that, Setsuna glanced at Fugaku, and seeing that his expression remained normal, he nodded inwardly and continued. Of course, the Uchiha are not devoid of sentiment. Considering that Fugaku has indeed given a lot for the clan, this old man proposes to let Fugaku and Uchiha Emo have a match, and the winner between the two will serve as the leader of the Uchiha clan. This is both a punishment for Fugaku and a reward for Uchiha Emo and Shursui. Raise your hands to vote now. As Setsuna's words fell, the Uchiha in the audience simultaneously raised their right hands. The old man's gaze quickly swept around a circle, and he nodded with satisfaction. Writing up to here, I hope readers remember our domain name 101 reading website is super smooth, 101kks.com for you to read. Very well, the proposal passes. Fugaku, Uchiha Mo, do you have any objections? I have no objections. Fugaku gave his response with a calm expression. Reaching this point, his mind had inexplicably grown tranquil. Before Fugaku became the patriarch, he might still have had grand ambitions of his own regarding this, hoping to lead the Uchiha to a new stage. But as the gap between reality and fantasy gradually became clear, he clearly realized the shortcomings of his own ability, especially with such an outstanding genius appearing among the younger generation. Even amidst the public opinion of these past few days, a slight thought of simply giving up had already arisen in Fugaku's heart. Of course, that was just a thought. Whether starting from personal will or responsibility to the clan, it was impossible for him to step down directly. Moreover, even if Uchiha Mo ultimately won, he still needed this battle to justify the rationality of the patriarch's seat. What about Uchiha Mo? Setsuna turned to look at the youth beside him. No problem. Setsuna nodded, all right, then let's go. Conveniently, the plaza outside the shrine is big enough. As his voice fell, Setsuna took the lead in stepping down from the high platform, and walked towards the direction of the large doors. The clansmen standing by the door immediately stepped up to open them, letting the sunlight spill back into the shrine. A short while later, the Uchiha clansmen gathered in a circle around the edge of the plaza in front of the shrine. In the center of the plaza, Fugaku and Uchiha Mo stood opposite each other at a distance, slowly forming the sign of confrontation. Uchiha Mo, don't hold back. Let me see the strength of the so-called strongest expert of the Uchiha. Fugaku's expression was firm, his gleaming eyes staring intently at the youth opposite him. All right, if you can see it. Uchiha Mo calmly replied, raising his right hand into a sword finger seal in front of his chest. Setsuna, bringing a long waist-high Shursui, stood in front of the shrine's main door, struck the floor with his cane, and said in a deep voice. The battle begins. As the forceful words fell, Fugaku immediately twisted his right hand, a large number of kunai sliding from his sleeves to be grabbed between his fingers. Crimson color bloomed in his eyes as he charged towards Uchiha Mo first. Uchiha Mo quietly stood in place, watching Fugaku's movements. Aside from his eyes also transforming into a pair of three Tomo Sharingan, there was no other unusual movement. Swish. 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 Fugaku waved his hand fiercely, hurling those kunai toward Uchiha Mo, and then his hands rapidly began forming seals in front of his chest. Clang, 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 clang. Those kunai collided in midair, quickly surrounding all directions around Uchiha Mo like a rain of kunai falling down. At the same time, Fugaku also finished forming his seals, bringing his palms together in front of his mouth and violently puffing out his chest. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Uchiha Mo's expression remained calm, as his right hand touched the hilt of the blade at his waist. Click. The Futsunomitama slipped half an inch out of its scabbard. The next moment, a dense torrent of black blade light suddenly erupted. The pitch-black absolute domain completely shredded all the kunai surrounding Uchiha Mo. Even the fireballs flying in immediately afterward turned into sparks under the black light, swiftly annihilating. What kind of ability is this? Fugaku's heart startled, his eyes widening. However, before Fugaku could recover his senses, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately following the sound of breaking air, an extremely heavy uppercut slammed solidly into Fugaku's stomach. Bang! Ugh! Ah! Fugaku's body instantly curled into the shape of a shrimp, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. Following that, Fugaku felt a pair of hands suddenly grab the hair on the back of his head, roughly lifting his head. Then, Uchiha Mo's calm, crimson eyes reflected into Fugaku's field of vision. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Ha! Uchiha Fugaku's body trembled, and then he collapsed limply onto the ground. Complete silence filled the venue. The Uchiha clan ninja looked somewhat dazed at the youth in the center, clearly not yet recovering from this overly simple battle. Everyone had a premonition that the winner would be Uchiha Mo, but even Setsuna hadn't expected Uchiha Mo to win so simply. And all of this was within Uchiha Mo's expectations. After all, despite Uchiha Mo's eyes still being 3 tomo, his pupil power had long since reached the level of the Mangekyo, only for some reason it hadn't evolved yet. Moreover, against 3 tomo, the Mangekyo possessed an overwhelming advantage in pupil power. Even if Fugaku obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan in anime original content, that was only after the Uchiha participated in the Hidden Mist battlefield. At this moment, it was simply impossible for him to be Uchiha Mo's opponent. The winner, Uchiha Mo. Setsuna announced the result in a high-pitched voice, and immediately the entire plaza exploded as a crowd began chattering excitedly about the contents of the battle. Did you see Uchiha Mo's movements clearly? He's so fast. Fugaku didn't even have time to react. Yeah. The gap in strength is simply too huge. I didn't expect Uchiha Mo to already be this strong. Uchiha Mo slowly walked to Setsuna's side, and nodded slowly toward Setsuna and Shursui. Setsuna then struck the floor with his cane again, saying in a deep voice. All right. Discuss it back inside. Now return to the shrine to continue the clan meeting. Kainai and Zanzong, you two carry Fugaku inside. As his voice fell, Setsuna turned and pushed open the shrine's doors, but instead of entering, he retreated to the side of the door and revealed a smile toward Uchiha Mo. After you, Patriarch. Uchiha Mo glanced at him without replying, instead lifting his foot and walking straight into the shrine. Chapter 84, Making the World Tremble once again under the name of Uchiha. Mo stood on the high platform at the innermost end of the shrine, his gaze sweeping across the room as excited faces below all came into his view. No clan in the ninja world would possibly allow a boy under 12 years old to serve as the leader of the clan, even if this person were the strongest of the entire clan. But the Uchiha was the sole exception, which was why Mo stood in his current position. He withdrew his gaze, spread his hands, and slowly began to speak. 48 years ago, the Uchiha and the Senju shook hands and made peace, thereby ending the chaotic Sengoku era. Not only Konoha, but the entire current landscape of the ninja world was jointly forged by the Uchiha and the Senju. But now the Senju have perished, yet Konoha, which was personally created by the Uchiha, wants to squeeze the Uchiha out of power. Where in this world is there any logic of a pet driving its master out of the house? The voice echoed within the shrine, instantly igniting the clan members' anger. That is right. Patriarch Sama is right. Konoha is heartless, and we have no need to remain loyal to it any longer. Take back everything that belongs to the Uchiha. The Uchiha located below the platform were all in high spirits, veins bulging on their temples, and they all looked towards Uchiha Mo on the platform with eyes full of anticipation. Mo glanced around left and right, his expression cold, but his voice suddenly grew high-pitched. Dwelling on past gains and losses has no meaning, but the meaning of past sacrifices can be bestowed by future actions. The Senju of the forest has already vanished, and the current Uchiha is unquestionably the strongest clan in the ninja world. No clan can rival the Uchiha, and no bloodline limit can compare to the Sharingan. I want you to follow me and reforge the glory belonging to the Uchiha. Not limited to Konoha, but to make the entire ninja world tremble in fear just hearing the name of the Uchiha. Make the world tremble once again under the name of the Uchiha. Well said, wise patriarch. Reforge the Uchiha's glory. Reforge the Uchiha's glory. Reforge the Uchiha's glory. Setsuna looked at the excited clan members below, unable to help curving the corners of his lips. Hokage building. Knock, knock, knock. A burst of hurried knocking reached into the office. Hiruzen Sarutobi held a document sent from the front lines in one hand and supported his pipe with the other, saying without raising his head, "Enter." As the words fell, the office door was opened with a click, and a ninja wearing an Umbu mask hurried over to the front of the desk and knelt on one knee. "What is it?" Hiruzen Sarutobi flipped the battle report in his hand to the back and continued to ask. "Hokage-sama, a report from the southeastern border states that the traces of hidden mist have been found at the old site of the Land of Whirlpools. At the same time, the reconnaissance squad of the Iwagakure battlefield says that the number of Iwagakure ninjas wandering within the Land of Grass recently seems to have increased. Also, this is intelligence transmitted back by spies within the Land of Wind." As the Umbu spoke, he raised a scroll. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down the document in his hand with a frown and raised his head. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and said in a deep voice, "This ninja world really cannot be at peace for even a moment. Bring it over." "Yes." The Umbu nodded, stood up, placed the scroll on the desk, and then turned and walked towards the door. Hiruzen Sarutobi ignored him, instead sighing, extinguishing his dry tobacco pipe and putting it down, then picked up the scroll and began to read. His aged eyes quickly swept over the contents of the scroll, and then he muttered to himself in shock and doubt. Kumogakure has actually retreated. Damn it. In that case, the pressure on the northeastern front will definitely increase. And Iwagakure has also made new moves on this side. Sigh. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a long sigh and knitted his brows in distress. Hidden mist landing from the Land of Whirlpools is obviously harboring malicious intentions towards Konoha, but since Kumogakure has withdrawn its forces on Sunegakure's side, Konoha's forces on the Kumogakure front must not act rashly for the time being. We can only utilize the surplus forces from Iwagakure's side as well as the idle forces in the village. Fortunately, Sunegakure has already lost the ability to actively start a war, otherwise, if they took the opportunity to stick a foot in. As he spoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi put down the scroll in his hand with a sorrowful expression, stood up, and came to the window beside the desk. The Hokage building was the tallest building in all of Konoha. From this position, many places in the village could be seen, yet Hiruzen Sarutobi subconsciously cast his gaze toward another 3-story tall building in the southwest of Konoha. That was precisely the headquarters of the Uchiha military police force. Pondering for a moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly spoke. "We can only let the Uchiha go. The time required for the troops withdrawn from the Land of Grass to reach the vicinity of the Land of Whirlpools is too long, otherwise relying solely on this little bit of strength in the village won't hold out for long. Uchiha. Ah. When this war ends, whatever we owed them last time, we will give it to them all at once." Hiruzen Sarutobi said, his brows knitting even deeper. At this moment, he suddenly inexplicably missed that old friend who had long gone missing, or rather, whose body could not be found. If Danzo were here, this kind of matter would probably be much simpler. This old man's individual ability is still not enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi really did not want to treat the Uchiha so unfairly, but even though he did not want to, he could only do so. Because he dared even less to gamble the village on the stability of the Uchiha. He deeply understood his own lack of ability. Giving one last glance, Hiruzen Sarutobi closed the window, and then stepped back to sit in the chair behind the desk. "Someone come." Swish. As the words fell, a figure quickly entered the office from outside the door, kneeling on one knee in front of the desk. "Two commands. First, have the Uchiha clan gather the remaining ninja forces in the village to set off tomorrow, heading towards the direction of the Land of Whirlpools, with the Patriarch serving as the commander-in-chief, responsible for intercepting the invasion of Hidden Mist. Second, have Orochimaru set off tomorrow to go to the Iwagakure front lines to serve as the commander-in-chief, and be sure to intercept all aggressive actions of Iwagakure. If there are any objections, have them come to the Hokage office to find this old man. Yes. The figure responded in a deep voice, and then instantly vanished from the office again, along with the office door being closed by him. The order was quickly delivered to the hands of the Uchiha clan and Orochimaru. Orochimaru naturally had no objections, but the Uchiha had been screwed over by Hiruzen Sarutobi not long ago, so naturally they could not have no reaction this time. Fortunately, Mo had anticipated this long ago. In his view, the Hidden Mist battlefield was also an opportunity for the Uchiha. After all, besides this, where else would there be an opportunity to legally go out with a large batch of Uchiha combat power? In Mo's plan, such an opportunity was needed to lay the foundation for the future of the Uchiha. Thus, under Uchiha Mo's will, the interior of the Uchiha temporarily suppressed their dissatisfaction and reached a consensus. However, on the day of departure, an unexpected figure appeared in the ranks. That was beside Fugaku, a child with an immature face, hiding behind him, and appearing a bit shy. Chapter 85 Itachi Uchiha, the Raikage in Action. Uchiha Itachi timidly looked at the youth in front of him. Although he was rather precocious, he was only 3 years old after all, and the youth before him had just seized the position of patriarch from his own father, so some fear was inevitable. Fugaku patted Itachi on the head twice and said sternly, "Itachi, do not be rude." At the same time, he turned his head to look at Uchiha Mo, pondered for a moment, and said somewhat awkwardly, "Patriarch, this is my eldest son, Uchiha Itachi." Mo looked at Fugaku, then shifted his gaze to Uchiha Itachi, asking with a hint of chill in his voice, "What do you think is the purpose of him going to the battlefield? To reduce Uchiha's population burden?" Itachi immediately hid behind his father in fright, while Fugaku's expression stiffened, and he quickly spoke to assure him. "Rest assured, Itachi is very obedient. I just want to cultivate him early, it won't affect the battle." As his voice fell, Mo looked away and ignored him further, but in his heart, he was calculating another matter. Under his subtle influence, Shirsue's ideology had completely stood on the side of Uchiha, and in the future, Uchiha would also be Mo's most important backing foundation. That being the case, he could try to make the top genius Uchiha Itachi useful to the clan. Thinking of this, Mo slowly spoke. "When on the battlefield, let Shirsue take him along. The clan does not allow you to waste your energy on a child." Given Fugaku's parenting style, if Mo did not intervene, he could basically conclude that future Itachi, even if standing on the clan's side, would become a total psychotic. Fugaku's stiff face trembled slightly. Evidently pleasantly surprised, he looked at Shirsue and spoke out. "Is that all right? Then I'll have to trouble Shirsue." Having witnessed Shirsue's strength firsthand at the Battle of Kikyo Pass, naturally he would not refuse. Well then. Shirsue was stunned for a moment but then obediently agreed. Immediately after, he revealed a smile and squatted down halfway to look at the child hiding behind Fugaku's legs. Hello, I am Uchiha Shirsue, please take care of me." Perhaps due to Shirsue's sunny smile, Itachi's little face froze for a moment, and then he relaxed significantly. He walked out from behind Fugaku and responded in a low voice. I am Uchiha Itachi, please take care of me." Mo withdrew his gaze, scanned the clansmen around him, and the ninjas behind him, and said expressionlessly, "Let's move out. Boss." A letter from the spy in Konoha came. This morning, the remaining troops within Uchiha and Konoha began large-scale mobilization. A pale-skinned male ninja knelt on one knee and respectfully said to the dark-skinned brawny man before him, "Good." Third Raikage immediately stood up, walking toward the tent's entrance while continuing to give orders. "C. Immediately notify Samui to preside over the heavenly transfer technique. After I leave, you will lead the army to continue retreating, and you must speed up." Although we are currently allies with Iwagakure, it's not impossible for that old fellow Inoki to change his mind halfway. Understood. But, boss, if it's just you alone. C hesitated somewhat. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was self-evident. Third Raikage paused slightly in his steps, turned back and said, "If there are too many people, we won't make it in time. Furthermore, I have already communicated with Mizukage in advance. The Hidden Mist Army will cooperate with my actions. We must kill that damned Uchiha brat. Destroy Konoha's southeastern battle line to console the spirits of Kumogakure's warriors in heaven." The dark-skinned brawny man spoke in a low voice, a rich, crimson murderous intent leaking from between his teeth. The blow Uchiha Mo dealt to Kumogakure was too heavy. Third Raikage could not possibly give up this opportunity. Moreover, he had sufficient confidence in his own strength, and even if Hidden Mist betrayed them after the deed was done, he was confident he could retreat safely. This. Very well. Seeing that his leader's will was set, C no longer tried to dissuade him, but quickly stood up to go contact Samui. A short while later, the 2-meter-tall Third Raikage sat cross-legged atop a 3-story-high rubber platform, and standing beside him were C and a black-skinned fellow. "Lord Raikage, have the teleportation destination coordinates been determined?" The black-skinned fellow raised his head, and asked Third Raikage. "Samui, with your chakra, can you teleport me into the territory of the Land of Whirlpools?" Third Raikage asked thus. Their current location was within the territory of the Land of Birds. To teleport to the Land of Whirlpools was equivalent to crossing half of the ninja world. In Kumogakure's future, a ninja with extremely high mastery over the heavenly transfer technique would appear, Mabui. She could teleport 2 people across half the ninja world at once and accurately transport the amber purifying pot to a teammate's side. However, Samui's talent was quite a bit inferior, which was why Third Raikage asked this question. "This?" Samui hesitated for a moment, then replied. "It's a bit forced. But the only teleportation coordinates we have precise control over within the Land of Whirlpools are that clearing on the border with Konoha. The transmission of the heavenly transfer technique did not require any medium, but it relied on coordinates. Therefore, while convenient, it could result in directly transmitting objects or ninjas inside tree branches or rocks, thereby directly causing damage or death. It doesn't matter, just select that target." Third Raikage waved his hand, completely unconcerned. "Is it not necessary to notify Lord A and Lord B in advance to provide backup?" Samui asked again with doubt. "Unnecessary. I will act alone, and retreat directly after killing the target. Making a big fuss would instead easily leak the news, and lead to complications." "All right. I understand. Please prepare yourself, Lord Raikage." Sweat seeped from Samui's temples as he responded somewhat nervously. As the master of the heavenly transfer technique, he understood the dangers of this technique when used to teleport ninjas even better. Because of this, even though Third Raikage had proven that he could withstand this risk, he still felt nervous. "Begin." In contrast, Third Raikage appeared much more relaxed. Samui nodded with a solemn expression, then swallowed a mouthful of saliva, formed a hand seal in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Heavenly transfer technique." As his voice fell, a burst of blue light suddenly covered Third Raikage's body. Then, accompanied by flickering light, his figure swished and instantly disappeared from the transmission platform. Within the territory of the Land of Whirlpools, Third Raikage landed safely. He turned his head to look around at the surrounding scenery, and after confirming that he hadn't been teleported to the wrong location, he began to conceive in his mind the shortest path from Konoha's headquarters to the Land of Whirlpools. A short while later, the exaggeratedly built dark-skinned brawny man slowly turned around, selected a direction as lightning suddenly flashed across his body, and then abruptly rushed out. Chapter 86, Black Zetsu. Third Raikage. Deep underground, directly beneath Konoha's southeast border forces, Black Zetsu was controlling a white creature, continuously following the Uchiha squad moving above. To some extent, Black Zetsu was indeed a genius. He took advantage of the plant-like characteristics of White Zetsu, killed its consciousness, and then used the ability of spiritual fusion to control the deceased White Zetsu's movements. White Zetsu itself was an extremely special creature. Once dead, the state of its body would completely transform into something like wood, air, or stone. Because of this, Black Zetsu, residing within its body, could more perfectly conceal its own aura to ensure that Indra would not discover it. As for how effective it actually was, watching Uchiha Mo above, who showed no abnormal signs, Black Zetsu felt that his concealment was exceptionally perfect. Uchiha Mo withdrew his attention, his pupils slightly contracting as he began scanning the surroundings with clairvoyance. Since Black Zetsu had appeared once more, Mo deduced that there was a high probability of unexpected circumstances occurring next. Yes, from the very moment Black Zetsu actively followed the squad and cast his gaze and attention onto Uchiha Mo had already discovered his presence. Apart from enhancing the abilities of clairvoyance and clairaudience, the power of peeping heaven further elevated Mo's already high sensory level. In addition, after a period of familiarity, current Mo no longer needed to deliberately shift his line of sight. He could achieve perfect control over his sensory abilities simply through his thoughts. Mo did not directly expose Black Zetsu like last time, instead continuing to feign ignorance. Even so, he had not forgotten Black Zetsu's ambitions toward him. Therefore, although his current resident sensory range was already very broad, he still actively used clairvoyance to scout the situation in the distance. After a short while, as Mo's sight swept across a dense forest within the territory of the Land of Whirlpools near Konoha's border directly ahead of the squad, a dark-skinned man with an exaggeratedly robust build came into Mo's view. That dark-skinned muscular man was hiding among the dense leaves. If it were not for the aura-sensing effect of clairvoyance's probing, it probably would have taken quite a bit of effort to notice him. This is Third Raikage. Mo frowned slightly. According to the original timeline, Third Raikage should be entangling with Raza on the Sunagakure battlefield right now. Even if Kumogakure suffered repeated setbacks on the Konoha battlefield because of Mo, at most he would have returned early, and then been backstabbed by Inoki, ultimately being beaten to death while covering for his comrades. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for him to appear in this place. Amidst his thoughts, Mo glanced unnoticeably at the ground beneath his feet, silently confirming a certain conjecture in his heart. It seems he is the gift Black Zetsu prepared for me. Third Raikage, this fellow was different from the miscellaneous nobodies Uchiha Mo had killed before. If Third Raikage was the final boss of a stage, then Yujito was at best a grunt, and Danzo was merely an elite mob blocking the path. Below Super Kage level, Third Raikage was definitely one of the strongest people in the entire ninja world. His physical body was tough enough to go hand-to-hand with the Eight Tails Gyuki until exhaustion, suppressing the Eight Tails rampage alone on multiple occasions, and even breaking all of the Eight Tails tails in a single battle. Remember our 101 reading network. Even in the Edo Tensei state, where his chakra quality and physical strength were far inferior to when he was alive, he could take a wind release, Raisin Shuriken head-on in Kurama Link mode, which theoretically restrained him. This was a monster with almost no shortcomings in any aspect. Whether it was speed, stamina, defense, or attack power, he was a top-tier existence in the entire ninja world. Glancing at his panel, Mo did not leak this news in advance. Such a high-quality opponent naturally had to be utilized to the absolute limit to squeeze out all his value. The squad thus continued advancing in silence, until the sun gradually slanted westward, and the dense forest where Mo had previously discovered Third Raikage appeared on the skyline ahead of everyone. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Mo heightened his attention and continued leading the squad forward, rapidly stepping into the dense forest. Tap. Whoosh. Tap. Whoosh. Tap. Whoosh. Figure after figure leapt swiftly across tree branches, landing on another branch ahead, and then leaping again. Mo, isn't it a bit too quiet around here? Fugaku turned his head. Before he could finish speaking, a brilliant flash of lightning suddenly rushed straight toward the squad from the oblique upper air right ahead like a thunderbolt. Hell stab, four-finger piercing hand. Fugaku's expression suddenly froze on his face, but Mo didn't look at him at all. Instead, with a solemn expression, he instantly drew the Futsunomatama from his waist and held it horizontally in front of him. Crimson blaze, body-burning ring. A flowing black light barrier appeared around Mo in an instant, but before it could fully take form, under Mo's deliberate control, it instantly condensed onto the blade of the Futsunomatama, forming a thin layer of light barrier. At the exact same moment, a dark-skinned muscular man with white hair standing on end abruptly appeared before Mo amidst crackling electricity, his right hand entwined with blue lightning fiercely stabbing into the black glowing blade of the Futsunomatama. Clang! Boom! Following a crisp, unusual sound, everyone only saw Uchiha Mo's figure being violently knocked flying by a blue bolt of thunder. That thunder carried Uchiha Mo as he snapped countless thick tree branches, then slid for dozens of meters across the ground, kicking up two extremely dense lines of dust on either side, and finally stopped before a towering ancient tree as thick as 3 people embracing. Patriarch. N.I.San. M.O. The clansman cried out in shock, hurriedly leaping from the tree branches down to the ground, rushing back with eager expressions. Cough. However, at this moment, a clear cough rang out from the smoke. Everyone's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, looking with worried expressions toward the smoke beneath that large tree. As the dust cleared, Uchiha Mo slowly stood up from in front of the scorched and dilapidated tree trunk. Mo's upper body clothing had completely turned to dust by this time, exposing his fair and sturdy physical body underneath, and his trousers had likewise become dilapidated. He quickly noticed something amiss. Rolling his eyes downward, he raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, then brought it before him, lowering his gaze to look. A trace of bright red was lingering on the back of Mo's fair hand. Blood. Although the powerful piercing force of the hell stab, 4-finger-piercing hand, had been completely blocked by the Futsunomatama, that intense impact had truly landed on Mo's physical body. Therefore, although he looked completely uninjured on the surface, his internal organs had suffered a considerable impact from that force. The injuries within his body were quelled in an instant by his powerful vitality, but the corners of Mo's mouth hooked into a somewhat manic arc. He suddenly raised his head. No one noticed that on a tree trunk obliquely above, a dark-skinned muscular man was standing with arms crossed, staring at him with a startled and suspicious expression. Looking at the third rakeage, Mo suddenly grinned. Such a long-lost feeling. This is simply fantastic. This is what a battle should look like. This kind of fight deserves to be called a bloody battle. Author's note on launch release announcement. It's going on shelves this Monday, and the update will still be at 12 p.m. I'm still writing how many chapters I'll mass release, but after it goes on shelves, my daily target for myself is 6,000 words. Whether I can update more depends on everyone's enthusiasm, rubbing hands together like a fly and laughing. I won't say much nonsense for now. Let's get straight to the point and talk about a few issues that everyone is worried about. Point 1, regarding leaving Konoha. I saw some readers think that as long as Minato takes power and doesn't die, there won't be any problem with the Uchiha staying in Konoha, and there's completely no need to break away. The answer is yes, this point is unquestionable. Then there's also the view that Konoha should just become the Uchiha's Konoha. Regarding this, I can only say the Uchiha are alright at fighting, but management, those who know, laughs. Dear reader lords should be able to see by now that the tone of this book is not like that. Staying in Konoha is a great path, but too many things are written this way, and this path doesn't suit Mo. A person like Mo should be the darkness that makes the ninja world tremble, a public enemy, rather than simply a super-strong hired muscle in a faction. He isn't truly a bloodthirsty madman, he's just a psychotic Uchiha. Therefore he can be cold to the extreme toward confirmed enemies, yet get upset with his family because of a single sentence from Shursui. I won't cook for you. He clearly understands the path he wants to take, so he turns a blind eye to the bonds actively reaching out from Konoha, or even actively rejects them, whether it's Minato, Kurenai, Kakashi, or even Asuma and Gekko Hayate, it's all the same. He is destined to walk alone, or walk alongside a small number of people who possess the same darkness. This is a reason based on character design adaptation, and another reason is the plot. Speaking of the plot, defection was something determined in my initial draft outline. I don't read all that many Naruto fanfics myself, but I don't want to write those kinds of stories where they stay in Konoha and simply follow the original plot. Of course, Emo won't be absent from the original story's important events. After all, what I'm writing is still Naruto, it's just that the role he plays might be a bit different. Finally, regarding the departing Uchiha, some reader lords also feel that the Uchiha are fundamentally unsuited to lead the village, so leaving is actually useless. My answer is, spot on. Naturally, I've considered this point too. Southwest in the new place, the Uchiha will be emperors who only care about fighting. Everyone doesn't need to worry about this point. As for their destination, it will be within the ninja world, not those places everyone usually thinks of, and it won't be an original location. I won't say much more. Point 2, regarding eyes. I know what everyone wants to see, laughs. Some readers want to see Mangekyo, and some readers want to see the protagonist walk the path of Indra. Regarding this, my answer is, I want all of it. I want the Mangekyo abilities, and I want Indra too, and I won't force it unnaturally. I can give everyone a hint. The reason the protagonist didn't successfully awaken his eyes earlier was precisely to lay the groundwork for this. I won't say much more, it's easy to spoil. Point 3, regarding length. Now the plot is under 200,000 words, and Mo's hard strength has reached a hex standard Kage level with no weaknesses. Coupled with his own combat intelligence, bizarre abilities, Kekei Toda, and other comprehensive advantages, it can be said that as long as the enemy hasn't reached the Super Kage level, he basically has a considerable chance of winning. Therefore, some readers worry that the protagonist will become invincible too quickly, causing the power scaling to collapse, or that I will directly cause the plot to collapse just to make the power scaling reasonable and finish it at lightning speed in 500,000 words. Please believe me, because everyone can see that the way this cheat enhances itself is very simple, killing. And right now is a period of war. If he didn't improve fast, it would mean there's something wrong with my writing. First, the cheat I set up naturally becomes harder to upgrade the further along it goes. Second, the plot from the early stage all the way to the end of the Third Ninja World War is meant precisely to give the protagonist a boost in strength. That way, after the Third War ends, the protagonist will have enough weight and sufficient strength to stir up winds and clouds in the ninja world, plotting and acting for his ultimate mission. After the Third War, since the war has stopped, in order to complete his ultimate mission and continue upgrading his strength, Emo will naturally continue stirring up trouble to prepare for his mission on one hand, while continuing to kill to boost his strength on the other. During such a period of peaceful times, it's definitely impossible to have the conditions of a wartime environment where you can just run to the battlefield and start hacking away. 101 Books 101 KKS, all hand-typed error-free site. Therefore, the planned length of my content shouldn't be less than 800,000 words. Please feel free to read with peace of mind. Alright, let's finally talk back about this book. Writing a Naruto fanfiction was something I thought about writing when I first started writing books, because I myself am also a rather veteran Naruto fan. When I was a kid on vacation wanting to watch Dragon Ball on Star TV, I happened to catch the Chinese dubbed Naruto. At that time, it happened to be broadcasting Sage Naruto vs. Pain, and I was instantly hooked. After all, where would a brat who was still watching cartoons like Pleasant Goat have ever seen such things? I thought Dragon Ball was already unique, but I didn't expect there to be something else so interesting. However, everyone knows how that situation goes, brats still have to go to school, but anime won't wait for you to get out of class. So back in middle school, relying on my mom's phone, and a neighbor who also liked watching Naruto, and had a computer at home, I slowly finished catching up on Naruto. Later on, I also got into the Naruto mobile game in the second year of high school, playing on and off until now. I've quit twice and come back twice, and it's been close to 7 years. So when I decided to write a novel, Naruto appeared in my options at the very first moment. But writing it for the first time, I was afraid I was too trashy and couldn't write a story that people would like, so I waited until now for my second book. Before writing, I had a lot of ideas in my head, and the one I finally chose is the one everyone sees right now, because I instinctively thought everyone would prefer a character like this. After all, back when it was serialized, if I remember correctly, Sasuke was more popular most of the time. Moreover, a tsundere, cold, sharp-tongued, and psychotic handsome guy is obviously much more suited for the framework of a novel. At that time, I submitted this book directly through internal submission, sending it to my editor, Boss Aurora. However, although I can't be considered a complete newbie, to be honest, I can't be considered a seasoned old player either. Even until now, I only have a half-baked understanding of many mechanisms on the platform. So later when I heard that even big gods get rejected on internal submissions, and have to revise several versions before passing, I was quite apprehensive. But fortunately, the boss was quite merciful to me, perhaps considering that my strength couldn't be pushed too harshly, laughs, so after reading it at the time, he directly passed it for me. Later, during the initial new book period when the data was rather sluggish, Boss Aurora was the one who relieved my anxiety, telling me not to rush and to wait a bit longer. Sure enough, when it reached the third round, it took off. Including how this book has been able to make it to where it is now, receiving so many excellent recommendations and going on shelves with results far exceeding my expectations. Besides all you readers, the person I could least do without is definitely my editor, Big Boss Aurora. Therefore, whether you're new partners wanting to write books to make money and quickly break into the industry, or big shots with good ideas preparing to achieve legendary status with a single book, I recommend everyone come to our summer chief editorial team. Or you can submit directly to Editor Aurora as well. Our boss Aurora is handsome, patient, and has strong professional abilities. Highly recommended, not to be missed, thumbs up. Finally, let me boldly and shamelessly beg for another wave of first subscriptions, hee. Please. Tomorrow at 12 noon. Whether you're preparing to let the book fatten up or preparing to go read pirated versions, please give a first subscription before leaving. This is really important to me. Please. 0R2. Bang 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 bang. Chapter 87, Fierce Battle. Third Rakeage. Chapter 88, Fierce Battle. Third Rakeage. This brat actually has such a powerful physical body. The third Rakeage muttered to himself in shock and uncertainty. He was very clear about his own attack power, even without piercing power, the sheer force of the impact shouldn't be something a 12-year-old boy could withstand. Furthermore, looking at Uchiha Mo's physical condition, the injuries he sustained seemed negligible. Following Uchiha Mo's gaze, the people from Konoha all raised their heads and instantly saw the black figure above. Third Rakeage. Why? Why would the Rakeage appear here? In this era, the third Rakeage prestige was comparable to a tailed beast. The people from Konoha clearly recognized him as well, and all of them showed fearful expressions. A scale of nearly 1,000 ninja did not bring them any sense of security, because after all, apart from the Uchiha clan brought by Mo, the others were not elite to begin with, both their combat proficiency and psychological resilience could be described as poor. However, just as everyone was still panicking, a black lightning bolt suddenly exploded, abruptly thrusting from bottom to top toward the third Rakeage's location. Ha! Scarlet Chidori. It was Uchiha Mo. His hands were wrapped in blazing black thunder as he ferociously rushed toward the third Rakeage. The third Rakeage reacted extremely quickly, rapidly dodging to the side to avoid Mo's thrusting right hand. Seeing that this strike was about to miss, the Tomo in Mo's eyes slowly spun, and he abruptly changed his move. He stepped on a tree branch, slid fiercely, and then turned his ankle, suddenly twisting his waist to thrust the black Chidori straight into the third Rakeage's chest. The third Rakeage's pupils shrank abruptly, and it was too late for him to make any further moves. So fast. Puff, bang. Accompanied by a loud eagle cry, the tall, dark-skinned muscular man was instantly sent flying, his body tracing a black line through the air before violently slamming into the trunk of a large tree below. The attack succeeded, but there was not a trace of joy on Mo's face. Instead, he slightly furrowed his brows. The piercing power of this strike of his was extremely strong. Under normal circumstances, this should have directly pierced through the ninja's flesh, and then the white flames would burn to further expand the damage, but the third raikage was directly blown away instead, which explained. The tree trunk trembled. The third raikage lay expressionlessly beneath the tree, his gloomy gaze falling upon Uchiha Mo. His body remained undamaged, except for a shallow scar left on his chest, upon which white flames rapidly burned, only to extinguish before expanding the wound much further. This showed that the white flames composed of chakra of this volume and quality had already reached their limit in achieving this step on his physical body. The third raikage propped himself up against the ground and slowly stood up, his brain operating at high speed. For now, the blood ninja's physical strength is not low, his speed is faster than this old man's, and his moves are more agile, but his attack power and defense are still inferior to this old man's. Thinking of this, the third raikage lowered his head and glanced at the shallow, pitch-black scar on his chest. However, his ninjutsu is bizarre. Not only are the paralysis and piercing effects stronger than ordinary lightning release, but this white flame also has a strange trait. Is it a new bloodline limit? The third raikage nodded inwardly and once again raised his head to fix his gaze on Uchiha Mo. Anyway, the threat is not big. Patriarch. We've come to help you. Mere raikage. Let him witness the power of the Uchiha. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The Uchiha clansmen below could no longer restrain themselves, their Sharingan lighting up as they looked unkindly toward the third raikage. Mo frowned slightly. After the third raikage's move, Mo's initial objective of using him to build prestige had basically been achieved. There was no need to keep the Uchiha here to consume clan strength at this moment. Moreover, Mo did not need the help of his clansmen, and the clansmen couldn't help him at this time anyway. You guys take the army and continue forward, pull the battle line into the heartland of the land of whirlpools, don't waste time here. I will be responsible for killing the third raikage. Mo lowered his head, the tomo in his eye sockets spinning slowly, and said in a cold voice. But Hwana tightened her grip on the ninja sword in her hand and stepped forward, about to say something. However, the next moment, Mo frowned sharply and looked at Hwana as a bit of release power poured out along his Sharingan. Uchiha Hwana's body trembled, instantly freezing in place with a panicky expression, no longer able to make any moves or say any words. Let it go this once. Spitting out for words in a cold voice, Mo withdrew his gaze and placed it back on the third raikage. Now, act according to orders. Yes. Times N. Everyone responded in unison, and then Uchiha Fugaku led the army behind him to bypass the battlefield of the two from the flank, continuing to advance in the direction of the land of whirlpools. The third raikage watched the whole process without making a move. It wasn't until the Konoha army was about to completely withdraw that he slowly spoke up. Since your last words are finished, this old man is going to make a move. From beginning to end, the third raikage's main target was only Uchiha Mo. As for the others, according to the cooperation requirements with the Mizukage, it was originally the part that Hidden Mist was responsible for. Swish! Futsunomatama was unsheathed, making a crisp sound. Uchiha Mo said with disdain, only dead people listening to eulogies would stand by motionless. Rest assured, I will immediately send you to reunite with Tutai. As soon as his voice fell, the blade of Futsunomatama was dyed with black light. Mo fiercely snapped the branch beneath his feet, and suddenly shot like a bullet toward the third raikage below. While rapidly approaching, he suddenly puffed out his chest, and then fiercely spewed a blood-orange fire dragon as huge as a pinwheel. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. The fire dragon bombarded down at a speed even faster than Mo himself, exploding in front of the large tree below almost the instant it was exhaled. Boom! Massive clouds of dust mixed with flying gravel splattered. Mo rotated his Sharingan, his vision completely unrestricted. With a clear target, he flew into a certain spot in the smoke, gripped Futsunomatama tightly in his hand, and following the momentum of his charge, slashed diagonally toward the left shoulder of the third Raikage in the smoke with a diagonal slash. Although the third Raikage's vision was restricted, his perception was extremely keen. The moment the smoke on the left side was stirred by the strong force, he detected the anomaly, and without hesitation, he raised his left arm to block in front of Mo's swinging arm. However, the next moment, squelch! The blade pierced into flesh, and a spray of blood suddenly burst from the shoulder. A sharp pain surged, and a look of bewilderment instantly appeared in the third Raikage's eyes as he looked at his left arm in confusion. Did I slow down? Didn't block it. No, I definitely raised my arm before this brat's attack fell, but why? Chapter 88, Invisibility and Intangibility. Blaze Release. Chapter 89, Invisibility and Intangibility. Blaze Release. This Uchiha brat still has tricks up his sleeve. Although he had plenty of doubts in his heart, the third Raikage's movements did not hesitate at all. Violent flashes of electricity suddenly erupted across his entire body, and his muscles abruptly tightened. He firmly clamped down on the Futsunomitama embedded in his shoulder while extinguishing the white flames on his wound. Immediately afterward, he brought together 4 fingers of his right hand, wrapped in lightning, and abruptly thrust toward Uchiha Mo's neck. Mo's eyes shifted. Gripping the hilt with his right hand, he used the Futsunomitama controlled by the third Raikage as a fulcrum to twist his body, sinking his upper body into midair. He hooked his left leg around the third Raikage's thrusting arm, while black flames ignited on the toes of his right foot as he violently leveraged force to kick towards his head. The third Raikage's thrust missed, grazing Mo's hair, while Mo's right leg whipped toward the third Raikage's temple amid the howling wind. The Raikage's expression remained calm. Having been born in an era when the ninja village had just been established, and being a battle-hardened ninja himself, he knew that the Uchiha were as slippery as loaches in close combat taijutsu, so he had long been prepared. He abruptly raised his prepared left hand, wrapped in dense lightning, and violently grabbed at Uchiha Mo's incoming ankle like a pair of steel lightning pliers. Uchiha Mo's toe, burning with black flames, was still about 3 inches away from the third Raikage's temple, and the dark-skinned muscular man could even faintly hear the whistling wind by his ear, but his lightning-wrapped left hand had already pressed against Mo's ankle. Got you. The third Raikage's pupils constricted, and with a low shout, he abruptly clenched his left hand. But at the very instant he made his move, Mo's entire ankle suddenly vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed at all. Consequently, the third Raikage's confident grab suddenly clutched at empty space. Immediately afterward. Bang! With a muffled sound, the right foot wrapped in black flames fiercely whipped across the third Raikage's cheek. The immense force even caused the dark-skinned muscular man's entire form to tilt sideways, solid and inescapable. Leveraging the force, Mo pressed down on the hilt of the Futsunomitama, prying it out of the Raikage's shoulder amidst a splatter of flesh and blood. Immediately afterward, he pushed off the ground with both hands, leaped back to put some distance between them, and stared vigilantly at the dark-skinned muscular man opposite him. Remember, the fastest novel site across the web, 101 Reading Net is super smooth, i01kkks.com, read anytime. The third Raikage frowned. Noticing the abnormality of the black flames on his cheek, he hurriedly attempted to suppress them using his lightning release armor. However, after several futile attempts, he instantly chose the exact same combat method his son would use decades later. Swish! With a flick of his right hand, a large chunk of flesh mixed with black flames fell to the ground. Uchiha Mo's gaze was calm, while the third Raikage in front of him had his face mangled and bloody, even exposing a large patch of bare bone beneath his left cheek. When dealing with you guys, Blaze Release really is more effective. The third Raikage's lightning release armor had far too strong a defense, far surpassing the fourth, who could withstand a Chidori without a scratch. Even with Mo's chakra quality, he had to rely on the Kekkei Toda's enhancement to break through the defense, yet it fell far short of the effects he achieved against other enemies in the past. The paralysis and burning traits could not produce their due damage. And at this moment, the shameless nature of Blaze Release appeared particularly crucial. It completely ignored the lightning release armor. On the other side, The tall third Raikage showed a grave expression for the first time. What an utterly troublesome ability. Although the third Raikage had suffered quite a loss in the fierce melee just now, he had also used it to figure out why he had clearly blocked it the first time, yet was still slashed by the ninja blade. He clearly saw that just at the moment when he was about to grab this brat, the brat's ankle had mysteriously vanished just like that. No, or rather, it was as if it had become invisible, because the part below his ankle remained normal, but the missing ankle seemed to genuinely not exist, causing the third Raikage's attack to fall into empty space. Coupled with that strange black flame. With a solemn expression, the third Raikage stimulated his lightning release chakra mode to sear the wound on his left cheek with electricity, preventing excessive bleeding or further deterioration of the injury. He raised his right hand, held up 3 fingers, and lightning surged wildly all over his body. On the other side, Uchiha Mo flicked his long blade, and with a boom, pitch-black flames instantly covered the blade of the Futsunomatama. Theoretically speaking, the black flames of blaze release would burn any attached object to ashes, making so-called chakra attachment impossible. Even Sasuke, who possessed Kagutsuchi, had never directly touched the black flames. But Uchiha Mo possessed fire control abilities, a level of manipulation superior to Kagutsuchi, so he could naturally achieve this. Hell stab, 3-pronged spear. With a loud shout, the third Raikage once again transformed into a brilliant bolt of lightning, suddenly launching a surprise attack on Uchiha Mo's eyes rolled. Boosted by formidable dynamic vision and reflex nerves, the lightning that appeared extremely swift in the eyes of ordinary people was actually only a little faster than a mosquito in his eyes. With a shrug of his shoulder and a sidestep, the third Raikage's 3-pronged spear brushed past his lapels and hit nothingness. Old man, did blaze release fry your brain? Who could a strike this obvious ever hit? Did you forget that my speed is faster than yours? Mo sneered, flicking the Futsunomatama diagonally upward, slashing at the third Raikage's chest with a reverse diagonal slash. The third Raikage turned a deaf ear to this. He stomped fiercely with both feet, halting abruptly, and then raised his lightning-wrapped left hand to violently grab at the wrist of Mo holding the straight blade. The next moment, seeing the two about to collide, Mo's wrist suddenly vanished, yet upon seeing this, the third Raikage slightly raised the corner of his mouth. He abruptly changed his grab into a chop, holding his hand vertical, and then even more violent electric arcs burst out. His arm lunged fiercely forward, chopping toward Mo's chest right where his wrist had vanished. Liger bomb. Die right here. Although this combat style would cause him to also be slashed by these bizarre black flames, at worst he would just slice off a few more chunks of flesh. To the third Raikage, this minor cost was nothing at all. Yet the next moment, the dark-skinned muscular man's eyes widened abruptly. Bang! A muffled sound of physical collision rang out. The third Raikage's arm and Uchiha Mo's vanished wrist violently crashed together, and the powerful kinetic force even stirred up a wave of air around the two of them. What? The third Raikage wore an expression of disbelief. He was shocked both at being played with once again, and at the Uchiha's physical strength, which was sufficient to contend with him in a contest of physical power. Mo's expression remained unchanged. Waiting for an instant until he saw the lightning hand blade on the Raikage's palm dissipate, his fingers moved dexterously, turning the Futsunomatama in his palm from a forward grip to a reverse grip. Then, with his wrist pressing against the Raikage's arm above, he skillfully circled around the arm, pulled back, changed direction, and thrust forward, fiercely stabbing toward the lightning-shaped scar on the Raikage's chest. Chapter 89, Traceless Shows Its Might. Tragedy of AI. Chapter 90, Traceless Shows Its Might. Tragedy of AI. The third Raikage's expression was filled with shock, instinctively wanting to dodge, but then considering the speed gap between the two. At the critical moment, he gritted his teeth, directly turned sideways, and raised his left arm to block in front of him. Pfft. Blaze release had an average enhancement on the ninja sword sharpness, so Futsunomatama did not pierce deeply and even failed to completely penetrate. However, under Uchiha Mo's control, that black flame rapidly spread across most of the third Raikage's arm and continued to burn toward his chest. The third Raikage hardened his heart, completely ignoring the ninja sword stuck in his arm. His left arm wrapped in crackling electrical arcs as he fiercely slashed upward at Uchiha Mo. Lariat. Uchiha Mo knew when to quit while he was ahead. Before the Raikage began his movement, he pulled out the ninja sword and leaped backward to create distance. Meanwhile, the third Raikage quickly used his right palm to chop off his entire left arm. Before he could use lightning to simply treat his wound, Uchiha Mo, who had just landed after creating distance, pushed off the ground with both feet upon seeing this and violently charged toward the third Raikage again. Staring at the third Raikage, whose face had turned much paler, he flicked his long blade, and the Blaze Lightning Blade instantly replaced the black flames on the blade. Although Blaze Release had exceptional effects against the Raikage, it was ultimately too easy to evade and difficult to inflict fatal injuries. Moreover, after enduring his multiple rounds of consumption, the third Raikage's cheeks didn't even look as dark anymore, and his overall state couldn't possibly compare to when the battle first began. Therefore, Uchiha Mo decisively made a judgment: right now, Darkness Release would be more effective than Blaze Release. He tightly gripped the straight blade in his hand, raised it, and took a deep breath. Fire Release, Crimson Blaze, Darkness Slash. Before his words fell, Uchiha Mo transformed into a pitch-black bolt of lightning, violently charging toward the pale-faced third Raikage. The blade's edge had not yet arrived, but its chill reached first. Although the attack had not yet reached him, the third Raikage suddenly perceived a faint tingling sensation. Ha! The dark-skinned muscular man clenched his teeth, exhaled fiercely, and ignoring his bleeding left arm, raised his right arm, pointing a single finger at the oncoming black lightning, and erupted all his chakra. Hell Stab, Single Finger Piercing Hand. The pitch-black thunder and azure lightning suddenly shot across the ground, and it wasn't until the two distanced themselves that the dust kicked up from the ground was blown away. In the blink of an eye, the two rapidly closed in on each other in midair, on the verge of colliding. At this moment of life and death, the third Raikage mustered all his mental focus, staring closely at the rapidly approaching Uchiha Mo before him. He might have looked rugged, but his mind was extremely meticulous. There is no invisible part. Could it be that this technique's power is too great for him to remain invisible simultaneously? Or does he feel that my current self is no longer a match for him head-on? The next moment, the two bolts of lightning crashed fiercely together. Bang! The blade pierced into flesh and blood splattered. Futsunomatama pierced in through the lightning-shaped scar on the dark-skinned muscular man's chest, abruptly piercing through his entire torso. The sharp blade suddenly protruded from the third Raikage's back. On the other side, the third Raikage's right arm likewise passed through Uchiha Mo's entire chest, crackling with explosive electrical arcs on his raised fingertips. However, not a trace of joy could be seen on the dark-skinned muscular man's face. His face trembled violently, and his sideways gaze was filled with disbelief. You. Before he could finish his words, the man's tall figure abruptly lost strength, and then collapsed toward Uchiha Mo's side. Bang! With a muffled thud, the third Raikage's sturdy body crashed heavily onto the ground. He was dead. At the same time he collapsed, Futsunomatama in Uchiha Mo's hand was smoothly withdrawn, and the third Raikage's right arm was likewise pulled out from Uchiha Mo's body, revealing an uninjured chest beneath. Traceless, this was the new ability Uchiha Mo unlocked during the Battle of Kikyo Pass. It wasn't the ability to enhance breath concealment as Uchiha Mo had anticipated, but an entirely unexpected and extremely insidious ability, active partial intangibility. The so-called traceless did not mean leaving no traces at all, but rather that clearly being right before your eyes, no trace could be captured. Besides that, after unlocking the second stage ability, Uchiha Mo's control over the invisibility ability had also improved significantly, allowing him to achieve partial invisibility as well. Therefore, by relying on the dual binding of invisibility and intangibility, he constructed a highly deceptive tactic, repeatedly deceiving the third Raikage in battle and making him subconsciously make wrong judgments. If the enemy's combat experience was too low or their battle IQ was too high, this move might not necessarily have worked. But coincidentally, the third Raikage was someone with a sharp combat intuition but not all that smart a brain. Lightning release proficiency plus 6.11%. Yang release proficiency plus 4.09%. Glancing at the panel, Uchiha Mo was somewhat surprised. Lightning release had already crossed the 50% threshold at this point, yet the third Raikage was still able to provide as much as 6% proficiency, showing that his attainments in lightning release were indeed extraordinary. And the Yang release power hidden beneath his powerful physical body did not disappoint Uchiha Mo either, directly helping him reach the 50% threshold. Withdrawing his gaze, Uchiha Mo bent down, took out a sealing scroll to store the third Raikage's corpse, then stood up and subconsciously activated clairvoyance to look in the direction the Uchiha clan was advancing. He, a sinister laugh faintly came from underground, but Uchiha Mo didn't notice it at all. His body trembled, and his whole person suddenly froze in place, as if his soul had been sucked out. His eyes glazed over, staring blankly in one direction. Within his field of vision, in a dense forest in the land of whirlpools, 7 figures holding ninja swords were locked in fierce combat, with a dozen or so figures wearing Uchiha high-collared combat robes. Beside the battlefield, a youth with an immature face lay quietly. There was a look of bewilderment on his face, and an unusually obvious wound was left at his chest. When clairvoyance's clear vision fell upon it, it was easy to recognize that this was a piercing wound caused by something stabbing through the entire heart from behind. This youth had his eyes closed, sported a head of short curly hair, and had a cute button nose. Although Uchiha Mo desperately wanted to deceive himself into thinking that Shursui was just sleeping, clairvoyance clearly transmitted the aura it perceived. Shursui was dead. The next moment, Uchiha Mo's breathing suddenly turned ragged, his pupils trembled violently, and an aura chilling to the absolute extreme suddenly erupted with his body as the origin. Hu ha he he. Ha 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 ha. Painful roars and gleeful, sinister laughter echoed simultaneously across this patch of heaven and earth. The panel was beating crazily, but Uchiha Mo only widened his pupils, holding the ninja sword in one hand while clutching his head with the other, his entire body trembling violently, completely ignoring it. En release proficiency plus 10%. En release proficiency plus 3%. En release proficiency plus 2%. Chapter 90, The Eternal Eye flashes once again, wrathful Uchiha Mo. Chapter 91, The Eternal Eye flashes once again, wrathful Uchiha Mo. The tomo in Mo's eyes spun frantically, their incomparable rotational speed far more exaggerated than last time. In just a split second, a black-backed, red octagonal pattern completely formed. This pattern had 3 layers inside and out, with the outermost ring being a black iris. However, strangely enough, the inner pattern seemed to be covered by a layer of mist, allowing only faint glimpses of black, making the pattern unclear. Yet, just as this pattern had formed, a strange power suddenly came from nowhere and violently intervened in Mo's eye sockets. Immediately afterward, the Mangekyo instantly began spinning in the reverse direction, reverting back to a pair of 3 tomo Sharingan in a split second. But Mo didn't notice this change at all. Amidst his intense sorrow, a clear crack suddenly echoed in his mind. Then, as if a seal had shattered, a string of unfamiliar yet familiar memories flooded into his mind, plunging his entire state into even greater chaos. Yet all these changes were clearly reflected in another pair of eyes. This. Black Zetsu's entire body shuddered, and then it abruptly began to tremble with excitement. Indeed. There is no mistake. Absolutely no mistake. If his previous judgment that Uchiha Mo was Indra was based on his own understanding of Indra and multifaceted analysis, then all the changes happening to Uchiha Mo at this moment were ironclad proof that completely nailed down this fact. First, he directly awakened the eternal Mangekyo using his own strength alone, and then some inexplicable power suddenly stopped his eye awakening, turning his eyes back into 3 tomo Sharingan. Such a thing had never been seen in Black Zetsu's nearly 1,000-year life, and in his store of knowledge, there was only one reason that could explain this. That was Indra. Indra was born with 3 tomo Sharingan, and his 3 tomo were different from everyone else's, having no upper limit to his pupillary power and capable of wielding the complete body Susanoo without needing the so-called Mangekyo. Rather than saying his eyes were 3 Tomo Sharingan, it was better to say that Indra's 3 Tomo were the Sharingan itself. And if Uchiha Mo was regarded as the reincarnation of Indra's soul, then all of this made complete sense. Because he was different from ordinary Uchiha, he could directly rely on himself to awaken the eternal eye without side effects, but because he was Indra, he could not allow himself to lose greater possibilities for the sake of the eternal eye, thus halting the awakening. At this moment, even if the real Indra stood before Black Zetsu, he would never doubt Uchiha Mo's identity. On the other side, Uchiha Mo, who had completely recovered, stood up. He looked coldly ahead, the Futsuno Matama in his hand squeezed until it creaked, and the extreme chill aura around his body was almost condensing into black fog. Mo tipped his toes against the ground, and his entire body suddenly rushed toward the direction of the battlefield. Black Zetsu quickly snapped back to its senses, promptly using the mayfly technique to keep up. After all, according to its past experience, such an experience would cause a huge mental shock to an Uchiha. But an Uchiha experiencing pain would not look for problems within themselves, but instead ponder why such a situation had occurred. At this time, he would reshape his entire worldview, which was also the best time for Black Zetsu to enter the scene in the identity of the guide of the savior. By then, Indra would surely be able to continue being used by it, just like 1,000 years ago. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Above ground, Mo moved extremely fast, on the verge of reaching the dense forest where the battle was taking place. Although after digesting the extra memories in his mind, Mo had clarified certain matters. This did not mean it could eliminate the fury in his chest, on the contrary, the anger in Mo's heart was intensifying at this moment. He urgently needed some blood to fill the void in his heart, and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist serving as executioners were the best choice. Duh. Accompanied by a clear footstep, Uchiha Mo barged into the battlefield like a ghost. He did not deliberately hide his aura, so from the moment he appeared, everyone involuntarily turned their gazes over. No one could ignore that powerful chakra aura that was cold to the extreme. M.O. Fugaku's voice was hoarse, his expression filled with guilt. He lowered his head, not daring to look into Mo's eyes, his drooping crimson eyes full of remorse. Why is this brat here? Damn it. Did the third Raikage run away? These barbarians really can't be relied on. What should we do? What should we do? It's just one more brat. Wouldn't it work to just kill him together? Hey, this chakra is no joke. Mo did not look at Fugaku, but instead stared at the 7 figures ahead, asking expressionlessly, who did this? Fugaku raised his head, revealing a pattern in his eyes that was completely different from regular Tomo, and responded tremblingly, it's that guy on the far left holding twin swords. As the words fell, Mo shifted his gaze. Twin swords, a Hiramakari. Seeing Uchiha Mo shift his gaze over, the hidden mist ninja holding Hiramakari instantly changed expression, vigilantly raising the ninja sword in his hand. And in just that split second, he was horrified to find that Uchiha Mo, who had just been standing in place, was gone just like that. Takuto. Behind you. An exclamation from a companion came from beside him, but before he could react, his vision suddenly started spinning round and round. Puff. A human head flew high into the air, and some blood splashed onto Uchiha Mo's cold expression face, adding a hint of bloodthirsty aura to him. Water release proficiency plus 7.15%. 1. Uchiha Mo's cold voice echoed through the dense forest. The enhancement of pupillary power also brought another leap in Mo's chakra strength. At the same time, for some reason, Mo's speed seemed to have undergone some changes, becoming much faster than before. He shifted his gaze to look at the remaining 6 people who were treating him like a formidable enemy. Fugaku, go take Shursui to the side and look after him. Everyone else, surround them all, and don't let a single one escape. As his words fell, the several Uchiha Jonin below quickly took action. They didn't make a move, instead dispersing in all directions of the forest. Once they found any intention of these people trying to escape, they would immediately step forward to block them, dragging things out until their clan had freed up his hands. The title of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist sounded quite grand, but in reality, the quality inside varied wildly. Weaker ones, like the nobody who had just died in Mo's hands, were merely a jonin capable of using the twin swords Ahiramakari. Stronger ones also had top-tier ninjas like Kisame, who could rank among powerful Kage-level figures. And this batch of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, who had been kicked by Mike Dewey into the lucky trio, wasn't taken seriously by Mo at all. After his clansman completed his orders, Mo tightened his grip on the straight sword in his hand, and once again vanished abruptly from his spot. Chapter 91, Resurrection, Truth and Spoils of War. Chapter 92, Resurrection, Truth and Spoils of War, 10,000 words pleading for first subscriptions. 5 Aching, 38.15%. Unlocked ability, Water Control second stage, reach 40% to unlock ability, Ifushui. Drip, drip. Bright red blood dripped from the blade of Futsuno Matama onto the soil. Around Mo lay 7 battered corpses, and a towering aura of blood filled this tract of heaven and earth. The entire world fell into silence. Bang! Suddenly, Shirsui's corpse lying on the ground burst into a puff of smoke, and then an undamaged Shirsui stood once again beside Fugaku. Fugaku's expression turned startled, and after reacting, he immediately cried out in pleasant surprise. Izanagi! Shirsui, you're not dead. That's great. Deep underground, Black Zetsu was also abruptly dumbfounded. Ah! This brat actually learned Izanagi this early. Sigh, forget it. Judging by Indra's previous reaction, he probably didn't know. Even if he's resurrected now, it's too late. The mental shock has already formed, and my goal has been achieved. Shirsui let out a long sigh of relief, immediately waved at Uchiha Mo, and shouted with a smile, "Ni-san. I'm fine, you don't need to worry." Mo tightened his grip on the Futsuno Matama in his hand. Although there was no expression on his face, his whole state had indeed relaxed a lot. He exhaled a breath and beckoned to Shirsui. "Come over, let me take a look." Hee. Okay. Shirsui replied, then completely disregarded the heavy aura of blood on Uchiha Mo's body, appearing beside Mo in a body flicker technique. 5. Mo didn't speak, merely resting one hand on Shirsui's shoulder while his eyes kept spinning. Ni-san. Seemingly sensing that his older brother's palm was trembling slightly, Shirsui cried out, then smiled and said, "I'm fine. Izanagi is very useful, I don't have a single injury on my body." Mo did not reply. Glancing at Shirsui's tightly closed right eye, he pressed his lips together and withdrew his palm. "After the battle ends in a moment, have the accompanying medical ninja switch your own right eye back for you." When Uchiha Mo discovered that he was entangled by Black Zetsu, he immediately felt a deep sense of worry for Shirsui's safety. Therefore, when replying to Shirsui at the Kumogakure battlefield back then, he handed the small scroll sealing the right eye of Uchiha Kagami to the message-delivering crow. At the same time, he also instructed Shirsui in the letter to transplant this right eye into his own eye socket before he returned, and requested him to learn Izanagi and transcription seal in advance. This eye was the trophy of killing Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami was their grandfather in terms of blood relations, so there was basically no rejection reaction with Shirsui. He controlled it very easily. Shirsui also successfully learned the transcription seal, and Izanagi according to Uchiha Mo's requirements. Therefore, after Mo came back and checked it once, he had Shirsui implant Izanagi into Uchiha Kagami's eye using the transcription seal. To avoid situations where danger still couldn't be escaped after death, the activation condition for this transcription seal was sensing Uchiha Mo's chakra aura. Although Shirsui had all sorts of doubts, because it was Mo's request, he still obediently followed suit without raising any questions. On the other hand, in order to make his reaction full Black Zetsu, Uchiha Mo even learned from Minato Namikaze, relying on a sealing jutsu learned in the Uchiha scroll to seal his own relevant memories of this, and planted the unsealing technique into the transcription seal as well. And the activation condition of this transcription seal was discovering Shirsue's corpse. Furthermore, since Mo had already taken relevant precautions against this, even without this segment of memory, Mo would still subconsciously ignore this issue, and would not run into the blunder of repeated preparations. Just like that, a nearly perfect hoax targeting Black Zetsu was thus formed. As for whether Black Zetsu fell for it, Mo was extremely certain. Because just moments ago, Black Zetsu took the initiative to abandon that white Zetsu corpse, completely exposing his aura within Mo's perception range. This was clearly a blatant invitation. If it weren't for Enai-san's request, I would have wanted to switch it back long ago. Shirsue said with a grin. Mo patted Shirsue on the head, then turned his head to tell his clansmen, go support other places. I want to be quiet here for a while. There's no need for any formation to intercept an encounter battle. Aside from these few small fry posing some threat, the number of people hit and miss sent out is not many either. After repelling them, pitch camp right on the spot. On the way here, Uchiha Mo had already scouted the battlefield situation with clairvoyance. Perhaps hit and miss set out rather hastily, or perhaps they felt these forces were enough. In short, the force they dispatched was indeed not much. Of course, if Mo shifted his perspective to the border area above the land of whirlpools, he would be able to discover that densely packed, countless hit and miss ninja were hidden in this valley. And these were naturally funeral gifts prepared by Hidden Mist for the third Reikage. Yes. XN. The clansmen responded in unison, then turned around one after another to leave. But right at this moment, Mo suddenly spoke up, wait. Fugaku turned his head in puzzlement. Mo pointed at the 7 uniquely shaped ninja swords on the ground. Gather all of these up, along with the spoils of war on this bunch of small fry. These are all Uchiha's property. As his voice fell, Fugaku nodded, quickly returning to the side of the corpses to pack things up. In a short while, the 7 ninja swords and the ninja tools, money, and ninjutsu scrolls carried by the 7 ninja swordmen were all completely looted by Fugaku, and all of them were packed into a sealing scroll. Patriarch. Fugaku stood up and handed the scroll over. Mo raised his hand to accept it, then waved at the crowd again. Leave now. Remember, today's spoils of war belong to Uchiha, and have nothing to do with Konoha. Don't run your mouths about things that shouldn't be said. Yes. Everyone's expressions were excited, and they nodded heavily once more before turning around and leaving one by one. Uchiha Mo's previous action of intercepting the third Reikage, and taking the rear voluntarily undoubtedly raised his prestige significantly higher once more, even far surpassing Fugaku's heyday while in office. However, for Mo, this was merely just the beginning. When the surroundings completely quieted down, and not a single sound of footsteps could be heard, Mo slowly spoke up, come out, I know you're here. He. Accompanied by a strange-sounding laughter, Black Zetsu wriggled and drilled out from the soil in front of Uchiha Mo. Indra, you should understand now, right? This is completely a hopeless world. Black Zetsu's orange-yellow eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth split open, revealing an extremely exaggerated smile. This kind of thing, I've known for a long time. Uchiha Mo's body radiated a chilly aura, as he coldly responded. Chapter 92, The Cooperation Between Black and Mo, The Wisdom of Black Zetsu. Chapter 93, The Cooperation Between Black and Mo, The Wisdom of Black Zetsu. When I went on my first mission and killed someone, the despairing expression on the face of that man, the resistance of the blade slicing through his throat and piercing his heart, the temperature of the blood splashing onto my face, I remember it all. He was screaming, but everyone around me was cheering. They were praising me, cheering for my ruthlessness. Ever since then, I felt that this world was utterly rotten. Uchiha Mo still maintained a blank expression, and the tone in which he spoke these words was as flat as ever, yet Black Zetsu felt that the surrounding environment had grown somewhat colder. This is precisely the reason why you came to this world. Only you can save this utterly terrible world, and only you are the sole savior of this world. Black Zetsu said this with a resolute look on its face. Mo calmly replied, "That is right, this is precisely the reason why you came to this world. Then now, you should feel your own extraordinary nature to some extent, right? This is not something that can be explained by mere talent, Indra." Black Zetsu narrowed its eyes with a meaningful implication. 6. Mo stood silently in place with a blank expression, neither responding nor denying it. Black Zetsu happily curved the corners of its mouth and continued, "That stone monument left behind a millennium ago, you have seen it, right? At that time, after completing its arrangements in Konoha, Black Zetsu had no spare time to stay behind in Konoha, and back then, it had not thought of a way to evade the sensory perception of Uchiha Mo. Therefore, to ensure the success of its plan, it left a contingency on the stone monument. As long as someone observed the monument with Mangekyo-level pupil power, it would instantly perceive the news. And Mo had indeed gone to look at that stone monument before leaving, but to his disappointment, apart from a scam, there were no unexpected gifts. The mouth of Black Zetsu curled up as it stretched out a hand and continued, "Come, Indra. Come to my side. I am your guide. I will guide you to retrieve the power of back then. I will guide you to accomplish what we failed to complete a millennium ago. As long as you and I unite, with my wisdom combined with your power, there is nothing in this world that can stop us, let alone saving the entire world. You have noticed it by now, have you not? Even though you are the strongest and most talented Uchiha, you are unable to touch the legendary power of the Uchiha. That is because you are still not complete, you lack your own chakra. And I can help you retrieve this portion of chakra. As long as you can regain your own chakra, your eyes will transcend the Mangekyo straight to the eternal eye tier, and go even further to wield boundless pupil power in the most perfect posture from a millennium ago. Come to me." Black Zetsu spoke slowly and coaxingly, telling all the conclusions it had reached in their entirety. Tap. Mo silently took a step forward and quickly arrived by the side of Black Zetsu. Clap. With a crisp sound, the fair hand and the pitch-black hand grasped each other. Hee, that is great. Black Zetsu grinned, revealing a sincere smile, and continued, "Indra, I have not been idle all these years either. I am arranging chess pieces in another place, and they are about to take shape soon. Wait a moment, and once my plan succeeds, you can command all these chess pieces at will." Immediately afterwards, Black Zetsu spilled the beans like pouring beans, telling the entire process of its layout over the years, inducing Uchiha Madara to look at the stone monument, and then completing the unfinished business for Indra. It erased the fact that it had tampered with the stone monument, smugly mocked the foolishness of Uchiha Madara in a triumphant tone, and wore a smiling expression of fishing for praise on its face, as if it were truly fulfilling the last wish of Indra from a millennium ago. Uchiha Mo remained expressionless throughout, but Black Zetsu did not harbor the slightest suspicion about this, because Indra had always been like this. After finishing explaining its entire layout, Black Zetsu excitedly continued, "Once the arrangements on the side of Uchiha Madara are completed, Mo, you and I will hide in the shadows and make use of them. I have already scouted ahead, Uchiha Obito is much more foolish than Madara, and that Nagato is not someone with his own strong opinions. Let them collect the tailed beasts openly. After Madara dies, I will help you recover your own chakra, and then awaken the Rinnegan to gain the power to end everything." Black Zetsu firmly believed in the strength and potential of Uchiha Mo, perhaps even more confident than Mo himself, otherwise it would not have lured the third Raikage, who was in his prime, to stall a youth. Black Zetsu even thought that Mo did not need the so-called Mangekyo or Rinnegan at all. When he grew to the appropriate time, he alone could flip over the entire ninja world. Saying this was simply because the Rinnegan was an indispensable part of realizing the infinite Tsukuyomi. Hearing this, Mo frowned, let go of his hand, and said in a deep voice, "The so-called Sharingan is the proof of the Uchiha clan. I cannot lose the Sharingan. I have seen the eyes of Nagato, that kind of pupil power is completely different from the Sharingan." He did not question the feasibility of the plan at all, instead, he directly skipped the process and pointed straight to the result. The pupil power of a pair of Rinnegan is necessary to open the Eye of the Moon. Black Zetsu was in a dilemma upon hearing this. But when it looked at the calm face of Uchiha Mo, a flash of lightning suddenly crossed its mind, and it remembered something. A millennium ago, two people and a group of special creatures mastered a special ability, and that is connecting chakra. The chakra between people is different, not just surface-level things like nature or form, but something deeper, similar to the mind. The chakra of every person is unique, so ninjas are usually unable to freely give chakra to others. But tailed beasts, the Six Paths Sage, and Ashura are different. They control an ability to actively connect with others by changing their own chakra. And the reason why the left eye of Sasuke would present the state of the Rinna Sharingan was because the Six Paths Sage actively used this ability to change the state of the chakra granted to Sasuke, thereby adapting to the Sharingan pupil power of his left eye, enabling his left eye to simultaneously use the abilities of Tudojitsu. If Indra learned this ability, he could harmonize the pupil power of the Rinnegan and the Sharingan. In this way, it was entirely possible to retain the Sharingan, and even go a step further to unleash the pupil power of two Rinnegan using just one Rinnegan. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu hooked the corners of its mouth. No problem, I have a way. No matter what, this was the first problem handed to it by Indra. Since it boasted of being the guide of the savior, Black Zetsu could not let him down no matter what. Chapter 93, Interlude. Chapter 94, Interlude. Mo gave him a surprised look. In fact, he had another purpose for saying this, to find something for Black Zetsu to do so he wouldn't spend all day focusing on his side. He hadn't expected Black Zetsu to actually have a way. Rest assured, just wait. When the plan reaches its starting stage, I will come looking for you again. Before that, just focus on improving your strength and peace. As for me, I'll start making preparations, he. Black Zetsu laughed sinisterly, then melted into the ground once more. Iwagakure was about to launch a full-scale attack, and by that time, Madara's plan would begin, so Black Zetsu couldn't leave him for too long right now. Black Zetsu's presence gradually faded away, and Mo also turned around and slowly left the dense forest. The encounter between Konoha and Hidden Mist did not last long. Due to the entry of the Uchiha Jonin, the battle situation quickly tilted. By dusk, the Hidden Mist army had retreated to the coastal rear half of the Land of Whirlpools. Meanwhile, the group from Konoha successfully pitched their camp in the half of the Land of Whirlpools closer to Konoha. Inside the large tent, the military's Jonin gathered together to discuss the subsequent countermeasures. Mo sat in the main seat. He pulled out a sealing scroll from the ninja tool pouch at his waist, flicked his palm, and instantly opened it. Bang! White smoke burst forth, and the figure of a dark-skinned brawny man suddenly appeared in the open space in the middle of the large tent. This? Third Raikage. The Jonin cried out in shock, each wearing a look of astonishment. Meanwhile, the group of Uchiha clansmen quickly recovered. Every single one of them wore a proud expression, holding their heads high with utter arrogance. What's there to make a fuss about? The Patriarch's divine might is peerless, he merely killed a barbarian from Kumogakure. Wana Ifing said indifferently. That's right. Back in the day when our Uchiha clan was dominating Thousand Blade Gorge in the northern part of the Land of Lightning, the Yotsuki clan was nothing more than nobodies. Even Yakumi, who was usually calm by nature, couldn't help speaking up. Back in the day. With the Patriarch here, we are still the strongest clan in the ninja world right now. Kanzuya said with a resolute expression, immediately giving a response. As his words fell, all the Uchiha hooked the corners of their mouths, wearing untamed and arrogant expressions. It could only be said that anyone who could hold back on an occasion like this couldn't possibly be an Uchiha. Mo waved his hand to interrupt them, then looked at a blond youth on the left, pointing his finger at the corpse below. Search his brain. At this moment, it had been roughly 2 hours since the Third Raikage's death, but it wasn't yet time for his memories to completely disappear. Yes. That youth from the Yamanaka clan gave a low response, then immediately stepped forward to come beside the Third Raikage's corpse. He squatted down, closed his eyes, and placed his palm on the Third Raikage's head. However, before even 3 breaths had passed, the youth suddenly frowned. Following that, a slight muffled sound suddenly came from inside the third Raikage's head, and then some red and white matter flowed down from his ears, nostrils, and the corners of his mouth. Although the sound was not loud, everyone around was a jonin, and they all clearly heard this subtle sound. The blonde youth opened his eyes with a gloomy expression, stood up, shook his head, and said to Uchiha Mo, "No, there are restrictions inside the third Raikage's brain. As soon as my secret technique invaded, his brain was directly destroyed." Trash. Mo spat out 2 words indifferently. The blonde youth's complexion instantly became even uglier. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but with his keenness, he instantly sensed those pairs of fierce wolf-like gazes surrounding him. If he dared to show even half a word of disrespect toward Uchiha Mo, even if Mo himself didn't care, the blonde youth had no doubt that the surrounding Uchiha would instantly swarm up and teach him a painful lesson. Right here inside this Konoha army's large tent. And this was the prestige Mo had gained today after covering the Uchiha's retreat and slaying the third Raikage. Gritting his teeth, in the end he still didn't say anything, and strode back to his position. Mo shifted his gaze, lifted his leg to straddle the chair, and waved his hand. "Forget it if we can't get the intel." Dismissed, the Uchiha stay. "However, Lord Mo, you haven't deployed countermeasures yet." A skinny jonin below said so. Mo replied indifferently, "What is there to plan for a bunch of small fry numbering less than 1,000? Is there any necessity to split forces in this situation? Left and right, they are just cannon fodder waiting to be slaughtered. The reconnaissance squad just needs to keep an eye on the Hidden Mist's movements. The Hidden Mist won't take any action in the next few days. We'll talk after reinforcements arrive in 3 days." In this battle, because Mo's strength exceeded the expectations of the Hidden Mist and the third Raikage, their scheming failed, and even the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist perished here. Those 7 ninja swords were vital heritage and foundation for the Hidden Mist. Barring any surprises, in the next few days, the Hidden Mist's attention would definitely be focused on searching for the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, trying to find surviving members or the ninja swords, and they wouldn't have the spare time to bother with Konoha's side. But before his words finished, Mo turned his gaze expressionlessly. "I understand." Several jonin slowly left the large tent, leaving only the jonin of the Uchiha clan behind. "Patriarch." Mo's gaze swept across the crowd below, and the clansmen responded excitedly. After sweeping around a circle, Mo nodded. "How much was the Uchiha's loss in this battle?" Hearing this, Uchiha Yakumi immediately spoke up in response, reporting to the Patriarch. There were no losses among the jonin, while 5 chunin were lost, 2 of whom were clansmen who had awakened the Sharingan. This time when Mo went out, he did not bring clansmen of the genin level. Or rather, once they reached adulthood, Uchiha who were still at the genin strength level were not considered true ninjas within the clan. Most of them would be assigned to handle some logistical work within the clan, or act as personnel in the Uchiha military police force, and would not directly participate in frontal combat. As the words fell, a trace of sorrow appeared on everyone's faces. Especially Fugaku, one of the dead chunin was his close friend, and at that time, he was killed in a sneak attack while protecting Itachi, which made him somewhat regret bringing Itachi to the battlefield. From now on, bereavement pensions will be distributed at 3 times the previous specification. If any of them were an only child, their wife will be placed in the clan's logistical work, and children under 5 years old will be raised with funds from the clan. If a death leads to a situation in their family where elderly people are left unprovided for or children are left unraised, the clan will bear all of it. As his words fell, everyone instantly widened their eyes, and after reacting, their complexions flushed red with excited expressions. After all, if this requirement was implemented, all clansmen including themselves would benefit. Patriarch, that's going to cost a lot of money. Chapter 94 Shirsui's New Weapon, The Wasteful Distribution of Ninja Swords. Chapter 95 Shirsui's New Weapon, The Wasteful Distribution of Ninja Swords. Yakumi was excited for a moment, but after hesitating for a while, he still uttered these words. Mo glanced at him. This Yakumi had been Fugaku's assistant when Fugaku was the clan head, so he knew a lot about the situation within the clan very well. Obey the order, money is not a problem. Oh good. Hearing his own clan head say this, Yakumi hesitated no longer, his voice suddenly rising quite a bit. Mo turned his gaze and looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, go call Shisui over. Fugaku nodded, turned around, and strode out of the large tent. As Fugaku began to move, Mo once again pulled out a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and abruptly whipped it into the air. As the scroll unfurled, puffs of smoke exploded on the flat ground below. Bang! 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 As the smoke dispersed, 7 ninja swords of various shapes were neatly lined up on the flat ground below. Clan head, this is, preparing to redistribute these 7 ninja swords. A smile appeared on Kaina's face, and he asked somewhat ingratiatingly. Mo nodded and did not deny it. In fact, he felt that apart from Hiramakarei and Samahata, the other 5 of these 7 ninja swords were somewhat suspected of just making up the numbers, and the abilities of these blades were not quite suitable for traditional Uchiha-style masters. However, there were many powerhouses and a considerable number of geniuses in the Uchiha. Finding 7 people who could use these 7 ninja swords actually wasn't too difficult in Mo's view, and it just happened to be able to boost the overall strength of the Uchiha. Can I try? Kaina looked at the ninja swords on the ground with burning eyes, looking somewhat eager to try. He himself was a jonin proficient in swordsmanship, so seeing the legendary 7 ninja swords naturally filled him with some anticipation. Wait for Shisui first. Mo glanced at Kaina and responded calmly. All right. Kaina had no complaints whatsoever and immediately nodded in agreement. Regarding this blatant abuse of power for personal gain, the jonin within the clan kept their eyes on their noses and their noses on their hearts, and not a single person raised any questions. Soon, Fugaku was followed into the large tent by a young man with bandages wrapped around his right eye. Ni-san. Shisui waved his hand, quickly strode past Fugaku, and arrived in front of Uchiha Mo. He pointed at his right eye wrapped in bandages. My own eye has already been put back in. The doctor said it's best to let the Sharingan rest for a week before continuing to use it. Mo nodded and pointed at the 7 ninja swords below. Pick one. Shisui turned his head, looked at the weird-looking ninja swords below, and asked in confusion, what are these? Mo pointed at the ninja swords one by one and introduced their abilities to Shisui, introducing everything from Samahata to the executioner's blade. However, Shisui's expression remained calm throughout, and he blinked as he looked at Mo. I feel like none of them suit me. After a moment of silence, Mo continued, you can choose Nuibari the longsword, and just use it as an ordinary chakra metal longsword. The ability of Nuibari was that an extremely sharp steel wire was threaded through its tail end, and this steel wire could extend infinitely relying on chakra. It sounded somewhat comical, but precisely because it tended toward the characteristics of a needle, the piercing power of its blade tip was extremely formidable. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kurihara Kushimaru had once used it to throw, piercing a row of allied forces ninjas in a straight line, and the steel wire at the tail end also penetrated everyone's bodies. Therefore, if Nuibari was only used as an ordinary ninja sword while ignoring its ability, it could still be considered a very excellent weapon. Let me try. Hearing this, Shisui became interested. He quickly ran over to the ninja swords, picked up Nuibari, and then infused fire attribute chakra into the ninja sword. Boom! Almost in an instant, the blade was tightly wrapped in roaring flames. Wow! Shisui suddenly widened his eyes. The chakra conductivity of this sword is so strong. It's much stronger than mine. As he spoke, Shisui swung Nuibari a couple of times, then his excited expression suddenly congealed. Standing in place, he stared at the ninja sword in his hand, frowned and said, but the steel wire at the back is so annoying. Bring it here. Mo spoke expressionlessly. Hearing this, Shisui immediately ran in front of Mo, and handed over Nuibari in his hand. Whoosh! Screech! Futsuno Mitama was unsheathed, blue lightning imbued the blade, and then Mo gently swung it at the targeted position. Clang snap. Considering that this steel wire could extend using chakra, Mo directly cut it off from above the end of the hilt where it connected to the thread, leaving only the bare, needle-shaped ninja sword. The crowd off stage watched with twitching corners of their mouths. If the person doing this hadn't been Uchiha Mo, everyone would have wished to curse him for wasting such a precious treasure. To think he would directly destroy the function of a ninja sword just so it would feel more comfortable to use. However, after finishing, Mo picked up Nuabari, looked it up and down for a moment, and still felt unsatisfied looking at its needle-shaped blade. Immediately after, Mo lowered his head, and shifted his gaze to the few ninja swords below. After looking left and right for a moment, his gaze finally stopped on the executioner's blade. Yakumi had been staring at Uchiha Mo all along. Seeing this reaction, he immediately guessed what Mo was thinking, and hurriedly reached out to dissuade him, clan head. Don't. Before his words finished falling, a loud hawk screech rose. The tip of Futsuno Matama instantly extended several meters with lightning, and then Mo turned his wrist, slashing Futsuno Matama right, at the waist of the executioner's blade. Swish! Cut in half in a single stroke, the executioner's blade was instantly severed. Yakumi instantly froze in place, silently withdrawing his raised right hand. Mo handed Nuabari and the severed part to Shisui, and then pointed at the executioner's blade below. This Nuabari has no sharp edge, and cannot be used as a true weapon, it can only barely make do for now. Put these materials away, and after the war ends, have Cat Grandma find someone to reforge a ninja sword for you. Oh. Shisui obediently nodded, then ran down to put the executioner's blade and the severed part of Nuabari into a sealing scroll. He fondly swung Nuabari in his hand a couple of times on the open ground and happily exclaimed, "It's so much more comfortable to use. What a great sword! Fugaku. Kana. Yakumi. It's your turn. If anyone wants one, come up and try. If there's a conflict over a target, fight it out, the winner takes priority." As the words fell, the Uchiha Jonin below, who had been holding back for a long time, stepped forward one after another to the side of the ninja swords. On the contrary, Fugaku merely glanced at them before looking away and coming to Mo's side, showing not the slightest interest in the ninja swords below. Clan head, logically speaking, this kind of thing should be handed over to the village. If we divide them up now, what if the village holds us accountable after the war ends? Before Fugaku finished speaking, Mo suddenly turned his gaze. He was expressionless, but those deep black eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, making Fugaku's heart run cold and tremble uncontrollably, instantly choking the rest of his words in his throat. He had originally thought that after awakening those eyes, the gap between him and Mo could become smaller, and perhaps, it wasn't even impossible, but at this moment, Fugaku completely dismissed this notion. It seemed that even with the legendary power of the Uchiha, there still seemed to be a considerable gap from this man's ocular power. Mo, just what are you? Chapter 95, Uchiha's Mission, Transition Chapter. Chapter 96, Uchiha's Mission, Transition Chapter. What are you worried about? Or rather, do you think the Uchiha clan should bleed for Konoha for nothing? Uchiha Mo stared into Fugaku's eyes and spoke coldly. Patriarch, I. Fugaku was momentarily speechless, his mouth opening and closing. After a long while, he replied in a low voice, "I'm just worried, if the village resents the Uchiha clan because of this, the Uchiha clan will completely plunge into the abyss. A weak person like you was actually able to unlock the Mangekyo, the Sharingan is truly overwhelmingly strong." Uchiha Mo looked at Fugaku with a cold expression. Although Shisui's recent death involved Black Zetsu's scheming, when all was said and done, the strength of the Uchiha clan's Jonin wasn't that far off compared to this generation's 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. It wouldn't even have been impossible to completely annihilate them at some cost, yet Shisui still died under their surprise attack. Therefore, even knowing that this was a trap specifically set for him by Black Zetsu, Uchiha Mo still couldn't help feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the leader, Fugaku. Mangekyo, Patriarch, you knew about it. Fugaku's expression was shocked, completely forgetting that he had once revealed these eyes to Uchiha Mo on the battlefield. Ha! Uchiha Mo sneered mockingly, weren't you secretly comparing pupil power just now? How did it turn out? Fugaku instantly widened his eyes, his mouth agape. This shocked expression appearing on his stiff face looked somewhat comical. Waving his hands, he hurriedly began to explain, Patriarch, I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to see the gap in our strength now. After all, even the third Raikage died at your hands. His speech was extremely fast, with eagerness on his face, seemingly very afraid that Uchiha Mo would misunderstand, but after his words fell, an expression of boredom appeared on Uchiha Mo's face. Are you really a member of the Uchiha clan? Forget it. As he spoke, Uchiha Mo changed his posture in his seat, supporting his cheek with his right fist, while his left hand extended a finger and tapped downwards twice. If you want it, come and take it yourself. You know the rules. I really didn't. Fugaku hurriedly spoke to explain again, but before his voice trailed off, Uchiha Mo raised a hand to interrupt him. In that case, stop worrying about things that have nothing to do with you every day. You just need to follow orders. Uchiha Mo's voice suddenly turned cold. I understand. Fugaku let out a long sigh of relief and nodded. As his voice fell, he looked seriously at Uchiha Mo and spoke, Patriarch Mo, I know my talent is limited, but I will definitely use the power of these eyes to assist you in forging the future of the Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Uchiha Mo glanced at Fugaku. In that case, the inspection work until the reinforcements arrive will be handed over to you. You will lead a patrol team consisting of the Jonin in the army, patrolling once every half hour, and the Jonin will change shifts every 2 hours. What about me? Fugaku revealed a look of bewilderment. You won't change shifts. Ah? Without waiting for Fugaku to express his confusion, Uchiha Mo calmly straightened his body and cast his gaze downward. At this moment, apart from Samahata, all 6 swords, including Hiramakarei, had been divided up by the Jonin of the Uchiha clan. Patriarch, it seems none of us can tame the great sword Samahata. Uchiha Yukumi pointed at the weirdly shaped great sword placed on the ground, his expression somewhat dissatisfied. Hearing this, Uchiha Mo nodded, with no look of surprise on his face. Seeing this, Fugaku could only sheepishly return to his own seat. Unlike the other 6 ninja swords, Samahata possessed a very complete self-awareness. To make it submit wholeheartedly, there was only one condition, and that was massive and high-quality chakra. Furthermore, only masters proficient in water release could fully unleash Samahata's power. As for the Uchiha clan, although their chakra quality had always been powerful and their volume decent, before unlocking the Mangekyo, they were still within the category of normal people. If someone in the current Uchiha clan could tame this sword, then only 2 people had a possibility. However, Uchiha Mo, who possessed Futsunomitama, naturally looked down upon this sword. As for Fugaku, his top priority was to be careful not to hurt himself when swinging a blade. Uchiha Mo shifted his gaze, put it away using a sealing scroll. Geniuses emerge in drovers within the Uchiha clan. In a few years, naturally someone will be able to use it. Yes. Uchiha Yukumi acknowledged and stepped forward to seal Samahata into a sealing scroll. By this point, the initial distribution of the 7 ninja swords was already complete. Except for the sewing needle in Shirsue's hand, Uchiha Yashiro relied on his formidable strength to get the twin swords Hiramakarei. Kaina got the blast sword Shibuki, Uchiha Kanzuya got the lightning sword Kiba, and the helmet splitter Kabutawari was acquired by Uchiha Yukumi. As for the executioner's blade, it fell into the hands of Uchiha Jihika. This person was the father of Uchiha Inabi and Uchiha Tekka, and could be considered a fairly strong jonin within the clan. Taking the scroll handed over by Uchiha Yukumi, Uchiha Mo stood up from his seat, and said to the Uchiha crowd below, "You must remember, these swords merely add a method to yourselves. If I find that you are merely obsessed with the abilities of the swords while neglecting your own strength, I will take them back. In addition, these 7 swords were picked up by you. They have nothing to do with the war, nothing to do with the hidden mist, and even less to do with Konoha. No matter who asks, it is always the case. Do you understand? Understood. XN. The crowd responded in unison. Uchiha Mo didn't say much more, instead changing the subject. This war is an opportunity for the Uchiha clan. You only have one mission on the battlefield. As his voice fell, the crowd all revealed expectant expressions. The Uchiha members, who had just received a boost in strength, clearly wanted to show off their skills. Uchiha Mo's expression remained calm, as he calmly uttered two words. Preserve your lives. Preserve your lives. Why? Clearly we are so powerful. That's right. Patriarch, the opponents are mere hidden mist ninjas after all. We won't lose. The clan members successively revealed puzzled expressions and immediately began to discuss amongst themselves. Uchiha Mo said expressionlessly, "Listen. This is Konoha's war, and it has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. No matter how great the achievements of the Uchiha clan are, they will not receive the treatment they deserve. No matter what price the Uchiha clan pays, Konoha will not care." As soon as he spoke, the surroundings instantly quieted down. Therefore, even if the war fails and Konoha is invaded, it doesn't matter. As long as the Uchiha clan's strength remains intact, the Uchiha clan has not failed. Your lives, every single clan member's life, are much more precious than those small fries in this war. As his voice fell, the crowd below looked at each other in dismay. It wasn't that they harbored dissatisfaction towards Uchiha Mo because of Konoha, but rather pure confusion. After all, the Uchiha clan had just been screwed over by Konoha's higher-ups once, and many people were still brooding over it to this day, especially those who had participated in the Battle of Kikyo Pass. Uchiha Mo's attitude at this moment could be said to have struck right at their heartstrings. But Patriarch, what good does it do for us to do this? Uchiha Yakumi frowned, quite puzzled. If the war fails, the third Hokage might even take the opportunity to bite back at the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Mo waved his hand, his expression still indifferent. It doesn't matter. Our battlefield is elsewhere. Once the reinforcements arrive and the war stabilizes, you will understand. Before that, I need you to protect your own lives on the battlefield for the future of the Uchiha clan. I will use the authority of the Commander-in-Chief to assign you to the safe rear. Chapter 96, Kyomogakure's Sorrow, Hidden Mist's Movement, Konoha's Shock. Chapter 97, Kyomogakure's Sorrow, Hidden Mist's Movement, Konoha's Shock. 3 days passed quietly. Hidden Mist indeed took no action as Uchiha Mo had said, and Konoha's reinforcements arrived at the border of the Land of Whirlpools at noon on the third day. At the same time, a major event also occurred during these 3 days. Inoki had ambushed an army of 10,000 ninja, along the retreat route of Kyomogakure's army. Even though Kyomogakure reacted quickly and launched a counterattack, they were already deep within the Land of Earth and had lost the initiative. In just over a day, the army Kyomogakure deployed on the Sunagakure battlefield was completely wiped out. Misfortunes never come singly. Before Kyomogakure could recover from the heavy losses, they suddenly discovered that there was still no news whatsoever from the Third Raikage, who had gone to assassinate Uchiha Mo, while Uchiha Mo had safely appeared on the Hidden Mist battlefield within the Land of Whirlpools. Immediately on the second day, rumors spread through the Konoha army, spreading the news that Uchiha Mo had single-handedly slain the Third Raikage. This news was so shocking that it spread with unimaginable speed. In a mere single day, all well-informed factions in the ninja world received this news. From then on, the moniker Blood Ninja thoroughly terrified the entire ninja world. For a time, his reputation even faintly overshadowed the long-famed Sannin, and was even above the once flourishing White Fang of Konoha. Under the double blow, Kyomogakure almost completely abandoned the Land of Hot Springs battlefield in the northeast of Konoha. Their main army retreated directly to the border of the Land of Hot Springs, and the AB duo had not appeared on the frontline battlefield for a long time. With the pressure on the northeastern front sharply reduced, Konoha focused more of its attention on the Hidden Mist and Iwagakure battlefields. Lord Mizukage. It has been confirmed. The third Raikage died at the hands of the Blood Ninja, and his defeat triggered a chain reaction leading to the fall of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Therefore, those 7 swords should now be in Uchiha-mo's possession. As a result, whether we use summoning scrolls or search for traces, we cannot recover a single one. A bald man with dry, slightly aged skin sat in a seat beside the Hokage office, leaning on a cane as he spoke. Writing up to here, I hope readers remember our domain name. Come to 101 Reading Net to read books, 101kkx.com, awesome. The third Mizukage frowned, sighed, shook his head, and said, had I known the third Raikage was so useless, this old man shouldn't have agreed to his cooperation. With a hint of regret on his expression, he asked doubtfully, is this Uchiha MO truly so outrageous? If this old man remembers correctly, he is only 12 years old now, right? To be able to eliminate the third Raikage at the age of 12. Is this the so-called strongest spear and strongest shield? Lord Mizukage, the urgent priority is to retrieve those 7 ninja swords. This is the Hidden Mist's most precious heritage, the bald man said with an anxious expression. The third Mizukage rubbed his brow and waved his hand. Let the army heading to the Iwagakure battlefield set out. Once they begin their operations, I will personally go to the land of whirlpools to take a look and retrieve the ninja swords. In this short span of 2 years, the Blood Ninja leaped from a rising brat to a powerhouse capable of killing the third Raikage. As he spoke, the third Mizukage stood up, walked over to the window, and stopped. His faint gaze fell in the direction of the land of whirlpools battlefield, and the figure of a long-haired man involuntarily emerged in his mind. No matter what, such an existence must be strangled in the cradle. Even without considering the ninja swords, this old man cannot sit back and wait for death. The ninja world cannot tolerate a second, Uchiha Madara. The third Mizukage's voice was sonorous and powerful. He was also a ninja who had walked all the way from the Sengoku era. He had once served as the first Mizukage's bodyguard and attended the first 5 Kage summit. His experience far surpassed even Inoki's, so he deeply understood just how terrifying such an existence was. Before that kind of out-of-spec, ultimate personal might, whether ninja or nation would be as insignificant as ants. This, Yuanshire frowned and said worriedly, but Lord Mizukage, this brat has even. Before his voice trailed off, the third Mizukage turned around and interrupted him. Unnecessary worries. This old man's water release has a natural restraining effect on Uchiha's fire release, and I am not a fool like the Raikage. As he spoke, he strode back to his seat and sat down. However, to be safe, you should still go have Gutai prepare. Tomorrow, bring the elites of the Kagaya clan to leave with me. When these words fell, Yuanshire instantly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. Kagaya Gutai was currently the patriarch of the Kagaya clan, and the Kagaya clan was also the strongest bloodline limit family in the Hidden Mist village. If these people were brought along, the certainty of success would indeed be much greater, and at worst they could retreat safely. I understand. Yuanshire replied, and then leaning on that oddly shaped cane, he slowly left the Mizukage office. In Konoha village, in the Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, put down the battle report in his hand, rubbed his brows, and placed the packed pipe back onto the desk. Sigh. Uchiha Mo's military exploits were growing larger and larger. This in itself was not a bad thing, but Hiruzen Sarutobi was deeply worried that this would arouse the Uchiha clan's thoughts toward the position of Hokage. And Uchiha. He sat motionless in his seat. After a long while, a gust of wind suddenly blew in from outside, violently blowing open the window of the Hokage office, and the window slammed against the wall, producing a loud sound. Bang! Hiruzen Sarutobi was suddenly startled awake. He got up and came to the edge of the window to prepare to close it, but just as his hands touched the window frame, that wind suddenly stopped. The old man did not care, just continued pushing with both hands to close the window, and then locked it tightly. Returning to his seat, Hiruzen Sarutobi lit the pipe, stuffed it into his mouth, took a fierce puff, and then neatly put away the battle report, placing it back into the drawer. Forget it, Konoha is currently in a period when it needs personnel. Once the battlefield over at Hidden Mist stabilizes, we'll transfer Uchiha back. In the land of whirlpools, within the Konoha army. Mo let out a long breath and raised his right hand that was pressed against the shuriken. As his palm moved away, a clear Uchiha clan crest mark appeared on the position that had been originally covered. During this period, he had been practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. It was just a pity, perhaps Mo's talent in space-time perception was really not that great. In 3 days, he could barely manage to construct the Flying Thunder God mark with his own chakra. The practice of the Flying Thunder God technique can generally be divided into 3 parts. The first part is to construct a space-time coordinate mark with one's own chakra, which is the so-called Flying Thunder God mark. The second part is to perceive the mark constructed by oneself. The third part, which is the final stage, is to use spiritual power to communicate with the mark and achieve instantaneous teleportation. It sounds simple, but so far Mo could not perceive the existence of the mark at all. Because this kind of perception is not conventional aura perception, but rather perceiving something even more secretive located inside space-time. Fortunately, Mo's training talent in yin-yang release seemed pretty decent. After a few months of research, he could be said to have completely entered the door. Now, as long as his yin-yang release attainment was sufficient, he could instantly conjure a chakra black rod out of thin air. In addition, after the surge in yin release last time, he seemed to faintly be able to see some of the contents regarding the 6 paths forbidden techniques in that ancient book. Ni-san. Shirsue's call suddenly came from outside the tent. Chapter 97 Itachi's Corrective Mission, Hidden Mist Attack. Chapter 98 Itachi's Corrective Mission, Hidden Mist Attack. Uchiha Itachi is currently 3 years old, and has already learned to refine chakra. His chakra natures are fire, wind, water, yin, and yang. Mo thought that refining chakra at this age was actually a bit too early, but fortunately, Fugaku wasn't insane enough to teach him ninjutsu directly. Perhaps he didn't think a 3-year-old child could master true ninjutsu. The geniuses capable of mastering the Samahata in the future mentioned by Mo included Uchiha Itachi, but no matter what, he was still too little right now. At this stage, Shisui teaching him was more than enough. P.S. The only Uchiha who has ever mastered and used water release. Therefore, the purpose of Uchiha Mo appearing in this open space was mainly to guide Shisui's training, though the two of them did not avoid him. The Sharingan is the proof of the Uchiha. If you want to use the Sharingan well, you must carry out the Uchiha's combat style, agile, efficient and lethal. As he spoke, a crimson hue appeared in Mo's eyes as he looked down at the 2 little kids sitting cross-legged on the ground below. Shisui had a serious expression, looking like an obedient student listening to a lecture, while Itachi sat beside him with a somewhat hesitant expression. He seemed to want to say something, but didn't dare to, looking extremely reserved. Shisui, what do you think is the Sharingan's most powerful ability? It's Genjutsu. When fighting us, all enemies dare not look directly into our eyes, because they all know our Genjutsu abilities are extremely powerful. Mo shook his head. Since everyone knows to avoid it, naturally it cannot be called the most powerful ability. With that, Mo was about to continue imparting his insights on using the Sharingan to Shisui, but with a shift of his gaze, he suddenly noticed that Itachi suddenly raised his small hand, looking somewhat frightened yet still gazing at him firmly. What is it? Mo looked at Itachi with a calm expression. Seeing this, Shisui also turned his gaze over with some confusion. He saw Itachi put down his small hand and slowly ask, Lord Clan Head. May I ask what the Uchiha actually is? Can only those who have awakened the Sharingan become our clansmen? I see that everyone seems to regard awakening their eyes as exceptionally important. Is the clan head the person with the strongest Sharingan? Father said that it is precisely because he is inferior to you that he lost his position as clan head, but I see that other clans are not like this. The young Uchiha Itachi possessed an extremely strong curiosity. After going to the battlefield, he asked his father why ninjas kill each other. Upon meeting Orochimaru in the cemetery, he actively asked him about the meaning of life, and even after finishing learning the fire style, Great Fireball technique, he would ask Fugaku about the principles of chakra flow. Shisui blinked, remembering what his own older brother had said to him back then, and immediately opened his mouth, wanting to tell Itachi to see with your own eyes, but Emo spoke a step ahead of him, saying calmly, in that case, why do you classify yourself within the Uchiha clan? Ah? Itachi's little face froze, and then he lowered his head to think for a moment. Instead of being annoyed or angry, he responded earnestly, because everyone is very nice to me. I have already engraved the idea that I am a person of the Uchiha clan into my mind. The answer was self-evident. His view that familial affection among the Uchiha only exists among the strong instantly collapsed. Itachi did not stubbornly immerse himself in his own views, but quickly began to re-examine himself. On the other side, after Itachi fell silent, Emo didn't mind and continued to impart his own insights and techniques for using the Sharingan to Shisui. Time flew by until evening. Itachi was picked up by Fugaku, who had temporarily finished his patrol, and Shisui and Emo also returned to their own tent. Ni-san, this isn't fair. Whenever I asked you anything before, you wouldn't say anything, but when Itachi asked you, you answered his question. Shisui crossed his arms and sat on a stone chair, his little face showing some dissatisfaction. Hearing this, the corners of Mo's mouth curved up slightly, and he reached out to rub Shisui's head. That's because I believe that even if Shisui relies on his own eyes to see, he can still become the ideal image in my mind. Looking across all the brothers in Naruto, Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke were undoubtedly the most impressive pair. Itachi's love for Sasuke was beyond doubt. He was even willing to use his whole life and life itself to pave the way for Sasuke. However, Itachi's love was distorted and arrogant. He arrogantly believed that Sasuke is just a child who doesn't understand anything, so Sasuke's entire first half of life was firmly controlled in his hands by his distorted love, and even the second half of his life was within his plans. Itachi thought the Uchiha clan was too arrogant, yet he failed to examine his own arrogance. On the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War, he taught Naruto to believe in everyone's strength, but then turned around on the way to find Yakushi Kabuto and refused Sasuke's help. But Emo was different. From the bottom of his heart, he believed that Shisui could rely on his own strength plus his subtle influence to become the ideal image in my mind. Therefore, he almost refused to instill any of his own subjective thoughts into Shisui. But for Itachi, Emo decided to adopt another approach. A child with too much curiosity and an overly deep mind would easily become an unstable bomb if not guided. Of course, the most important reason was that Emo didn't care about Itachi. He needed Itachi's power to be driven for the Uchiha clan. As his voice fell, the corners of Shisui's mouth raised, revealing a satisfied smile. That is to say, Ni-sen thinks Itachi needs someone else's guidance. Emo nodded without evading. I think Itachi might stand on the opposite side of the clan in the future, so I need you to turn Itachi into a warrior of the Uchiha clan. Can you do it? Hearing this, Shisui's expression froze, and he asked, is this considered the first mission Ni-san is giving me? MN. Emo withdrew his hand and replied softly. All right. Guaranteeing the completion of the mission. Shisui sat up straight and said this with a serious expression. The corners of Mo's mouth curved up slightly. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the tent. Lord Mo. The reconnaissance squad reports that hidden mist has started moving. Mo quickly moved to lift the curtain and came outside the tent, saying in a deep voice, act according to the original orders. Yes. That person responded quickly, then instantly disappeared from the spot. In less than a moment, Konoha's large army was fully equipped and assembled outside the camp. The Jonin of the Uchiha clan were arranged by Mo in the middle of the flanks, while the Chunin were stuffed directly into the exact center of the main army without even pretending. However, regarding this, neither the miscellaneous troops who followed the Uchiha to the battlefield first nor the reinforcements arriving later had much complaint. First, they didn't dare. Second, Uchiha Mo, as the commander-in-chief, took the lead at the very front of the army, and right beside him was Uchiha Fugaku. Actually, Mo didn't really want to bring Fugaku along. Just this morning, he had scouted the hidden mist camp once and found many unfamiliar faces while also sensing several powerful chakras. Maybe on the battlefield, he would also have to look out for Fugaku's little life. But Fugaku had just awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and needed a certain intensity of combat to adapt to this power and awaken his own dojutsu. Chapter 98, Fighting the Dual Kages, the Special Kagaya Gotsutai. Chapter 99, Fighting the Dual Kages, the Special Kagaya Gotsutai. Swish. 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 Blade light fell like rain. Uchiha Mo's eyes spun rapidly as he nimbly dodged through the crowd. At this moment, he was being besieged by a group of people in white clothing with 2 red dots above their eyebrows and hair tied up on both sides. They were none other than the Kagaya clan. As soon as the battle began, these people rushed straight toward Uchiha Mo like madmen, surrounding him in an instant. Mo's eyes shifted, and he abruptly flipped backward to dodge a downward slashing bone blade. Taking advantage of the momentum, he supported himself with both hands on the ground and leaped up, his soles condensing rich black flames as he fiercely kicked a man in white in the abdomen. Bang! With a muffled thud, the man abruptly flew backward as the black flames erupted and burned fiercely. Yang release proficiency plus 0.12%. The panel flickered, and Mo raised his hand to draw Futsunomitama, blocking a slash from his side while simultaneously reaching out with his other hand to grab his opponent's head and violently pull it forward. The next moment, 2 bone blades violently pierced through the man's stomach, and blood splattered everywhere. Mo expressionlessly raised his foot to kick the corpse, and the panel flickered once again. Whoosh! Futsunomitama was completely unsheathed, and just as Mo was about to rush forward, a strong gust of wind suddenly attacked from behind. Mo furrowed his brows and instantly twisted his wrist to bring Futsunomitama behind his back. Clang! Sparks splashed from the blade as a massive impact suddenly struck. Mo did not deliberately resist, but instead flew backward along with the force. Tap! Mo flipped in the air, sliding backward to land on his feet, instantly widening the distance by more than 10 meters. Raising his gaze, he saw a man with a fair and handsome face. He had long silver hair draped over his shoulders, and his build was not particularly sturdy, forming a sharp contrast with the rugged-looking big men around him. He parted the corners of his mouth to reveal a sinister smile, his eyes widening slightly as a somewhat deranged expression instantly surfaced on his face. Slurp, my name is Kagaya Gotsutai, and I've been ordered to kill you. You can start saying your last words now. 1 inch. Kagaya Gotsutai licked the bone blade in his hand, which was made from his right arm bone, and said with a grinning mouth. Swish. Tap. Following closely behind, another figure abruptly landed beside Kagaya Gotsutai. Gotsutai, don't be careless, this brat is not simple, Third Mizuki said, then looked at the Kagaya clan members beside him. You guys go support the other areas. As his voice fell, the members of the Kagaya clan did not immediately move, but instead turned to look at the white-haired man beside Third Mizuki. Go. As soon as these words were spoken, they quickly took action. Third Mizuki cast a sidelong glance at Kagaya Gotsutai, pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, Gotsutai, your taijutsu is stronger. You hold him down, and I will use ninjutsu to coordinate with your movements. Kagaya Gotsutai was a complete combat maniac, or rather, no one in the Kagaya clan wasn't a combat maniac, but Gotsutai was the most insane of them all. He was 45 years old this year, right in his prime. The second Mizuki had once called him the most pure Kagaya he had ever seen in his life, because Kagaya Gotsutai's Shikatsumiyaku seemed to have some differences from others in the Kagaya clan. In fact, if not for the fact that the Kagaya clan was inherently unsuited to be leaders, Third Mizuki even felt that he might not have been able to sit in this position. He as you command, Lord Mizuki. Kagaya Gotsutai chuckled lightly, threw away the bone blade in his hand, and rapidly swooped toward Uchiha Mo. He raised both hands, crossed them in front of his chest, and flicked them outward as 10 bone bullets violently flew out from his fingertips. Shikatsumiyaku, 10-finger drilling bullets. Whoosh. Times N. The finger bones were like high-speed bullets, cutting white air currents through the air, and arriving in front of Uchiha Mo in an instant. In the original work, Kimimaro had once used this move to forcibly penetrate Gaara's sand shield, and Gatsutai's 10-finger drilling bullets were evidently even more terrifying. Mo's expression remained unchanged as chakra surged, and a layer of white flame shield suddenly ignited before him. Whoosh! The intense flames instantly burned the finger bones to ashes. Simultaneously, Kagaya Gatsutai sprinted right up in front of Uchiha Mo, Dance of the Willow. A slender and sharp bone thorn abruptly protruded from Gatsutai's palm, stabbing fiercely toward Mo's head. Mo's eyes rolled, tilting his head slightly as Gatsutai's arm flew past and missed into empty air. Kagaya Gatsutai chuckled lightly, a sharp bone blade suddenly protruding backward from his elbow. Then, he abruptly retracted his forearm, changing his move to stab at Mo's head with his elbow. Go to hell. Too slow, Mo responded coldly, lowering his body to dodge the bone blade, and then throwing a punch straight through the gap in front of Gatsutai's elbow, fiercely smashing it into his face. Bang! Amidst the muffled sound, Gatsutai's head jerked upward. The entire person was battered dizzy by this powerful and heavy punch, and he began to stagger backward. Gripping his ninja blade, Mo arrived in front of him in a single step and swung the blade down toward Gatsutai's neck. Water release, severing wave. A furious shout came from afar, and immediately afterward, a sharp stream of water shot over at high speed. Uchiha Mo's expression remained unchanged, only glancing sideways slightly to note the landing point of the severing wave. Futsuno Mitama slashed down fiercely. Shikatsu Miyaku, Dance of the Larch. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions as two bone thorns suddenly grew out from Gatsutai's back shoulder blades, firmly blocking Futsuno Mitama right in front of his neck. Splitch! At the same time, the sharp stream of water violently pierced right through Uchiha Mo's heart area, yet it did not leave the slightest trace behind. Mo furrowed his brows slightly as chakra surged. Black light instantly covered the blade, and his arm fiercely increased its strength. Scree! Snap! The sparks splashed even more violently, and cracks began to spread across the white bone thorns. Even so, it showed no signs of collapsing whatsoever. Hee. Gatsutai chuckled lightly, then glared with wide eyes and suddenly spun around. While using the bone thorns to deflect Futsuno Mitama away, another bone thorn violently surged out from his palm, suddenly stabbing toward Uchiha Mo's eyes. Mo's pupils contracted slightly, and he leaned back to flip and dodge. The bone thorn missed into empty air once again, but a splash of blood suddenly burst open on Mo's shoulder. Supporting himself on the ground with both hands, Mo nimbly flipped and stood back up. He looked at the slender and smooth cut on his right arm, and reached out to tear off his upper garment. The ability Traceless could be described as insidious and practical to the extreme, but it had one flaw. That was it could only actively perform partial intangibility. This wound on his shoulder was caused because Mo had been dodging Kagaya Gatsutai's attack, and failed to notice the trajectory of the severing wave for a moment. If Mo could passively perform partial intangibility, this situation wouldn't have happened. Or if he could choose more parts to be intangible, Mo could have left just one hand outside the entire time, and directly decapitated Kagaya Gatsutai without any reservations. But unfortunately, this was always just a what-if. In the distance, Third Mizukage narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth curving upward as if he had noticed something. Hiss! A puff of white smoke rose, and when it dissipated, the wound on Uchiha Mo's shoulder had completely healed without leaving a trace. He raised his gaze to look ahead, a bizarre Shikatsu Miyaku user, and a covetous coward. To some extent, this combination was even more troublesome than Third Reikage. Especially that fellow named Kagaya Gatsutai. Mo had fought the Kagaya clan before, and he could be certain that even if the hardness of Shikatsu Miyaku reached its peak, it should only be slightly stronger than refined steel. However, Kagaya Gatsutai's bone thorns could barely resist Futsuno Mitama under the blazing lightning blade state. This wasn't normal. You must know that even Third Reikage's lightning release armor could be pierced by the blazing lightning blade. Clearly, looking at pure strength, Kagaya Gotsutai's chakra strength was just slightly stronger than an ordinary Kage level. His bones weren't like ordinary Shikatsumiyaku, but more like ninja tools infused with chakra. Has he undergone atavism? Looks like chopping you down should yield quite a harvest. Chapter 99, Burn to Ashes. Darkness Release, Garuda. Another breakthrough in Yang release. 2-in-1. Chapter 100, Burn to Ashes. Darkness Release, Garuda. Another breakthrough in Yang release. 2-in-1. Atavism, huh? It seems butchering you should yield quite a harvest. Uchiha Mo wore an icy expression, his gaze locked onto Kagaya Gotai. Otsutsuki Kagaya had a technique called all-killing ash bones. This was a bloodline snare, and its power was enough to shatter a complete body Susanoo in a single strike. Furthermore, once the annihilation effect caused by the all-killing ash bones took effect, even Naruto under the Six Paths Sage mode could not use Yin-Yang release to save them. The bloodline limit of Shikatsumiyaku was inherited from this very technique of Kagaya's. If an atavism phenomenon had occurred in Kagaya Gotai, it would explain why the hardness of his bones far exceeded conventional logic. Dance of the Larch a Vine. Supporting his upper body with his left hand on the ground, Kagaya Gotai reached around to his back with his right hand, slowly pulling out his own spine to form a bone whip gleaming with a chilling light. He grinned, swooping forward at high speed while flicking his right hand. The bone whip flew up, abruptly spanning a distance of nearly 10 meters and fiercely lashing toward Mo's head. At the same time, the third Mizuki's hands moved rapidly, his chest bulging outward as he spat out a massive water dragon towards Uchiha Mo's direction. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The water dragon opened its giant mouth, shearing through the air as it lunged fiercely to bite down on Uchiha Mo. Just as Mo was preparing to use Traceless to dodge Kagaya Gotai's attack, the third Mizuki unleashed the water dragon. Mo glanced at the third Mizuki, somewhat surprised. As expected, this ability was still better suited for dealing with Taijutsu-type ninjas. He slightly bent his knees and leaped backward. The bone whip swept past the soles of his feet and missed, but the water dragon changed direction, lifting its head to bite at him once more. Humph! Uchiha Mo let out a displeased cold snort, gripping Futsunomitama, expanding his chest, and fiercely spitting a ferocious pillar of fire toward the water dragon below. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Sish! A large amount of dense white smoke rose, and the entire water dragon was evaporated into nothingness almost instantly. Updates are not easy, remember to share on 101 Books Network. Currently, Uchiha Mo's proficiency in fire release was at 57%, placing him on the slightly stronger side among Kage-level fighters. However, after gaining the blessing of the fierce fire ability, his power had undoubtedly reached the level of a formidable Kage. Therefore, even with the disadvantageous elemental matchup, the third Mizuki could not gain much advantage. The third Mizuki was inwardly startled, marveling at the destructive power of Uchiha Mo's fire release, yet his hands were not slow in the slightest as he began forming hand seals once again. On the other side, a figure violently burst through the smoke and charged toward Uchiha Mo. His right hand gripped a bone whip, while his left hand had transformed into a massive bone drill. Oh ha! Ha 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 ha! Prepare to die. Kagaya Gotai laughed loudly as he thrust the bone drill on his left hand fiercely toward Uchiha Mo high above. Fire Release, Crimson Blaze, Severed Sky. Black light surged brilliantly on Futsunomitama. Mo swung his blade, and a pitch-black blade aura abruptly burst forth. Gotai wore a ferocious smile on his face, blue veins bulging all the way from his left hand up his arm, as he used every ounce of his strength to punch upward fiercely. Boom! Sish crack! White smoke rose, cracks abruptly appeared, and then... bang! The drill shattered violently, and the considerably weakened pitch-black blade chi fiercely slashed across Kagaya Gotai's chest. In an instant, Gotai's body plummeted toward the ground like a shooting star. At the same time, before Mo could press his advantage, the rushing sound of ocean waves suddenly rang out behind him. The next moment, a strong wave of impact struck his back, instantly blasting Mo flying away. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. As the giant waves crashed down, the third Mizuki watched the flying Uchiha, slowly curling the corners of his lips into a light chuckle. Bang! Mo violently slammed into a large tree. An indentation instantly formed on the tree, and the entire trunk trembled. Mo frowned as he got up, raising a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. The water force from that previous strike had penetrated directly into his physical body, causing quite a bit of trouble. However, under the effect of endless vitality, these minor injuries were not a problem at all. On the contrary, this battle made Mo realize a problem of his own. That was, he was too balanced. Among the 8 ninja attributes of ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, strength, speed, stamina, intelligence, and hand seals, he did not have a single weak point. But likewise, among the first 5 attributes that directly determined the outcome of a battle, he lacked any exceptional strengths. His attainments in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu went without saying. These were Mo's fundamental foundation. In the current ninja world, he dared to assert that aside from Mike Dewey, no one could hold an absolute advantage over him in any of those 3 aspects. Mo's strength was sufficient for him to contend with strength-specialized ninjas, and his speed was enough to grant him the ability to retaliate when facing Godspeed powerhouses. The benefits of such a situation were extremely obvious. When facing any conventional ninja, Mo had a way to win, and would not be countered by any ninja. Just like when facing the third Raikage earlier, the Raikage's attack power and defense were both stronger than Mo's, yet they weren't strong enough to leave Mo entirely helpless. In such a case, Mo's massive speed advantage was the final straw that tilted the scales of victory. But the drawbacks were equally obvious. That was when facing a siege by multiple powerhouses, Mo lacked a crucial, absolute advantage for quickly breaking the deadlock. Whether it was Kagaya Gotai or the third Mizuki, facing Uchiha Mo alone, it would be difficult for either of them to last very long, but combined, they genuinely caused a certain degree of trouble for Mo. Cough. Cough cough. Ahead in the dust and smoke, a figure coughed up blood while stepping on the water stains and stood up. At this moment, not a single patch of good skin could be seen on Kagaya Gotai's body. He was charred black all over, riddled with gaps and tears. Beneath the gaps, jade-white bones were faintly visible. Even on his face, apart from the skin around his right eye which was still somewhat intact, more than half of his cheek was a mixture of exposed white bone and charred flesh. Especially at his chest, where a gruesome slash wound ran all the way down to his abdomen. The surrounding gaps appeared melted, and clumps of flesh and blood were still dropping down from it. Kagaya Gotai hunched over, raised his head to look at Uchiha Mo, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. What a painfully heavy strike. If that attack hadn't been somewhat depleted beforehand, and if I hadn't decisively generated a periosteum within my flesh layer using my bones, I'm afraid I would have been burned to death by that white flame by now. Mo's expression remained calm, and he did not reply. Hee, Gotai gave a gruesome laugh. Lacking lips, his smile exposed an extraordinary number of teeth, and this grin even revealed his entire gum line, looking exceptionally terrifying. For such a brilliant move, I should give you a return gift. Snap. Gotai abruptly squatted down, pressing both hands flat against the ground, and looked up with a grim smile toward Uchiha Mo. Catch this well. This is my return gift to you, and also my final frantic dance. Seeing Kagaya Gotai stand up once more, the third Mizuki had initially been secretly pleased, but upon suddenly seeing his appearance, his expression changed drastically as he reached out and shouted, "Stop! Gotai! There are still hidden mist comrades around here. Your Kagaya clan is also fighting nearby, do not use that technique. I already know how to deal with the blood ninja. Then all of you just go die." Kagaya Gotai responded with a soft chuckle as he fiercely injected chakra into the ground beneath his feet. The surrounding grass seemed to be brushed by a strong gust of wind, falling outward one after another with Gotai as the center, adhering to the shallow water stains on the ground. Bastard. In your current state, using that technique will kill you too. The third Mizuki dissuaded him loudly with a grim expression, but his footsteps were already retreating backward. Who cares about such a thing? What I want is only battle. Kagaya Gotai abruptly widened his eyes and roared furiously with a ferocious expression. The white periosteum beneath his flesh rapidly receded, revealing one gruesome bloody hole after another. His body began to bleed, and his intestines fell out from the slash wound on his torso. Looking upward, one could even see that heart beating thump, thump. This was because he had already injected all the chakra in his entire body into the ground beneath him, and was no longer able to maintain the periosteum within his body. I see. Mo's expression remained unchanged, but the tomo in his eyes spun rapidly. I acknowledge your fighting spirit. As a reward, I will grant you the true battle you crave. As he spoke, Mo raised his left hand, his palm hanging down powerlessly. Immediately afterward, flame-like and lightning-like flowing light streamed down from his palm, slowly landing on the ground. When that pitch-black thunderous firelight fell, it was extremely slow, resembling a viscous liquid, but the moment it hit the ground, its speed skyrocketed instantly. In just a split second, the black light formed a circle on the ground around Uchiha Mo, and then, as if catching fire, pitch-black lightning flames as thick as the circle itself surged up from the ring on the ground. The thunder and fire exploded and burned, sweeping around Mo's entire body. Mo's powerless left hand suddenly opened and then raised toward the sky. Along with this action, the lightning flames that had been sweeping around Mo rapidly condensed behind him. In just the blink of an eye, a black firebird flowing with lightning radiance appeared behind Mo Screech. Its massive right claw gripped Mo's shoulder, while its head rested near his other shoulder, letting out a crisp, piercing screeching sound toward Kagaya Gotai opposite them. Consuming such a massive amount of chakra for the first time, coupled with the fact that this technique had not yet been completely perfected, Mo's complexion was slightly pale. However, this minor matter could not affect his condition. On the other side, Kagaya Gotai also completed his final build-up of power, and abruptly raised his head. Seeing this scene, the third Mizuki hurriedly accelerated his retreat while cursing aloud. Damn it, lunatics. Truly two lunatics. At the same time, the two individuals who had prepared for so long finally moved. Shikatsu Miyaka's secret technique, super early fern dance. Burn to ashes. Darkness release, Garuda. Screech. Thick, giant bone spikes gleaming with a sharp, chilling light rose densely from the ground one after another, charging straight toward Uchiha Mo. Mo suddenly swung his left hand downward, and the bizarre bird let out a sharp screech, abruptly bursting forth from Mo's side. Garuda sped across the open sky, leaving a dark ink-colored stream of light behind its wings as it fiercely crashed into the massive, sharp forest of bones. The bone spikes spread rapidly, piercing through ninjas one by one as blood splashed. They couldn't even utter a single wail before being directly impaled and hung upon the sharp spikes. Whether they were hidden mist ninjas or Konoha ninjas, anyone who approached within 100 meters of Kagaya Gotai was no exception. The next moment, the two ninjutsu officially collided. Hum. Boom. Pitch-black light exploded like flames, filling the field of vision within 100 meters around them, while crackling lightning bolts surged across the black curtain. It was fire, it was electricity. It was the darkness that annihilated everything, the light that destroyed everything. Rumble. Resembling the wrath of the heavens, the earth seemed to tremble twice. As the black curtain dissipated, what bone forest or ninjas were left in front of Mo? What remained was only a massive crater close to 100 meters in area. As for the ninjas killed by the Bracken Dance and Kagaya Gotai, not a trace of them could be found anymore. Young release proficiency plus 9.10%. Unlock new ability, hating heaven for lacking handles. Unlock new trait, sage power, incomplete. 9.1%. This number could be called outrageous. You must know that after proficiency reached the threshold of 50%, the difficulty of increasing it was several times greater than before 20%. Even the third Raikage, who possessed peak Kage strength, had only barely provided MO with 6% lightning release proficiency. Yet this Kagaya Gotai, who possessed merely ordinary Kage level strength, had directly boosted Mo's Yang release proficiency by as much as 9%. As expected, it's different from ordinary Shikatsu Miyaku. Swish. Click. Mo sheathed Futsuno Matama once again, and turned his gaze to the right. Fugaku was still alive. In reality, using darkness release, Garuda against Kagaya Gotai was somewhat using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Ever since Mo had acquired darkness release, he had been pondering over this technique. Until now, he still hadn't figured out how to completely perfect it. Although darkness release, Garuda possessed massive power, wide range, and high speed, it required a long time to charge up and consumed an immense amount of chakra. Mo had never figured out how to shorten this process and reduce the consumption. This time when facing Kagaya Gotai, perhaps because the opponent had piqued Mo's interest a little, or perhaps because the opponent actively gave Mo the opportunity to use this move, or perhaps Mo felt that other methods might be discovered in actual combat. In short, Mo made a decision that was somewhat like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Amidst his contemplation, the hidden mist had already begun retreating troops, and Fugaku instantly arrived by Uchiha Mo's side. With a somewhat pale complexion, he looked at the 100-meter crater before him, turning his head to look at Mo with a gaze that seemed to contain something indescribable. Fanaticism. Shock. Admiration. Aspiration. Or perhaps fear. Perhaps all of them were there, or perhaps none of them were, but Mo didn't care. He merely glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, then turned around and ordered a return to camp. The power to alter an entire landscape with a single strike was still far too terrifying in this era, to the extent that the third Mizukage frantically ordered a retreat without ever imagining that Uchiha Mo's chakra reserves at this moment were nearly bottomed out. Or perhaps he had already considered it, but didn't dare to gamble on whether Mo could unleash a second one. Both sides quickly began retreating without the slightest bit of lingering attachment. Upon returning to the camp, Mo immediately dispatched Uchiha Yukumi to tally the Uchiha clan's losses. Discovering there were no casualties, he then had someone tally the army's losses, and sent people to handle everything according to regulations. After completing this series of matters, Mo finally returned to his own tent, opened his panel, and prepared to check the harvest from this operation. Chapter 100, Sage Power Status Panel Summary. Chapter 101, Sage Power Status Panel Summary. 1. Red, 61.81%. Unlocked abilities, supernatural strength, endless vitality, hating heaven for lacking handles. Unlocked traits. Sage power, incomplete. Wuchen, the power of the sage is as clear as water, unstained by the mortal world. 4th stage, unlocked after reaching 85% and unlocking the orange Calabash child 4th stage ability, Law of Heaven and Earth Sage Power. 2. Orange, 71.51%. Unlocked abilities, Clairvoyance, Clairaudience, Peeping Heaven. 4th stage, unlocked after reaching 75% and unlocking the red Calabash child 3rd stage ability, Perceiving All Phenomena, Sage Eye, incomplete. 3. Yellow, 41.91% plus 28.32%. Unlocked abilities, Invulnerability. 2nd stage, unlocked when both reach 30%, Diamond Body. 4. Green, 56.96% plus 62.46%. Unlocked abilities, Fierce Fire, Violent Thunder. 3rd stage, unlocked when both items reach 50% and the 2nd stage abilities of the yellow and orange Calabash children are unlocked, Heavenly Fire. 5. Blue, 38.15%. Unlocked abilities, Water Control. 2nd stage, reaching 40% unlocks the ability, Overturned Water. 6. Blue, 71.51% plus 35.21%. Unlocked abilities, Invisibility, Traceless. 3rd stage, when dual proficiency reaches 60% and the purple baby first stage ability is unlocked, Rainbow Transformation. 7 a purple, 5.28%. Unlocked abilities, none. First stage, reaching 50% unlocks the ability, Universe in the Sleeve. Final mission, elevate the world safety and stability of this realm above 90%, transforming it into a world suitable for human habitation. Reward, fuse the 7-colored lotus to attain longevity and the ability to travel across worlds. Current world stability, 15.26%. Available pilots, 0. Mo's attention was first focused on the first brother ability ranked at the very top. The ability, Hating Heaven for Lacking Handles, had already been unlocked, and Mo could already feel the surging and magnificent power rampaging within his body. He even felt that if he engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the third Raikage again right now, he could press the other party to the ground and beat them up. However, he currently didn't have the time to test what his current strength was actually like, because there were clearly more pressing matters at hand right now. Trait, Wu Chen. Updates are not easy, remember to share 101 reading website. The meaning of the two words trait was very clear. This so-called sage power and sage eye were clearly not some special abilities. Instead, they were a state similar to a passive skill. However, the description following Wu Chen seemed somewhat baffling. Unstained by the mortal world. Mo furrowed his brows and clenched his fists, feeling nothing special other than the surging strength. Then, he once again mobilized the chakra within his body. Crack, bang. Instantly, dense cracks appeared on the desk beneath Mo's hand, followed by a loud bang, as it shattered into pieces. What's wrong, what's wrong? Enemy attack. Shui, who was resting on a wooden chair nearby, was startled and jumped up instantly by the commotion. He turned his head blankly and looked around, only noticing after a good moment that the desk in front of Mo had shattered. It's fine, continue resting. Mo brushed the debris off his body, stood up, lifted the door curtain, and went outside. Oh. Shui scratched his head, responded with some confusion, and then continued lying on the lounge chair. On the other side, Mo hurried to the edge of the camp and slipped into the woods. As soon as he entered the woods, he impatiently closed his eyes and perceived his own chakra state. The flames became even more scorching, and the thunder became even more explosive. My chakra, the purity has increased, Mo opened his eyes and said thus. To put it simply, that was an increase in chakra quality. Of course, this was only on the surface. As for a deeper level, it was that Mo's chakra had taken on some purer and more natural traits based on its own attributes. And the most intuitive enhancement brought by this change was. Mo slowly raised his right hand, his eyes glowing red, and slowly mobilized the chakra within his body. Swish! In an instant, a pitch-black, sharp rod-like object jutted out from the center of Mo's right palm, just like Shikatsu Miyaku. Yin-Yang Release. Chakra Black Rod. After Sage Power enhanced the purity of Mo's chakra, with the exact same proficiency in Yin-Yang Release, Mo was able to unleash even more powerful Yin Release and Yang Release effects. Coupled with the Yang Release enhancement from slaying Kagaya Gotai this time, he was able to create the Chakra Black Rod so smoothly and fluently. The corners of Mo's mouth curved up slightly. Glancing at the panel, he raised his left arm, and then without hesitation, his right hand violently stabbed forward. Splat! Flesh and blood splattered as Mo directly pierced straight through his own arm. Yet his expression remained calm, and he even spoke to himself in an indifferent tone. The strength is sufficient to instantly pierce through invulnerability. After injecting chakra, the chakra circulation within the body completely paralyzes under the interference of the black rod. If someone else were to inject chakra at this moment, my body should be controlled. Although the chakra black rod was merely the most basic yin-yang release creation, its abilities were exceptionally comprehensive and effective. First was its strength. It was sufficient to pierce through the body of someone in sage mode and the scales of a tailed beast, and it itself would not be damaged by sharp weapons. Next was its special effect. After conducting the user's chakra, the chakra black rod would cause the chakra inside the pierced person to completely paralyze and even control their entire body. Therefore, when Naruto in Sage mode was pinned to the ground by Deva Path Pain, he was completely powerless to fight back, and Madara attempted to control Obito to directly use the Samsara Heavenly Life technique. The root of these abilities was that the chakra black rod possessed dual conduction effects for spirit and chakra, which was why Nagato used them to create the Six Paths puppets. Puff. Mo pulled out the black rod expressionlessly. The next moment, the chakra in his body resumed circulation, and a large amount of white smoke immediately rose from the wound on his left arm. The wound quickly began to heal, while Mo shifted his gaze back to the panel. After experiencing the power of Sage Power, he was somewhat looking forward to the Sage Eye, though the Sage Eye was still lacking about 4% in proficiency. However, the proficiency of Een release had already reached a terrifying 70+%, and the remaining bit probably wouldn't be too easy. Besides that, there was only the last 2% of Earth release proficiency left until unlocking Diamond Body. Moreover, once Diamond Body was successfully unlocked, Mo's ability, Heavenly Fire, which had been stuck for a long time, could also be instantly liberated. Two abilities could be obtained at once. Moving further down, the unlocking of the Overturned Water ability was also only 2% away, and Mo was currently on the Hidden Mist battlefield, so he could easily unlock it. However, Mo wasn't looking forward to it very much. Because after obtaining the Water Control ability, he discovered that this so-called Overturned Water should have been like Fierce Fire and Violent Thunder, aggregating two abilities together. But after obtaining Water Control, Mo didn't feel that his water release power had increased, meaning he had been shortchanged, and this Overturned Water should be the missing part to complete it. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.